You can literally just be flexible as to what your views, beliefs, and religion, whatever, race, ethnicity, whatever's most convenient at the time, that's what you then become.
I would have been perfectly fine with you not blasting me on your Instagram story.
I would have been perfectly fine with you not being a friend. He's talking silly again. He's back! Yeah, by the way, I am insulting you because I think you are a disgusting human being and are worthy of being insulted.
What good is it if you have different rules depending on what classification of race you're perceived as being? A race that actually is okay with being mocked because of stuff. Well, that's fine. It's ridiculous. But it's just funny. I was like, now he's reacting to himself. Now he's watching himself. I get it if that's where the info is, okay? But that is the true infinite content loop. Correct talking points. Right, guys, who is ready for a bit of reactception? I am fucking stoked. I'm all for it. Let's go. Woo! Reactception. Let's go. We're getting into it. We're getting into it, guys. Come on.
Immediately. It's unbelievably powerful. And from there, any company can scale.
Is it literally just the ad read?
More than you.
Okay, guys, I'm breaking my rule.
Critical user base.
Shopify.com/H3 for all your needs. Come on. Go and check it out, guys. Go and check it out.
All lowercase, guys.
Go on, guys.
Shopify.com/H3. Let's upgrade your selling today. Let's make it happen. $1 per month trial period at Shopify.com/H3. Thank you so much to our sponsor. Love them. I love this, guys.
I like the music. The music is good.
Now, I have here a list of...
Okay, so we're now into the React portion. This is Reactception. It's long. I understand that. I get it.
How do I make money off depressed people?
Your cohesion worked good, sir. Take my money.
Thank you for the 333. Appreciate that. Thank you. So I'm going to do my best to balance just watching it with talking about what I'm hearing and reacting. I don't want to endlessly loop on points I've already made and, you know, repeat myself. You know, I think you understand some of my perspectives on this already. So, you know, we'll try and keep it both succinct.
Okay, that's wonderful.
Whilst
commenting,
okay.
Money off depressed people.
Chud went to drain the
hey, cool boy.
Wow.
Thank you for the $5. Indeed I did. So without further ado, let's get into it.
Things that Idubbbz left out of the video that I think are important. I'm, however, going to hold off on going over this. Let's just watch the video, and as it happens, I'll pull these up. So let's go ahead, excuse me, and start where we left off, at minute 17. Where?
Oh.
Let me just pull it up here. Idubbbz Content Cop.
Okay, well, I haven't reacted to them reacting to the first 17 minutes. So, do I need to go back to the previous stream? That seems a bit excessive, to be honest, okay? We'll just have to take it for what it is.
We have that whole doc of links, but the video itself isn't linked in there.
I can't find the link to the video. I know I timestamped it last night, but I just can't find the damn thing. So anyway, here it is. Yeah, pretty funny. Pretty funny business. So here we are.
Stay out of the drama as much as possible. You don't want to pile on and add to anything.
Sounds like a good idea.
That was just a couple of weeks ago, really. When was that? I don't know.
3 weeks ago? How long was it?
Yeah, it was really. So at any rate, here's where we left off. So without further ado, this is me reacting to every second of this man's takedown of me, fearlessly, heroically. Something that Hasan, in his wildest dreams, could never achieve because he's a coward.
Oh my God!
I know it. I know it. Prove me wrong, man. Prove me wrong.
Oh, that's right.
I know, man. Anyway, go on, Ian. Let's continue.
Welcome. To me,
it's just incredible who ends up being the good guys in this story. You know, it's really something.
So yeah, the reason I'm bringing this up is because they're trying to like paint themselves as the good guys, and they're saying like, yeah, we strongly disavow things that are said, even about our enemies. We are the most immoral people on the internet. Unlike Ian and Anissa, who are fucking keeping to themselves. Also, why the fuck does Olivia get the pass?
What a fucking asshole. By the way, truly remarkable act of cowardice. One thing that these snarkers and critiquers have consistently done is include the crew in like a totally unnecessary way with the explicit purpose of trying to drive a wedge in our team, because they will not be happy until I am alone and have no support in the entire world. And that's why he brings this up. And it's obvious because it's such a poorly conceived point. It's kind of hard to even understand his point. He goes on to talk about Adam McIntyre in a really bizarre way. Here, take a look. So for putting you in that position, Olivia, you're friends with him. And you don't have to say anything, but like, what a fucking piece of shit. What a bad friend to put you in that position just for some fucking clout. It gets people angry at you, like, oh, how can she be friends with him? Which is total bullshit, okay? Olivia did not do anything. And
I want the pass. Do I have to be an employee to get that treatment? Because then you'll just see me.
To 55 in 10 years. Anissa has really taken her toll.
Thank you for the super chat. Yes. She's like a succubus. Exactly. Thank you. Didn't one of them quit? The woman quit over the QT Cinderella stuff, as far as I understand it. But Ethan has got, as far as these kind of like podcast type setups go, pretty, or any job really, like pretty good turnover rates. Like he doesn't really have people leave that often.
Me as an ally? Or is it because Ethan is afraid of wrongful termination accusations and lawsuits?
And also, I don't mind putting my friend Olivia, who's apparently my real friend, in a terribly weird, fucking uncomfortable situation where you end up getting hate for no reason.
Also, don't frame it as like other people making it hard on Olivia. You're making it hard on all of these people. Please acknowledge your role in this.
Oh, okay. Well, I must have I got that wrong. I'll take the L on that. I thought it was over the QT Cinderella stuff because she ended up working for QT Cinderella. Admittedly, I didn't know the ins and outs of it. She quit because she broke up with a boyfriend who worked on the podcast. Oh, is that what it was? Okay. I have to take your word for it. I don't know, one way or another. I'll take your word for it for now, but obviously, I don't actually know.
Whole fucking thing. Like, it's crazy how warm Ethan is.
Dan was trying to sabotage me. He put a script on my computer to disable the pause button.
We all thought it was a great idea.
Not today. Not today.
I thought maybe I'd try and get out of here by like 4:30 or so,
That's not happening.
Oh, man.
Speaking of eating, we're going to have to order food today because this boy's going for a long time. I'm going to go back because we weren't paying attention. So his point is that because I said Adam McIntyre put Olivia in a weird position, that I shouldn't have criticized him for being friends with people who are calling CPS?
Yeah, we strongly disavow things that are said.
I mean, I thought this point was incredibly weak in the video. Obviously, Olivia, even regardless of what the exact circumstances of this are, even if the circumstances are exactly the same, obviously an employee is going to get a different tact and a different treatment than a friend, ex-friend, whatever you want to call them. You're obviously going to have a different treatment because you do have other considerations. And on top of that, I don't think Ethan comes across as the kind of guy who is just, purely worried about like, oh, I don't want to get a wrongful termination. So he does seem to have some genuine concern and care for this sort of stuff happening. And he does tend to be quite gracious, as far as I can see, to employees in terms of flexibility if they want to take certain episodes off because drama's coming up that puts them in an inconvenient or awkward position. So anyway, there we go. Dumb point. Let's see what he says.
Even about our enemies. We are the most immoral people on the internet. Unlike Ian and Anissa, who are fucking keeping to themselves. Also, why the fuck does Olivia get the pass?
What a fucking asshole for putting you in that position, Olivia. Now, I think the fundamental premise that's completely inappropriate here is that somehow Adam McIntyre just being a dickhead is equivalent to your friends, your associates, and your now collaborators supporting, encouraging people to literally call CPS to come take my children away.
Which also, like, can we now say, because last night we did make sure we finished the video and watched everything, there was not even one mention of CPS in the whole video.
He didn't find that to be relevant. He skirted next to it. He kind of like skirted past it, but he never bothered to explain. And a lot of the clips he uses is us fired up from the day that CPS came to us.
So, like,
without even explaining that at least that's the context. It's pretty cowardly.
I'm shocked. Yeah.
This whole video has left me utterly shocked, frankly.
Wow, CPS. No, come on. Yeah, no, I noticed that as well. He didn't fully contextualize the circumstances by mentioning the specific thing that was like gasoline on the fire to make it all blow up even worse. So, yeah, I think that's a completely reasonable thing to point out.
It's a pretty big omission.
It's a very big omission.
Yeah, it's pretty glaring.
And like, listen, I'm not one to be like context. I mean, it is important, but that's like Hasan's thing. He just says it reactively about anything without actually knowing what was said or anything. But this is important context.
It's like the main big event that has caused our reaction to so many things. And then he just shows our reaction without saying what happened. That's crazy.
By the way, something else he conveniently leaves out is his friend Denims, who he co-signs, includes in this video, defends heroically. What he doesn't include actually is, well, this clip, which is going to be very painful for him to watch. But I play it for posterity's sake only. This could be why I was upset at Denims and why I dared to utter the unforgivable B word towards her. Well, actually, no, that was because she was denying rape. This is right. It all kind of culminated. Let's be real. She's not a great person. Anyway, Ian, I hope you watch this part here. Denims hosts this and see what she says. And then now we wonder why people are calling Child Protective Services.
But they called it before I even did this stream.
That's more like it. Oh, bro, hang on a sec. We got to take note of this. Oh, dude, that passed me by. Look at this. Look at the state look at the state I've put us in now. Okay, I am reacting to Ethan, who is reacting to Denims, who is reacting to Ethan, who is reacting to Denims, who is reacting to the original content, which is Ethan standing up there. That is absolutely brilliant. I'm loving that, dude. Just a literal endless flow of content. God, isn't it insane? Isn't it insane? I've been watching The Apprentice recently, the UK Apprentice. I'm a big fan of Alan Sugar. Very straight talking businessman, okay? And like all the concepts and stuff like that and how you make money and stuff like that. The fact that you can just sit here and you can watch something which includes you reacting to someone, 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 and those people repeat through the process too. It's just brilliant. Isn't it absolutely brilliant? Look at this, dude. Great stuff.
Services.
But they called it before I even did this stream.
This was before.
Lets his dogs shit all over his mansion.
This was like basically 2 days before CPS came to our house. Here she is watching Bad Empanada. Once again, someone that Ian takes no acknowledgement of, despite him constantly being on the screen, constantly being like the source of a lot of information that these people are sharing. This man, he did a game role play where he kills Hila.
Yeah, and he's definitely a piece in the puzzle in a lot of these situations that is also left out for no reason.
Yeah, so I mean, like he shows Matt Lieb, for example, and he's just like, oh, he just hates Matt Lieb because he's anti-Zionist. It's like, no, I was very, I'm getting ahead of myself. I want to keep the criticisms to the exact moments. I'm just going to play it, but yeah, his total omission of the existence of Bad Empanada, who's one of like the greatest internet provocateurs of all time, someone who's been decried by Hasan himself until he became his lapdog. Everybody knows this guy's a lunatic. Like it is not a secret. Go on.
Leaves the shit on the floor, something that is probably related to the fact that his former housekeeper is suing him for a number of different reasons.
Now pay attention to her chat.
He doesn't have a housekeeper anymore, or perhaps he lost his extra housekeeper. So now the house is just like covered in dog shit. And he has kids, and his kids like crawl into the dog shit, and God forbid, I don't know.
Now this is Denims reacting to this 2 days before CPS was called, and let's just take a look at the chat. It's called CPS, child endangerment, CPS, social service. Bro needs to unironically call CPS. That's child endangerment. Okay, if his kids have Giardia, they actually need to be taken away. Actual worst father ever. Wow. So Ethan isn't only sexualizing underage girls, he's also neglecting children. Okay. Decliner needs to take care of his kids. What the fuck? Giardia means you're leaving your dog shit on the floor for a while and your kids are walking on it probably.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that Denims' conduct and stuff was completely missed out of the video. And it's like a content cop doesn't necessarily have to include criticism of other people that aren't the target of the content cop. But then traditionally with content cops, I don't think it's ever been a thing where you bring in the other sides to like collaborate with on it, you know? So there was never really a sort of sides-based analysis or criticism that was being done prior. But now you've literally cemented it, and the foundation is that it is a sides-based thing. Look, I'm on these guys' sides now. And then you completely leave out any conduct from the people that you're now collaborating with that could influence someone's perspective or interpretation of Ethan's actions. I mean, yeah, that's like a very disingenuous, dishonest move. And it definitely takes away from the video to not include that. It's like either you do that and then you don't bring in the other people, right? And then it's like, well, I'm not going to talk about their conduct. What's it got to do with them? I'm making a content cop on this person. Or you include it, but then I think there is an element there where you've got to then talk about the side that you're now collaborating with and pointing out the things that they've done that have contributed to the contextual understanding of, you know, the behavior that's occurring.
Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The chat goes on and on and on. So, yeah.
What they do with it. I don't know if they eat it or if it's just from like contact with it with their hands or something, but they contracted a parasite that I had previously never heard of in my life called Giardia.
Giardia, by the way, extraordinarily common, that dogs and people actually even contracting that disease.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Ian is showing Ethan's reaction, but not what he's reacting to. It makes Ethan look more unhinged. Yes, I agree.
Especially puppy that we just got. That happens a lot.
Yeah, it happened with Ducky. He had it too when we got him. It's very common, and they're feigning like this is some exotic disease. Anyway, it doesn't even matter really because nobody ended up even having Giardia except Olive.
The dog shit that is all over.
I'm surprised Hasan even cared at this point. Why even associate? Just says he hates drama, jumps right in. Because I don't think Hasan was really that invested in this. I think it was literally like if you go back and look at the bits with Hasan, his heart wasn't really in it. He was just kind of going through the motions. I think. I don't think he was like super invested in it like the others were. You know, I mean, at times, arguably, he looked a little bit embarrassed to be participating, particularly when they're doing like the L dance and stuff like that.
True? Dude, how is this
Yeah,
true?
right? Hasan kind of knew it was cringy, I think.
Wick and I formally petition the use of NATO Article 5. To end this ongoing attack on us all 3 channels must be annexed and given to chudlogic.
Well, I'm all up for that. Sounds good. Thank you for the $5.
Maybe once a week, I look into what Ethan Klein's been up to, and every time I manage to find more and more terrible shit. This is where Ethan tells a story about his family getting Giardia.
Actually, what it feels a little bit like is Hasan thinks so little of his audience, right, that he does it knowing it's cringe, but knowing that his audience are going to like it anyway. You know? And I've definitely participated in at least one thing that was very cringe. And I kind of knew it was cringe, and it came across in the way that I presented it. And then you guys reacted badly. That stupid fake podcast thing. You remember that? Utter dog shit idea. Bro, that was a tough sell. That was a bloody tough sell. But with this, he's like kind of participating. I've not watched his reaction to it, but yeah, you reacted badly too. I'm going to go ahead and guess that he probably just acted like it was super based, and his audience cheered like monkeys, like clapped like seals. I mean, you know, and that's. You know, he doesn't... He knows it's a bit cringe. He knows the audience is going to lap it up, so he just goes along with it.
We already have more.
Call CPS. He advocates for a fascist apartheid state, doxes random people, endangers his children. Dogs getting Giardia is not uncommon, but your kids getting it means you're not cleaning up your dog shit. Motherfucker... Okay, well, at least someone's halfway there. Motherfucker's family rooting around in dog shit. Call CPS. Ethan is fighting shadows in his basement. He was wearing diapers. Dogs are shitting all over the house. California Child Protective Services, where are you? Child Protective Services alert. Imagine being such a bad parent. You didn't notice your child ate shit. His child ate shit. Ate dog shit and got an ancient disease from it. Child could die. Why don't they have so many dogs if they don't take care of them? Again, it goes. I encourage you to pause it and read these. But this is the context that was not mentioned. He says, "Wow, Ethan is such a bad dude, and he's so mean to Denims."
And then there's the one thing I forgot we do need to mention is that the top right is the full chat, right?
Yeah. So just to make a correction, this is the live chat.
Okay.
This is a highlight of all the CPS calls, which, by the way, is extraordinarily large amount.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I'd heard something about that like this was supposed to be like it was this was edited deceptively because I thought this was the live chat and it wasn't. I think I'd maybe heard something about this. I can't remember. Maybe Denims mentioned it in the video. So, yeah. And also, dude, also, oh my God, there's so many layers of dishonesty here. So the person that put this together should have made it clear that this was a highlight of the worst comments, okay? But also, I saw someone on Twitter earlier point out and say, oh look, Ethan is covering up this part of the video to hide the fact that this is actually the live chat. And yet they actually commented and pointed that out themselves. What the fuck, dude? The layers of dishonesty are crazy. Well, okay, just to be clear, I do not like Denims. I think Denims acted tremendously, horrendously throughout this whole situation. That kind of rhymed, didn't it? I'm not defending Denims or saying she's redeemed. I'm just pointing out that, there should be clarity. Wait, what are people saying here? It is the live chat, just taken out of the messages in the past 3 minutes. Sure, but then this gives an impression that there is just an unrelenting commentary about it when there's not. There are other people saying other things too, right? So, I mean, just make it clear. This is a summary, or these are the worst comments, or something. Just make it clear, because I think people could easily assume, as I did, that this is actually the live chat as it's going, the way it's scrolling up. Like just make it clear, and then you leave yourself less room to be criticized.
It's something like 50-something chats over the course of like 3 minutes. And that is basically your entire chat putting forth this notion of calling CPS unmoderated, unchecked, uncorrected. This is the behavior that Ian is explicitly co-signing by having her do an L Fortnite dance on me and not explaining why I'm actually angry.
Yeah.
That it seems like she's directly responsible for CPS coming to my house in the morning and interviewing my children.
We want to stay out of the drama.
Now, do you not have a problem with that, Ian? Because it doesn't seem like you do. And if that's the case, I really got to say, I don't think you're the good guy in this situation, buddy. And I don't know who you are. Who killed Ian and brought in this fucking weird clone? You know, they say the clone is always dumber. It's supposed to be like the 5th iteration. Like, what happened to the other 4 Idubbbz?
I don't think anyone deserves that level of cruelty or
I know,
hate.
man. I know.
We want to stay out of the drama.
You remember that movie Duplicity? He's like the 5th. He's like the 5th one. It's like drooling.
Old Mondays. Now we have shit Saturdays.
Also, this is not a joking matter, by the way. It can be very severe and deadly to small children. I mean, much like many other illnesses,
Reading the chat, co-signing
it's very,
it.
very, very dangerous when infants
Pretending to have some medical knowledge.
get the same sicknesses that adults get. There are lots of things that you can get as an adult.
You're actually so stupid.
Not an ounce of pushback of saying, hold on, guys, maybe you're being...
She's not responsible directly. She's a voice in the chorus. Yeah, but I think it's completely reasonable that there's an expectation that you would highlight this behavior to better contextualize, you know, what's happening, right? I mean, like, this was completely left out of Ian's video. I mean, pinning it directly on Denims is incorrect. We don't know where it came from exactly. It was, to me, pretty clear that it was some deranged hater from some aspect of the tapestry of anti-Ethan communities that were currently, you know, going at him at the time, right? So, yeah, I don't know. I can't pinpoint it exactly, you know. But certainly, this behavior would have contributed to an atmosphere within these communities that would have enabled someone to feel justified doing it, right?
Very interesting what Ian does and doesn't consider harassment. Echoing this and riling up your chat isn't harassment, but criticism is harassment.
Thank you for the $5. Yeah. Well, the thing is, we don't know what Ian thinks about this. I mean, I'm guessing he probably doesn't really care. That's my assumption. But he didn't include any of this in the video. Yeah. But yeah, you can't really directly pin this on Denims. I think it's fairer to say that she contributed to an atmosphere or feeling, you know, amongst the sort of anti-Ethan communities that this was like an acceptable action or justified action. And then afterwards, she downplayed the potential impact and argued that, well, kids are not going to remember anyway, so what does it matter? You know, that was basically a premise. So, yeah.
Over, you know, maybe being a little ridiculous.
She encourages it. And she's saying that, oh, wow, babies can't get the same diseases as adults. It's like, you are obviously childless. And as I said in the content, it will clearly remain that way because I don't think you'd be a good girlfriend or wife just because you're very mean. Okay? I wouldn't want to be with someone this mean, frankly. And so that's the reason why I think she'll be childless. But that's just my opinion. Good luck out there.
You're totally fine. You'll be A-okay. No problem. A child, a small infant that has no immune system, shouldn't be catching anything.
You literally just explained why infants catch everything. Should I go back? Are you too... She's actually so dumb. She doesn't even know the words that are coming out of her mouth. And this isn't even the first time she's like... Yeah. She's perpetually self-owning herself.
That has no immune system, shouldn't be catching anything.
Baby who has no immune system. What is the immune system for? To stop diseases and infections, to battle them, rather to fight them. And what happens if you don't have an immune system? You get sick more. Yeah. I learned that in medical school.
I mean, the thing is like, yeah, I've covered this already, so I don't really have much to add. Yes, I agree with all these perspectives on the retarded shit Denims is saying, obviously.
Which is apparently some deep medical knowledge that she does not have access to.
No wonder his house is covered in dog shit, and he's neglected children raised...
Chud, you have kids, is she right or not? Well, no, she's totally wrong. Like, kids get sick all the time. Yes, kids just get sick. It happens. You know, this idea that kids shouldn't be getting things. Well, no, they will get things, and they're much more at risk. And obviously, you know, you should take reasonable precaution to protect them. And it doesn't seem like Ethan has been unreasonable. I mean, you know, the whole CPS narrative is retarded. Obviously, I think that. But yeah. I don't... No, she's not correct. Not correct. That's cropped tightly as hell. Okay, I mean, The broad thrust of a narrative is, if Ethan's kids are sick with something, they shouldn't have got that illness, right? That, to me, seems to be the broad thrust of her point. If there's further evidence that that's not what she's saying, then I'll consider it. But, my understanding is she's criticizing the kid for having this apparent condition, which, by the way, even if they did end up having it, apparently is fairly common amongst children. It's not as wild as people are claiming it to be. But yeah. I'm not moving my camera, no.
By nannies have contracted parasites previously unknown to science from the feces. I wonder why he skipped over all of this, because everything that I said in this story, which, by the way, was apparently compiled by his crew.
No wonder this motherfucker is always sick. Yeah. It all makes sense now. It all makes sense.
I have 3 kids under the age of 5. Again, childless. Like, literally so childless. Like, I mean, they also like to include your Tourette's in it. And when you had the tick of sniffing, they were acting like you're either sick or on drugs. So and they're all fans. They're all like former fans. Like, they know I have tics. And then like all of a sudden when I'm a bad guy, they have no problem being ableist and pretending like I'm on cocaine, which is something perpetually pushed. And even Ian in his video has a moment where he explicitly cuts in a cough for a tick or something. Like, it's cut. Like, he inserted it intentionally to try to create some atmosphere about me.
Yeah. It makes sense why he doesn't care about Palestinian children when he is neglecting his own.
I mean, the one issue with the Idubbbz thing, especially after disowning it as well, right? Is like you are just engaging in like a form of bigotry that is now acceptable because the target is justified or something. Like, I obviously think the ableist stuff is dumb. I don't care about ableism. I literally couldn't care less. Have a go at his tics all you fucking want, okay? But they are doing things that would otherwise be unacceptable purely on the basis of the target being justified. And they're just clapping like seals because they don't care about their own inconsistency in their view on this.
How is this happening? How is it happening? How is this happening?
Well, it's not.
What a despicable human being. I mean, talk about being way over the line, being directly linked to the CPS coming to my house, being unapologetic, being cruel and nasty. And then for Ian to be like, actually, I agree with everything she said and I have no criticism. In fact, I don't even think the context is important, is a cowardice on a level that I have never seen on YouTube. He's this guy who's like, I'm doing content, Kev. I talk about everything and I take everything head on and I debunk thoroughly. It's like, you threw this video together, clearly. It's just, bro, I don't know. It's so bad. It's just so bad. Oh, hold on one sec. I got it.
Oh.
One sec. I got this.
Oh, no. No! We're extending the runtime. No!
Let's see what's in the chat.
That's it.
Okay.
Excuse me. I had to take a call. Anyway, where were we?
Well,
oh, yes, my friend has passed away. So, yeah, I mean, important context, right?
Yes.
A little bit. You're friends with him, and you don't have to say anything, but, like, what a fucking piece of shit. What a bad friend to put you in that position just for some fucking clout. It gets people angry at you, like, oh, how can she be friends with him? Which is total bullshit. Now, I want to put forth that I really don't think if Adam McIntyre was doing a stream accusing me of neglecting and abusing my children to the point where CPS needs to be called, and she was chatting with him, I don't think she would ever do that. And if she did, I certainly would have a problem with that. Clearly, you can't see the difference, because that's what I'm mad about. Your friend Denims, who you are in her chat co-signing her, is doing this, which I just showed.
Yeah.
Olivia is friends with someone who's just talking shit. That's not something that, I'm not going to fucking judge her for something like that, okay? What your friends are doing is significantly, and it's so much worse that even comparing it, I can't believe that you actually are doing this in good faith, or if you're actually just so got punched in the head too many times by now.
Also, the fact that he went out of his way to include the crew, and he says with his own mouth, why does Olivia get a pass? Like, so you are choosing to go after the crew when you certainly could just not do that and focus on Ethan.
She's not getting a pass. She didn't do what you did.
Also, you were taking me out of a scary public conversation, and obviously I felt a specific way about the things that he was saying, and you gave me the option to talk to you about it, not in front of
Yeah, I mean, sure. They're contextualizing this differently. They see the shit-talking as differently to, aspects of the CPS stuff, propping that up, pushing that. I can accept that. I just personally think it's all moot to me because I'm like, well, Olivia's an employee. So even if the circumstances were exactly the same, I could understand having to treat an employee with a different tact or different, approach. You're obviously not going to treat an employee. I mean, even let's say that the circumstances were the same. Even then, you probably wouldn't be able to just fucking go crazy on them. You'd probably have to take a very, different approach, and you couldn't put them on blast. Like you probably, maybe interfere with Ethan's own views. I'm presuming he's got on employment and having people work for him, but there'd probably be some actual legal ramifications, particularly in LA, which is like governed by California employment law, which is extremely favorable, as far as I understand it, towards employees. So the whole point of the liver thing was weak at a fundamental level, and with the further context, I can see, Olivia's conduct is different, discernibly different from from that. Like he doesn't have the problem necessarily with you're friends with someone that's shit talking me. It's you're friends with someone who is engaged in this promotion or accepting of what is tantamount to swatting, essentially.
Everybody, which I was very grateful for.
Of course, I got you always. And the thing is, like, it was a response to some people. There was some grumbling of people being like, "Why is Olivia friends with Adam?" And I wanted to address that. So, like, this characterization that me trying to, help Olivia in a sticky situation with a friend who's now kind of like turned into an enemy of the show who's talking shit, versus you being friends with Denims, doing what I just showed you, is not the same thing. In fact, not even close. It's different worlds, man. And like, if you can't see that, then you're like you're a moral baby. You're so undeveloped, bro.
Different perspectives.
Yeah. Gary V's got better perspectives on this, Anywho, okay. Olivia did not do anything, and
I want the pass. Do I have to be an employee to get that treatment? Because then you'll just see me as an ally? Or
it's so pathetically dumb. And I said when you were in the bathroom, I just explained that, like, if Adam McIntyre was saying, like, doing what she did, being like, oh, let's call CPS, he's an abuser, he neglects his children, like we need to call CPS, etc., I would be mad at you equally. That would be a big problem with me. And it's something, by the way, that you would never do. Obviously, right? Like, Let's be real here, you fucking dumbass. A lot of this is just like, you're so dumb.
Yeah.
You're like dumb or bad faith. What happened, bro?
Like,
what happened?
The obvious points. Yeah.
What is happening? I'm like, it is surreal. It just, it's just surreal.
I don't
man.
think anyone deserves that level of cruelty or hate.
Anyway, here's Ian tearing up the Quran.
That was sent from an electronics place, and it's the full-blown Quran. Some of you guys...
Oh, this one, we didn't actually even want to show it. So here, you can just switch off.
Bad
the Muslims. Don't upset the Muslims. Uh-oh.
Jesus VHS over my knee.
Here he tears it at the seam.
But I know there's going to be a lot of people in the audience just cringing when I...
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's tons of edgy Idubbbz stuff you can point to. This comes across as quite weak, and I mean, you could do literally the same thing with Ethan. You could bring up a bunch of old edgy clips of some shit he's done. So, I'm not really, I mean, if it was just a comedic thing, sure, but it seems like they're trying to make some sort of serious point here. But yeah, Idubbbz was edgy ages ago and did a bunch of edgy shits, right? You could do this with any formerly edgy person that's become more progressive.
My money...
Yeah, so he just tore Quran in half, which I don't think is probably a good thing to do. Insane.
Or is it because Ethan is afraid of wrongful termination accusations and lawsuits?
And also, I don't mind putting, again, he does this,
my
by the
God.
way, his video is literally like co-written by the Snark subreddit, which tells you everything you need to know if you know what that means. He's world building. He does this thing where they basically like dream of a scenario where I'm being nice to Olivia because I'm afraid she's going to sue me. It's like, how did you even leap? There's like 3 leaps.
Yeah, there was quite a few moments where, and I don't follow all the Snark stuff. I've obviously covered it a bit, covering some of this recent shit. But some of it did seem like it had come literally off a fucking Snark Reddit post. And you're like sat there thinking, well, like, yeah, this matches up perfectly. It, there were the button part, the button and the bad boss part, exactly. They were like, to me, a Snarker might as well have just written that part of the script, because of how shit it was and how ridiculous it was. And you need to have a certain view about Ethan in order for that to hit hard,
Of assumptions. And the fact that point made it into this video as some assertion of fact is truly remarkable stuff. Truly. Putting my friend Olivia, who's apparently my real friend, in a terribly weird, fucking uncomfortable situation where you end up getting hate for no reason.
Also, don't frame it as like...
And like the point was to also like, I felt like his criticism wasn't really necessary. He was just being mean for the sake of being mean and trying to get like clout with snark. So obviously he did make a decision in that point to choose clout over Olivia, in my opinion, because he put her in a really bad situation. So anyway, I don't need to explain anymore. It's dumb. You're dumb. It's wrong. You're pathetic. Moving on.
Other people making it hard on Olivia. You're making it hard on all of these people. Please acknowledge your role in this whole...
What is hard? What's happening?
That's another snark talking point. Is that the crew is just suffering.
They're secretly
to be
grumbling.
here,
Yeah,
and they really don't want to be here.
My grumbling is not secret.
It's very public.
It's very public.
That's true.
And constant.
People constantly forget.
Dan, you fuck!
What a pain in the ass you are. They always leave that out. Yeah, okay, so I'm ruining the life of everyone on my crew, who, by the way, is a slave and here against their will.
Yes, oh my god, yes. Yes, okay, this is a fair point. This argument that his crew are like these fucking put upon slaves who aren't employees that can leave at any time they want. And, you know, clearly they accept knowing the benefits they get versus the downside. They made that assessment, they're happy with it. But no, you don't understand. You actually are in a really bad position. You're actually in a really tough spot.
1 minute in the video.
Oh god, this is why I'm turning the plug-in back on. I gotta turn it back on.
I can't. It's so bad.
You gotta just save it.
It's just drenched in oozing and pathetic hypocrisy and erroneous fucking assumptions.
It's a nightmare. It really is a nightmare.
It's a nightmare. I've only made it one.
Wait, hang on a sec. I missed that earlier. So they had it set up so that Ethan could not press the pause button because of how much he pauses. You guys need that for me. You need to somehow find a way of installing that on my computer so you get to control when it pauses.
1 minute, you guys. I don't know what to do.
And he left so much
That's
out.
wild,
it's like
man.
we have to explain all the shit that he didn't include.
Right.
Rush this stupid video.
Just look at his
Now we
face.
gotta do the work.
Well, the CPS omission is a big one because a lot of this centers around
A
that.
lot of it.
And so
Like-
maybe now that it's been established, you won't have to re-explain it over and over.
No.
No.
Good point. We're just laying some fundamentals.
Oh, you were agreeing with me. That no.
I agree.
Okay, the no. I was like, okay.
You know, on Wednesday, I accused Ian of getting his tattoos from a quarter Windy toy station.
Yeah.
I apologize. Obviously, people make fun of my tattoos. I shouldn't have said that. What I should have said is he got his new personality from a 25% Windy toy thing because it's very low quality.
You want to stay out of the drama?
Yeah, I know it.
Thing. Like, it's crazy how warm Ethan is to Olivia and saying how Olivia is essentially just a victim in this whole thing.
How are they spinning me being nice to Olivia as a bad thing?
Incredible.
Oh my God,
I guess people angry at you, like, oh, how could she be friends with? What a point. What a fucking slam dunk, man.
It's fucked up how you're
What a slam dunk, man. His point is that I should have been mean to you, which is total bullshit.
But me and Anissa are spineless.
Yeah.
Ethan, your whole system is scrambled.
No, your brain is scrambled from getting punched in the face too many times because you don't understand the situation. I shouldn't make fun of the CTE thing. That's a real complication.
Right.
Although I didn't choose to get in the.
Oh, no, dude, come on. Oh my god, bro. Oh, don't want to make fun of something that I could be seen as bad on. Come off it, dude. Just fucking embrace it, dude. Ethan would be so much better if he just embraced the Collier desire to just say a bunch of edgy shit and not be so worried about the pushback from his audience. But, oh no, we don't want to offend people with CTE. Actually, we do. To be honest with you, it's actually totally fine to offend people with CTE because they'll have forgotten about it in an hour anyway. They won't even fucking remember. So fucking, fire away.
Ring, keep getting punched in the head like Homer Simpson against Mike Tyson, which is essentially what happened. I rooted for you 2 times, man. And it's like you just get punched in the head. And I told you even last time you were on the podcast, I said, you got to stop fighting and try to make some money from this. And he's like, I'm going to get punched in the head more. And at a certain point, you get punched in the head so many times, you don't know when to stop getting punched in the head. And it just runs away. It's a runaway train.
My intention isn't to throw the employees under the bus. Like, you got...
Oh, so humanistic.
It's very clean. You should
So
have just
nice.
not gone there in the video.
So nice. Also, it's really a bad point. Like, it's so unnecessary.
Okay, also, dude, I don't know if I commented on this yesterday. It's pretty, well, I guess I hadn't watched the reaction yet, so I didn't know. That's particularly slimy when Ian waited until the video dropped and then messaged AB and was like, well, sorry, dude. It was like, oh, yeah, but tough situation to deal with. Good luck. Good luck with that.
To his entire thesis, which, by the way, I don't really know what his thesis is.
Why are you mean to him and not to everybody else around you?
That's kind of, yeah. I mean, we could try. I'd like to try to formulate a thesis at the end of this, but I really have to play.
guys serve as the fucking foundation for calling out Ethan's hypocrisy on the whole subject. And I know that you guys have probably pushed back against Ethan over the years. How often are you supposed to do that? Do you
Again, we're world building, presuming to know the inner workings of what happens behind the scenes with the crew is just an insane point to make in a video that's supposed to be like a reputable, well-conceived takedown.
have to do that every fucking week? It kind of seems like.
You know, I can tell your parents don't love you, Ian, and I think it's a shame that they didn't shower you with more love, because clearly, no, I'm just going to assume his relationship with his parents and include that as a talking point. It's that dumb.
Mom, I'm sorry.
That being said, I do believe his parents love him. He seems to have a good relationship with them, which makes this all the more perplexing.
Like it. And that's exhausting. I don't want to confront my boss. It's not my fucking job.
It's not your job, and you don't know anything about their job. What are you doing right now?
To confront my boss and say, today's segment on rapists and pedophiles.
What are you talking? What are you doing
on Twitch was not like my favorite segment to be a part of.
Yeah, friends like the. What are you doing? What are you talking about? He's cosplaying as an employee who's uncomfortable.
Also, it absolutely is. Yes, it is. Like, that's the exact nature of the show, doing these kind of like edgy segments and stuff, you know, and you know that he makes these jokes, and then it's up to you to say if you don't like it, and then if you really don't like it, it's too much, you leave. Of course it is. This is not like, you know, a regular job. It's not like your manager is randomly talking about stuff that makes you uncomfortable in the office, right? It is like you agree to work for a porno shooting company. You don't get to complain when you turn up and there's a bunch of people fucking. Like, that's literally what you signed up for. And you probably take it knowing that and accepting that. You know? Like, yeah. It is unreasonable. And then if it is a problem and you don't like it, then you can just leave, obviously. God, it's so such a dumb point to act like this is like, you know, any other fucking job. And, oh, wow, you shouldn't have to go to your manager about this. No, but in most jobs, you're not live broadcasting talking about crazy shit for a few hours a day, a few times a week, you know?
Based on a clip of me defending Olivia. What is happening? It's,
Oh, yeah. And our other good friends.
Yeah.
Anissa and Ian. Thanks, Anissa, for standing up for your girl.
Wait, so yeah, this clip isn't connected to that statement.
No,
I was really
it's
trying
not.
to unpack that. I don't know what his point was at all.
And that's part of my issue with this video too, is that like he's supposedly a good video maker and a good point maker. This video is just so disjointed, totally like fragmented. The arguments are not well thought out, well executed. It's just a mess. And so like his point is that because I was nice to Olivia, therefore all my employees are secretly enslaved.
But how is that connected to like pushing back, like talking about some Predators of Twitch segment and how we didn't like it?
Why that? Like why that? At least make the. Why is that?
Well, my assumption would be that like there's some snark subreddit post somewhere. Okay, there's some snark subreddit post, and they've seen that there, and they've gone, "Oh, put that in the video." That would be my guess.
The example, bro, you are so.
You know, because of some perceived discomfort from the staff when Ethan's having one of his goblin modes about Dan Clancy or some shit.
But how do I make money off depressed people?
As someone who has CTE from playing too much rugby, what are we talking about out?
Bing bang bong. Thank you for the super chats.
You're so weird. You're so weird, bro.
Actually stood up for you so many times, because like why would I not? It was crazy.
Yeah, why would you not? I mean, if that's truly what you believed and you weren't just going to use it later.
Of course I was going to.
Didn't plan to have to say that, by the way.
No.
Okay. Dust Bunny. I think your account ban evading. I think you're the person yesterday that said a similar thing. So I think the best move for me right now is probably just to ban you from the chat, I would say. I would wager. But I'll let you stay for a bit.
It does become relevant though at a certain point when you're like, wow, these people are not really good friends of mine. Why is that happening?
This is the day, right? This is the day we
This
got
is
CBS.
the day.
Right, do you know what's so funny about all these narratives, right? I have not spoken privately to anyone in any, like maybe the odd, maybe a comment, maybe the odd comment. I've had no meaningful communication with anyone about any of this because I'm not that personally invested in all this shit, okay? I'm not that. There's some dramas that I do get super into and I'm talking to people about it behind the scenes, you know, and whatnot. I mean, that doesn't obviously affect what I say about it, but even then there'd be a stronger argument. But in this case, I'm like literally speaking to no one about it. I'm going live, saying what I think about it, ending my stream, and going and playing Warzone badly and getting carried by pans. That is what I'm doing with my life at the moment, okay? And obviously the kids, but that's secondary to Call of Duty, obviously. You know.
That CPS visited us.
When I was so fired up and I was like,
yes.
Shit, yes. No, I didn't plan one day in my life to have CPS called on me and you would be friends with people that like created that talking point or at least like made it popular and you wouldn't say anything about them and then I would call you out like, no, I never planned that day to come. And I never thought that I would have to be like, I stood up for you and you didn't. No.
It's all part of your sneaky Jew plan.
Right.
He didn't say that. It's just a little joke. I'm inserting.
But how are you going to show me in this state, one of our hardest days?
It's horrible.
And you're not going to say why? What happened?
Totally justifiable anger.
I can't get over that point. I'm going to keep saying it all day probably.
No,
I just can't get over that it's not in the video.
It's very disturbing. I just don't know who this guy is. I really don't.
I'm going to stand by you. That's insane. It's absolutely insane and disgusting. But now you choose to hang out with people that would have a problem with you if you defended me.
Yep.
I'm not going to assume that Hila knows, but I'll say it for anyone who doesn't know. Anissa is half Lebanese and half Irish.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we know.
Yes. For anyone unfamiliar, the Irish have been on the receiving end of a lot of oppression and genocide.
Oh, also, on this note, am I understanding correctly that Frogan tweeted out and claimed that Ian is married to a Muslim when we just watched a video yesterday about Anissa denouncing and renouncing Islam? Bro, you can literally just be flexible as to what your views, beliefs, and religion, whatever, race, ethnicity, whatever's most convenient at the time, that's what you then become. I wish I had that fucking ability, dude. I'm just a white guy. I don't really get that. I suppose I could play on this sort of, small Irish aspect of my ancestry. Maybe I could play on that a bit more or something. I don't know. Oh, yes, the bloody Irish. Oh, the bloody, come out, you black and tans. Yeah, woo. IRA. It's so stupid, man. It's ridiculous.
On the part
wow.
of the Lebanese, they've received a lot of oppression and attacks from the IDF. So.
Oh, here we go. This is it here. Yeah, fucking hell. Ethan Klein wants to defend Muslims because he's being held accountable in the Content Cop for continuously being a vile person. Idubbbz has apologized, shown genuine change over the last decade, and is literally married to a Muslim woman. I mean, notwithstanding the defenses of the retarded defenses of Idubbbz here, what? She's not a Muslim, as far as I understand it. There's a video of her saying she left Islam. So how the fuck are you going to call her a Muslim? Huh? What? Unless maybe she switched back. maybe like her fucking, maybe like her political views, it's flexible and she flicks backwards and forwards depending on how she feels. Who knows?
Oh, Anissa is very well
And sir, do you happen to know of any violence perhaps coming towards Israel where Hila grew up? Perhaps from Lebanon, Hezbollah, perhaps? Does that ring a bell to you, you dumb, ignorant fuck? How dare you attempt to lecture me on this conflict? You just learned about this like 2 weeks ago, clearly, and you're just deferring to Hasan as an expert. It's mind-bendingly dumb.
Yeah. I think that's probably what's happening here. I'd be surprised if Idubbbz has done meaningful research into the conflict to understand it at a very granular level, to know about these little nuances and whatnot. George Oswald, thank you for the $2. Appreciate it. Israel, Palestine, Hasan.
Bro, please call in and debate me on Israel, Palestine. Let's see who knows more about the conflict, you dumb fuck. Holy shit, dude.
Familiar with the propaganda and the shit coming out of Israel. Choosing now, out of all the times, to be like, please defend me. No, we're not going to fucking defend you.
Okay, so this is very interesting. Wow. He says, on the day that CPS was called and we're understandably heated, he goes, no, I'm not going to defend you. Why? Because you're Israeli.
You're Israeli.
That's literally what he said.
Yeah.
Why won't I defend you? Because you're Israeli. That's exactly his argument. Do I have it wrong?
Include the flags, so if I...
Wait, hang on, hold up. Wait, what?
To be like, please defend me. No, we're not going to fucking defend you.
Okay, so this is very interesting.
Wow.
He says, on the day that CPS was called and we're understandably heated, he goes, no, I'm not going to defend you. Why? Because you're Israeli.
You're Israeli.
Okay, come on, bro. No. This is absurd. That's not what he's saying. Okay, bro. Can we be real?
She's a proud Muslim actor like her idol.
Come on, dude.
Wow.
Oh my god. I didn't know about this part. I do know about the comparison later with a certain bad thing that happened, which I'll probably have an equally an equal reaction to. But I mean, this is just ridiculous. That's not what he's saying. He's not saying he's not defending you because he's Israeli. You know, he's saying, well, you know, obviously I don't want to get into the whole should he have defended him or not, whatever. We've already been over that a lot, so we're not going to loop on that point. But I think more so, he kind of is though. Is he?
And we're
really?
In the bro, how dare you attempt to lecture me on this conflict?
Let me listen
you
again.
just learned about this like 2 weeks ago, clearly, and you're just deferring to Hasan as an expert. It's mind-bendingly dumb. Bro, please call in and debate me on Israel-Palestine. Let's see who knows more about the conflict, you dumb fucking... Holy shit, dude.
Familiar with the propaganda and the shit coming out of Israel. Choosing now, out of all the times, to be like, please defend me. No, we're not going to fucking defend you.
Okay, so this is very interesting. He says on the day that CPS was called and we're understandably heated, he goes, no, I'm not going to defend you. Why? Because you're Israeli.
You're Israeli.
That's literally what he said.
Yeah.
Why won't I defend you? Because you're Israeli. That's...
Rewind further. Go back to the flags. Oh my god. Okay, I'll go back to the flags. Let's go back to the flags.
And
bro.
Hello, my friends. Welcome to a...
Who is just suffering.
They're secretly
to be
grumbling.
here,
Yeah.
and they really don't want to be
My
here.
grumbling is not secret.
It's very public.
Very public.
That's
No.
true. By the way, minute, you guys. I don't know what to do.
And he left so much out. It's like we have to explain all the shit that he...
That's what he's saying because he's obviously lost like a lot of brain cells.
He took some denim lessons because he's already...
We're looping. We're looping.
Let's see who knows more about the conflict.
Okay, now there we are.
How are you...
There we are. Is that it?
And so like his point is that because I was nice to Olivia, therefore all my employees are secretly enslaved.
But how is that connected to like pushing back, like talking about some Predators of Twitch segment and how we didn't
We've gone
like
too
it?
far.
You are so off.
So many times, because like, why would I not? It was crazy.
Yeah, why would you not? I mean, if that's truly what you believed and you weren't just going to use it later.
Of course I was going to.
Didn't plan to have to say that, by the way.
No.
It does become relevant, though, at a certain point when you're like, wow, these people are not really good friends of mine. Why is that happening?
This is the day, right? This is the day we
This
got
is
CPS
the
at our
day
house.
that CPS visited us.
When I was so fired up and I was like,
Yes.
shit, yes. No, I didn't plan one day in my life to have CPS called on me and you would be friends with people that like created that talking point or at least like made it popular and you wouldn't say anything about them and then I would call you out like, no, I never planned that day to come. And I never thought that I would have to be like, I stood up for you and you didn't. No.
It's all part of your sneaky Jew
Okay,
plan.
you gotta go. You're annoying me now.
He didn't say that. It's just a little joke. I'm inserting.
But how are you going to show me in this state, one of our hardest days?
It's horrible.
And you're not going to say why? What happened?
Totally justifiable anger.
I can't get over that point. I'm going to keep saying it all day probably.
No,
I just can't get over that it's not in the video.
I mean, I just thinking back over it.
It does kind of sound like Ian is saying Anissa is Lebanese, so why would I defend you? But that could be poor communication.
Thank you for the super chat. Thank you, Artemis. I've seen something in chat that I think is going to be my take. I think Uncle Sam is hitting the nail on the head here. It's retarded, but Ian says like because of the conflict that makes it more difficult to say anything without being abroad in it online, and there's like personal influences as well. Now, to be very clear, okay, because I know there's a tendency to think if you make any criticism of something that Ethan says, you're defending Idubbbz. I'm not defending Idubbbz. I think Idubbbz is a total cretin, and I think the reason he wasn't saying anything is not because he didn't want to get involved because of the political aspect of it. I think he was hopeful that the drama would quietly float by in the background and he eventually would get past it and they could all be friends again and everything would be okay. That would be my fucking guess, okay? But I think it's an extremely uncharitable read to say that, oh, he's saying he's not going to defend me because I'm Israeli. That is a extremely narrow read that is inserting a level of, bigotry into the analysis that I just don't think is,
that's
particularly
wonderful.
fair.
But how do I
okay?
make
That's
money
probably my
off
take on
depressed
this.
people?
How long until Idubbbz goes trans for the court?
Not long now, from the looks of it. Thank you for the $5.
Disturbing. I just don't know who this guy is. I really don't.
Going to stand by you. That's insane. It's absolutely insane and disgusting. But now you choose to hang out with people that would have a problem with you if you defended me.
Yep.
I'm not going to assume that Ela knows, but I'll say it for anyone who doesn't know. Anissa is half Lebanese and half Irish.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we know.
For anyone unfamiliar, the Irish have been on the receiving end of a lot of oppression and genocide. On the part of the Lebanese, they've received a lot of oppression and attacks from the IDF. So Anissa is very well
And sir, do you happen to know of any violence perhaps coming towards Israel, where Hila grew up? Perhaps from Lebanon, Hezbollah, perhaps? Does that ring a bell to you, you dumb, ignorant fuck? How dare you attempt to lecture me on this conflict? You just learned about this like 2 weeks ago, clearly, and you're just deferring to Hasan as an expert. It's mind-bendingly dumb. Bro, please call in and debate me on Israel-Palestine. Let's see who knows more about the conflict, you dumb fuck. Holy shit, dude.
Familiar with the propaganda and the shit coming out of Israel. Choosing now, out of all the times, to be like, please defend me. No, we're not gonna fucking defend you.
Okay, so this is very interesting. He says on the day that CPS was called and we're understandably heated, he goes, no, I'm not gonna defend you. Why? Because you're Israeli.
You're Israeli.
That's literally
Okay, this is a narrow, uncharitable read that is inciting a level of bigotry that I don't think is there. I think Idubbbz is also being dishonest and disingenuous about the reason he didn't want to come out and defend Ethan, okay? But I don't agree with this narrative that Ethan is trying to push here, that it's because of the fact that he's Israeli, right? I think you disagree all you want. I don't fucking care. That's my perspective, and I don't want to loop for fucking 5 minutes on this.
What he said.
Yeah.
Why won't I defend you? Because you're Israeli. That's.
Let me listen on further, and I'll see if I change my mind based on what he says after this. I can't remember what he said.
I mean, he made sure to include the flags so a 5-year-old could understand what he was saying. So yes, that's what he was saying.
I feel like that's exactly what he's saying. And correct me if I'm wrong.
He put the Israel flag, and he said, no, she's not going to defend you.
Yeah, I just don't want people to be like, that's not what he meant. I mean, I don't see it any other way.
Stop hallucinating anti-Semitism.
So once again, if you had a problem with Israel, dude, you could have had a problem with us when we were friends making videos and, you know, all of a sudden now, I'm not going to defend an Israeli.
Damn you, Jews!
I'm not going to defend an Israeli. Are you serious right now? It doesn't matter if they're right.
The rewinding didn't really change anything.
Or if my friends are insanely harassing them.
Oh my God. Luke in the chat said, Eli's more Italian than Anissa is Lebanese.
That's a joke. I made that joke.
He said that this morning. That's so funny.
I'm not going to, listen, I'm not going to,
I don't give a fuck. It doesn't matter. I don't care. Like, this was us as friends. Apparently, you can't stand up to an Israeli. So that's exactly proving what our problem was with you.
Apparently,
Come on, bro. You genuinely would not accept this from anyone else. It's because you're on Ethan's side that you're accepting of this. Imagine if a fucking black guy, some woke black guy was doing this. Like, please, use your fucking brains, okay? I don't want to endlessly berate you with the same point. I do what I've got to get through this fucking video, right? But can we just be fucking realistic for a second, okay? Come on.
They secretly hated us.
Yes.
The entire time.
Like, you're exactly proving what the point was.
Bro, I'm not lost. I know exactly where I am. You're the people that are lost. You're the retards that are lost. You're the ones that are completely changing on a dime your perspective on how you interpret things because it's someone that you like that's saying it.
That we were making. That you can't stand up for me because I'm an Israeli.
Israels are never worth defending. And Israeli.
Yeah,
anyone who's born in Israel, anyone who's born in Israel, against their choice, people don't choose where they're born, right? We all know that. Anyone who's born in Israel is not worth defending on any condition. I don't even know if he knows that's what he's saying because he's obviously lost like a lot of brain cells.
He took some denim lessons because he's already owned himself in his own video many times.
That's it.
You just let it run the course and he owns himself 5 minutes later.
There's actually a condition for this. I forget who coined this, but it's snark brained. You start using snark regularly and you get infected with these people's logic and like it actually scrambles your brain. And then when you come out to the real world and try to express those thoughts, it's so obvious to be like, dude, what? You're like fucking nuts. That's it. That's what's happening. He's snark brained, which I never.
It did sound bad with Ian's delivery. Just be honest. Did anyone have that interpretation before Ethan said it? Even it's so funny to me, right? Because when I was watching the video, I can't recall a single person that even said anything like that even commented on that. I don't think that anyone said, oh, he's saying he can't do it because he's Israeli. It feels like Ethan has said it and now you're going, yeah, that's what it is. It was more so about how absurd it was to talk about the ethnicity and that was some basis for why wonderful. You wouldn't or wouldn't defend someone. Because what does that matter, right? It was nothing to do with him being Israeli.
Can we start from the beginning when Ethan and Hasan fell out?
Thank you for the super chats.
Wow.
I never thought Ian, my friend, would ever fall down that loop. And by the way, when I say he's snark-brained, I'm not kidding. He was already, previously, what we've shown before, shown screenshots from snark.
What's the other interpretation? It's retarded, but it's that there are personal things that, you know, influence our willingness to defend you or not. Not you are Israeli, so we won't defend you, which is what Ethan is presenting it as.
As a reputable source of information.
We want to stay out of the drama.
God, I could go on forever. I mean, same guy that says that it's not like the crew should be staying out of it is sourcing Snark, who has been bullying the crew for no reason.
Everybody. They make everyone's life hell by definition. And presumably, it seems like he's been browsing there for a while. So.
Yeah.
That's friend activity right there. Warning, friend activity. Just look at him, man. Just look at him. Play
what other interpretation is there other than the one that Ethan is presenting? I guess there's nothing. Ethan's interpretation is the only legitimate one, and there's no more thought to give to this, guys. That's it.
Just take that fucking dumb face in. This man used to be this face used to mean something. Please, God. Please, God. Give me the grace and the wisdom to never fall this hard. I've fallen in my career. I've fallen. I've gotten back up. I've learned. I've grown. Please, God, don't ever let me fall this hard. I'm speaking in tongues. Lord, don't let me land this fall. Maybe he's possessed by a demon, an anti-Semitic demon.
Oh.
That would make more sense than whatever is happening.
Bro, like these comments, you're like deranged. You're literally deranged. You've gone deranged, bro. The personal thing is his wife hates Israelis. What? Dude, what the fuck, bro? You guys are insane. You're literally insane. You would not be making this point if it was anyone else. Oh my God, dude. Holy fuck, you guys are retarded.
We can treat that.
Possessed. Yeah. He didn't mean it in the end.
Get some garlic in the room.
Oh, that's vampires.
But I wanted to say, like, I'm not here to split hairs on nationality and stuff. Like,
no,
she's
not.
Lebanese. She identifies as that. That's fine, right? But like, he's crediting her as like, well, she's Lebanese, so she has this unique perspective on the world. It's like, excuse me, she lived there. She was born there. I lived there for 5 years. Ela was born there though. She didn't have a choice in the matter. Anissa, has she even been to Lebanon? I don't know. I know she didn't grow up there. So it's like, bro, you can't give her authority and then expect us to be like, oh, you guys are idiots. You don't know what you're talking about. It's just not illogical.
Okay, that is a good point. I agree with that, and I said much the same thing myself. Absolutely. I talked about this idea of genetic knowledge. And that's, I think, a fairer interpretation of it is that they're saying that, you know, and like Anissa has got some sort of innate knowledge off the back of her being, yeah, he's back on track again. Anissa has got some sort of innate knowledge off the back of being Lebanese, despite the fact she's never lived there or anything. It's ridiculous, and it's an absurd concept. That is obviously something I agree with because I said it myself. So there we go. Okay.
It's so much more
hopefully back on track now. Thank you for the super chats.
How is that even relevant to her not being able to stand up for me as a friend?
Because you're Israeli and she's Lebanese. And exactly. So, you know, the Israelis and Lebanese, they just can't get together.
Thank you.
By the way, shout out to my great 2 employees that I love and cherish who are Lebanese.
Yes. Yes.
Rudy was saying that Palestinians are taught at 2 years old to kill Americans. Do we have that one?
Usually when all of chat is arguing something, it's because the streamer said it a few hours ago. I honestly think in this case, it's Ethan has framed it in a certain way and people are immediately siding and agreeing with it. Despite the fact that, as far as I can recall, I mean, obviously, I can't speak for everyone, but I don't remember a single person in my chat at any point saying anything in regards to, about the Israeli aspect.
And like just the other day, Baby fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed.
So this is the Gallant thing. Which
Snark's greatest hits.
Yeah,
this is Snark's greatest hits.
I think he may have even ripped this from the Snark subreddit. Like, I think if you go there, you'll probably find this exact compilation that he ripped. Now, this is fascinating to me. They claim that Ela, if you read online about her, the claim is that Ela says children are trained to hate Jews from birth. What is their evidence?
Rudy was saying that Palestinians are taught at 2 years old to kill Americans. Do we have that one?
Like their evidence is Ela doing I mean.
And I don't even remember what, like, sometimes there's multiple conversations happening at once here. I don't even remember where this was going. Like, this was our post-election stream, right? Where we were all...
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was lots of chatter back and forth. That's the podcast
a nightmare of a stream when we were like, okay.
So yeah, I mean, it did sound like she was going to give some sort of contradictory opinion, but it was so tightly clipped. Who the fuck knows what was going to be said then? And obviously very, very weak, evidence.
Trump won.
Oh. So at any rate,
I don't even remember what, like,
So once again, world building on this.
Yeah.
This is their fucking evidence for this insane claim.
To be honest, every single Lebanese America person who inserts themselves like experts in geopolitics is brain dead.
Okay, that's wonderful.
Indeed.
But how do I make money?
Thank you.
Wakey, wakey, chud.
Thank you for the super chats, guys. Thank you. Who else is Lebanese
Okay, that's
American?
wonderful. But how do I make money?
I'm awake. I'm wide awake, guys. I'm wide awake.
Generational ethnic trauma. Wow.
Can't say that I do, no, but thank you for the super chats.
By the way, this extraordinary claim that Hila thinks kids are trained to hate Americans, which is what he said, by the age of 2. Pretty extreme claim. The evidence should be pretty extreme.
We're taught at 2 years old to kill Americans.
Do we have that one?
mean,
Like, checkmate.
Yeah. Where does it go from there? Like, I don't say anything. I don't know what.
You know, part of the reason why people are like, he's going to do a content cup on you, and I was like, there's no way. Because when I think about like actually what's out there, when you get to the nitty gritty, people say a lot of shit, but you can't show or support any of it because all of it is just fucking lies and bullshit.
Dan
And so
has
it's like
for you the clip. Dan has the actual clip.
Oh, okay. Great. Let's watch it
The
unfiltered.
movement of not voting is so funny to me. Especially by people pro-Palestine, because if Trump gets elected,
He's the most pro-Israel president of all
It's not
time.
good.
The context is Hila's fucking defending Gaza because people like Hasan pathetically voted for Jill Stein instead of Kamala Harris and say things as dumb as this.
Hypothetical reality where Kamala Harris would not be as bad as Donald Trump, which we have no proof for.
That's insane.
We were synced up there. Tom.
I was so proud of that.
My guy, dude. My guy.
That was what's up.
Shout out, dude.
That's the kind of chemistry we do here.
I mean, yeah, that is obviously, that is aged very poorly, hasn't it? Let's be real. That was like the most, oh God. All the lefty talking points. Oh, well, Trump's not going to be so bad, is he? Come on, it's not, you know, don't vote for Kamala. Don't vote for Kamala. It's just vote for Jill Stein, and if Trump gets in, whatever.
Ethan and I.
That's insane.
We were synced up there. Tom.
I was so proud of that.
Sorry, I'm a bit confused about the clip then. So the clip wasn't that.
My guy, dude. My guy.
Basically, the point is that Hila was actually saying it's bad that Trump has taken this position on Gaza, and the argument is that I think it's probably true. I need to see way more of all of these fucking clips, you know. But anyway, the point is that Hila was saying that they're trained to kill Americans, but there was actually a broader point being made, which is actually defensive of Gaza, right?
That was what's up.
Shout out, dude.
That's the kind of chemistry we do here.
Ethan and I both talked about how people should vote for Kamala, and especially if you care about the Palestinian cause, because Trump is going to be way worse.
By the way.
And it's well known. He's friends with Bibi. They both are made of the same kind of, shitty behavior.
Yeah.
And that was also what I was trying to say about Gallant.
Of course. And so, again, he takes you nodding and removes it out of the context of you defending Gaza.
For the movement.
I think it is. Fucking becomes insane.
Dude, at his rally, Rudy was saying that Palestinians are taught at 2 years old to kill Americans.
That's pretty spicy.
Yeah.
Do we have that?
She didn't even respond immediately.
I'm not. And I'm still probably
He
thinking
cut it
also,
together so it looks like you immediately responded.
Yeah.
That's pretty wild. Okay.
I mean,
like Kamala,
the other one.
I could add it.
As long as both of his clips are about-
Listen, there's a lot of things being said. You listen.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okay, and keep playing.
In this
said that at the
rally?
rally.
Oh, that's epic.
Yeah.
Yeah, we gotta watch the Rudy
I'm
part.
just saying, I really think
and
it's
then
important
they
people-
say I haven't seen this. This is like news to me.
You said I want to
haven't
watch
seen
the
that
Rudy
clip.
part. I haven't seen
yes.
it. Yeah.
So show me what's so bad. I don't understand.
Oh, okay. So the I mean is presented as, that could be true. But actually, the I mean could well be thinking it through, and it's I haven't seen that, so I can't comment on it. Yeah, that is an extremely disingenuous clipping. Yeah, that is fucked up, man. That is fucked, dude. That's a snark. That is a snarker edit. Yes, it is, dude. 100%. I didn't think it was a good point in the first place because I thought, well, who fucking knows what she was going to say? It looked bad, but that was the point. It's supposed to look bad, but actually, with further context. It's not anything to do with signing off on that point that was made. Damn. That's rough.
No, this is part of what is
What is so bad here?
This snark phenomenon is truly mind-blowing stuff. They're in like a collective psychosis where they world build, and that's what it becomes. All right, let's move on. We got to make some ground here.
Okay. The other day, Bibi fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about.
He looked mean. I thought he was mean.
I think why this stupid anti-Kamala point came to be is because leftists believe Trump is an 80s while ignoring his daughter is of the tribe.
Okay. Thank you for the super chats.
Just because they look mean.
No, it's not.
So yes, you caught us. We're not going to run to your defense.
I just want to explain that one.
I have the context. I have this whole one is so stupid.
Yeah, we're just getting started, guys. We're 1 hour 16 in, so strap in. If you're not into this, you know, right. Guys, if you're not into this, I'm not massively into this either. But I'm here. You know, I'm doing my time in the content mines, just like you guys are. Okay.
Gallant
Thank
thing
you,
is like,
Ico, for the raid.
it's like eye rolling at this point. It's like
I want to explain it because people bring it up nonstop. I apologize for it right away. When Ethan made a video to address this on his Ethan Klein channel,
next day, I
made a quick appearance in that video just to say, I'm sorry, I misspoke. I shouldn't have called him a really good guy. Like, I don't know why I said it like that. The point I was just trying to make is that BB fired him because they were disagreeing.
Here, you don't need to paraphrase it.
I feel like the reason I brought it up was mainly...
This is the next day.
Yeah, this is another fair point. Is, you know, I pointed out when I watched it. It's like, yeah, I can understand people being bothered by the comment, but like now they've since like apologized for that. It's so dishonest to not in any way, you know, or to frame it like that was the entirety of what happened. That she said that and that was it. When there wasn't a very explicit, well discussed, well known about walk back afterwards. But how do I make
money off depressed people?
Thank you for the $2. Then we're going to watch the Oompaville reaction. Dude, no, we're not going to watch the Oompaville reaction. I think I'll slice in the Oompaville part of this later. We'll see.
Express the frustration with BB and him firing the one guy that was somewhat, you know, attempting.
We won't get the Toastify video. Will absolutely not be today. We'll do it tomorrow. But this is, I mean, at the rate it's going, this is going to be the rest of today.
Duration. It wasn't really so much to say Gallant is a good guy. I shouldn't have used that word. That was a bad choice on my part, considering stuff that he has said that I was not even thinking of. Really coming from the concerning feeling of like, we have Trump in office and BB just fired the guy that is opposing him. That's all I was trying to say, but I do understand that was not a good choice of words and I would not have said that again. So I'm...
That sounds pretty sincere. I don't see any reason to hold that over your head forever as proof that you're genocidal IDF propagandist, which is what he's claiming.
Stepping away for a little while.
Yeah, and then Ela's stepping away because the reaction was so cruel and over the top. Yeah. You stepped away for a while. But the main purpose of that comment was that, again, just fucking explain it for the 100th time. Gallant wanted to end the war. In the headlines at the time, he was in the headlines for opposing Netanyahu and wanting to end the war. That's what he was in the headlines for, and that's what we're referring to. We misspoke. It didn't sound good. We immediately corrected ourselves. You know, that's how mature people do. That's how you're supposed to handle yourself, isn't it? Like, what more do you want me to do?
I have no problem apologizing and admitting and whatever is needed when things happen.
So, but his claim,
yeah, I mean, yeah, yeah. What can you do? And people did jump on. Like, it is what. That's why that kind of stuff is like the snark posting stuff coming through. It's like, well, why would you even include that? You know. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous and unnecessary. And you know, if you were doing an old school content cop and you were just going hard at someone and that was it, you know, sure, you're going to do stuff like that. But you know, it was this bizarre combination of having the new people in there, trying to you know, trying to placate that side of it and making pretty shoddy arguments. You know. Well, I mean, Ethan has got loads of them. Healer just comes across as like, I don't know, like, I don't think she's really set for live broadcasting. Let's put it that way. Ethan is at least comedic in his little slip-ups, shall we say? But Healer just seems to, you know, say retarded shit that actually has a negative detriment. Yeah, she's like dopey. Yeah, exactly, something like that. Yeah. Oh, Trippy, thank you for the $5 Australian super sticker. Character looking really impressed, saying, whoa, thank you for the super sticker.
So he goes back and his claim is important
Lisa
here.
is very well familiar with the propaganda and the shit coming out.
I'd love to chat with her about Israel-Palestine. No, I wouldn't actually. That'd be a terrible experience.
That sounds like
that'd be
awful.
a terrible experience. Yeah. Let's do that. Let's not do that.
Out of Israel. Choosing now, out of all the times, to be like, please defend me. No, we're not going to fucking defend you.
Rudy was saying that Palestinians are taught at
So he's saying I'm not defending you because of these two things.
2 years old to kill Americans. Do we have that?
He cuts you nodding, which is totally Like he cut out like a good like few seconds there in between you considering things.
I mean,
like
just the other day.
Oh, wait, hang on a sec. I thought it was because you're Israeli. Wait, what?
He fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about.
the Gallant thing, which is just so bad faith. It's such a low blow. Like, bro, you know.
Way to edit me into like, look at this Israeli bitch.
Yeah, and the insinuation is that you can never you can never correct yourself. You're never allowed to correct yourself. And Ian, that's kind of what your whole thing has become, right? You know.
He looked mean. I thought he was mean.
And then he shows a headline: Israel warns can send Lebanon back to Stone Age. Gallant says, yeah, I mean, like we said. We were excited that he wanted to end the war. Is that a problem?
Just because he looked mean.
No, it's not.
So this, by the way, is his idea of joke and editing. Like, I don't know what's happening. The editing on this video is significantly worse than usual. His jokes...
The problem here is you're bringing in all the political stuff. Idubbbz clearly doesn't have a good grasp on it. It doesn't have a good understanding of it. Is just going off of, like, the lefty snark biased talking points. And that's how you end up with this. Not, like, fully contextualizing any of this. And... as I said yesterday, you know, the fact you're talking about whether or not an Israeli politician is bad or not. I mean, it's just it's not what this is supposed to be. You know, it's moving away from that just fun energy of just being like, yeah, this person is just a total F slur. You know, this person's just an F slur, aren't they?
Like there's one thing to be said about like silly like low editing memes like the I just learned Photoshop meme, you know, with the frog, like that's funny, but this is the substance of all of his like additive edits, and it's all just like PNGs he directly downloads or some shit. I think someone else has been editing his videos, and this might be the first time he's been forced to edit his own video, and he's very bad at it. He's very bad at it. That has to be because it just doesn't make sense otherwise.
Petty.
Like.
So yes, you caught us. We're not going to run to your defense when, I don't know, we follow people.
Yeah, and once again, what an insane characterization that I'm mad because you follow people. And he goes on about this.
We be following. That's one.
Yeah, I agree with this. Obviously, completely ridiculous. Completely ridiculous to act like this is just about following. It does go deeper than that. Interested to see how he responds to the, you know, Froggy Tonic was no longer my editor thing. But
thing that you can say about Anissa and I is when we're on Twitter, we do be following.
So
the problem.
Okay, if you want to hang out with those people and have no spine and not stand up for another girl that stood up for you, enjoy your new friends.
She's friends with people like Denims.
I know.
Yeah. Which I'll show. Denims is actually participating in this whole.
Here he brings the employees again into it.
He says, "I want to play this whole part because I have a response. Over half of their current and former employees follow Denims. It's almost like that's not the problem. Service lie.
Yeah.
Which I'll show you.
Exactly. Yeah, of course it's not the problem. That's a ridiculous framing of it. Hey, is it akin to Skinny H Bomber Guy? Possibly. Yes, indeed. Possibly. Thank you for the super chat.
Then you're saying what they're saying.
You'll notice that Ethan and Hila start talking about this Denims character. Originally, the complaint was about...
the girl who accused me of leaving shit on the floor and that CPS should be called, right? Just to remind you, Ian, because I don't know if you know that.
About my former editor. He's been chatting shit about Ethan and Hila for the past year at least. They only care about it now because I guess it was spoon-fed to them via their Reddit that's clearly looking out for them. Now, I'm not going to sugarcoat...
Unlike, I guess you're looking out for me.
Code it, where we are friends with Denims, but I would...
Well, I find that reprehensible. Like, that's my problem. That's what I said.
That's exactly what we were saying.
That's what you confirmed. Again, the self-owning in this video is catastrophic. Yes, you're friends with Denim. Are these people in the crew friends with Denim to that extent where, let's see, here's Anissa in Frogan's chat defending her tweet about... sorry, hold on. Here's Anissa in her chat, okay, defending her take that October 7th was like a justified act of resistance or whatever. It's just insane. I mean, we can show it for posterity. Maybe it's even here. But you guys know the tweet. It was something like left or...
I'm not sold on this, just based on what Anissa is saying in this message. I think he will realise what he's saying isn't the best in a week or so. It's fueled by pain. I really hope he talks about it calmly later. I think it will be better. That doesn't sound like it's anything to do with October 7th. That sounds like it's more about the more recent stuff that's happened, you know, between the two, like over the last few months. I don't believe this is to do with October 7th. That based on the language and the phrasing here, that would seem bizarre. Yeah, not sold on this one. Not sold on this one. I think that I can see an argument that Anissa was like knocking about with these people and stuff like that, sure. I'm not sold on the idea this is about October 7th. And also, I guess I'm a bit skeptical about this idea of, oh, you're in someone's chat. I don't like that shit, you know? I think there needs to be something a lot more explicit for me to get on board with, you know, there being more legitimate concern there.
People want to phone. I don't remember. Yeah.
Who fucking who?
Did you send it? 5B, baby. We know what's up. We got numbers. We got letters. That's what it is. Oh, thank you. Yeah. So this is the tweet, by the way, that what's the saying? Set 1,000 ships to sail or something. Frogan, leftists preach and foam at the mouth at the thought of a revolution happening in America, but as soon as it happens in the Middle East, what they're doing is wrong. Now, this is important to note that on October 7th at 2:30 a.m., me and Ela were in bed as the story was breaking, listening to Israeli families call into news stations begging for help and being burned alive in their safe rooms. This was as scenes of horror were unfolding as they were in kibbutz, civilian living quarters, and civilian concerts.
Look at the date. Okay, sorry. You've been on the Reddit post. When was the date of this? Submitted a month ago. Anissa was always like this, by the way. Or is this an archive? 1 month ago when? Is there a date on this? It all just says a month ago. Oh, no, this is the live subreddit, no? This looks like the live subreddit. They're looking at it there. And this is from a month ago. It's October 7th. Where can I see that? No, I don't believe so. Look, it says here. I think this post was submitted on 1st of March 2025. So it says a month here. Apparently it was posted on the 1st of March 2025. So how can this be related to October 7th? I know that Frogan's tweet was October 7th, but I don't think that Anissa's comment here is in relation to that tweet from 2023. I think that this here is in relation to the recent shit that's been happening that isn't to do with October 7th directly. Ignore when it was posted. Well, I'm looking at the content of the post. She said this in response to Ethan's take, right after October 7th, by the way, his take saying that people dying was bad. Well, yeah, how can I establish that without seeing the video footage? Is there can I see the original thing? I'm not sold on this. I'm not sold on this narrative, personally. If there was evidence one way or another, maybe I could be more conclusive, but I'm a bit skeptical.
Sorry, hold on. Here's Anissa in her chat.
Or is this stream from October 7th and they just dug it up? And it's so this actual stream happened on October 7th. And they're judging it up now because of the recent drama. Okay, without further context, don't know what to make of this exactly. I'm not sold on this claim. I need more evidence. That's my take.
Okay, defending her take that October 7th was like a justified act of resistance or whatever. It was just insane. I mean, we can show it for posterity. Maybe it's even here. But you guys know the tweet. It was something like, people want to phone. I don't remember. Yeah.
Who fucking who?
Did you send it? 5B, baby. We know what's up. We got numbers. We got letters. That's what it is. Oh, thank you. Yeah. So this is the tweet, by the way, what's the saying? Set 1,000 ships to sail or something. Frogan, leftists preach and foam at the mouth at the thought of a revolution happening in America, but as soon as it happens in the Middle East, what they're doing is wrong. Now, this is important to note that on October 7th at 2:30 a.m., me and Ela were in bed as the story was breaking, listening to Israeli families call into news stations begging for help and being burned alive in their safe rooms. This was as scenes of horror were unfolding as they were in kibbutz, civilian living quarters, and civilian concerts, slaughtering, raping, murdering, mayheming civilians. So at the exact moment that that's happening, and her take is fucking insane. It's actually insane. And so to see Anissa in the chat saying, I think you will realize what he's saying isn't the best in a week or so. It's fueled by pain. I really hope he talks about it calmly later. I think it will be better. Now, again, it sounds nice, but she's talking about Hamas killing civilians. I'm not changing my mind on that one, but I'm glad. And so when I see something like this, I'm like, oh God, I didn't know that it was like that. I didn't know that she was like, remember Milhouse, the guy who's like laughing and giggling all giddily about the Israelis running for their life?
See, the problem is, even if, I'm just thinking this through a bit, and it's like, even if it was on October 7th, like, yeah, it looks fucking horrendous. Like, what a bitch to do that. I understand, I get the kind of emotive aspect of it. What that reads like to me is Anissa, like, you know, you could say it's fucking cowardly to not take a stand on it. But it's like, almost like, oh, don't worry, everything's going to be fine. Like a sort of deluded perspective of this will all blow over. Something like that. Rather than Anissa explicitly signing off. You know, coming in half-cocked and not understanding the context of saying it, yeah.
Okay, that's
I need more
wonderful.
context, man.
But
I can't decide.
How do I make money off depressed people?
I bet the cope after this is H3 skipped the part of him abusing his employees because Idubbbz was right. Doing the Mutterhakefel's thumbnail excuse to say why it's a bad response. Context cope, police car emoji.
Thank you, Roach Darrington, for the super chat. Certainly. Dude, why? This is a good comment, actually. Why would she not be able to pass articulate comment on it? Isn't she an expert because she's Lebanese and Irish? Yes, exactly. Yes.
On Wednesday. Here she is in his DM.
Okay,
he accidentally
I
leaked
think
it.
I'm comfortable with that. I think we've come to, you know, a sort of reasonable understanding of what we all think about this. That's fine. We can move past it.
And guess who's there? Anissa. Yeah, this guy is probably, I mean, the most despicable of the bunch. Here is Anissa. Something saying, if there's anything you're unsure, I don't know what they're talking about, but here's Denims in his convo. Here's someone just talking about me. It's like, you all are talking together. You're
who is this?
I mean, the most despicable of the bunch.
Oh, this is one of these podcast people, basically. Okay.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
Chud, I love Gok. I think I need more context.
Thank you for the super chats. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, I think that it's like, you know, Idubbbz is trying to claim, like, oh, what was the problem? We're just following them. And then, even beyond this, in their video, they show that there was legitimate reason to be concerned that they were closer, because they were. And they were friends all this time talking with each other and shit, you know? So, yeah, I think what it feels like to me with this is that Anissa is created a kind of difficult dynamic here by being in with these people, more so than even Idubbbz was, I think. And now Idubbbz has had to pick a side, essentially, and he's chosen the side of the Hasan orbit, you know? That's what it feels like to me. And on top of that as well, it's like, yeah, I agree that this is, like, you know, snaky shit. But I already know that they're snakes because I know that they've already fucking, you know, switched sides, essentially, and they did it a long time ago, you know? It's like they've not really seen the writing on the wall as soon as they should have done. Like, they almost weren't paying attention, it feels like, to what they were up to. But yeah.
Here is Anissa, something saying, if there's anything you're unsure, I don't know what they're talking about, but here's Denims in his convo. Here's someone just talking about me. It's like, you all are talking together. You're involved in this, and I know that. Like, let's not pretend like it's not fucking obvious. It's not because you're following them on Twitter. That's insanely stupid. It's like a baby brain take. What an idiot.
We want to stay out of the drama.
That's just not true. I just don't think that was a genuine statement. I think I closed it. Oh, no, I didn't. It's right here.
Would say it's the same level of friendship that we had with Ethan and Hila. It's like kind of
That's so fucking insultingly. Like, they're really rewriting their history of, like, we barely knew him. This is like Trump talking about Epstein.
The only thing Ethan did,
except I'm not Epstein.
Points out is that I don't know if you want to read. I guess that at least Milhouse did not endorse that you killed Shredder and the CPS stuff.
Which is all I wanted to hear from Ian,
right?
Ironically. Okay, I'm pausing too much.
Internet friendship. We think that she's a good person, like we think Ethan and Hila are good people. Kind of a tricky.
Dude, that was like a you eat pieces. I eat pieces of shit like you for breakfast moment, wasn't it?
Situation.
Asterix Israeli. Don't defend them.
How can you possibly think that they're both good people at their core?
Well, one's wrong. One did something wrong and despicable to the other one. It's not rocket science, dude.
People can have crash out moments. People can say things that they don't mean. People can say things because they want internet clout and attention. I don't know.
Unlike this video, which, reminder, fucking 3,000 views after 3 weeks, sir. talk about snark brained a loser. Why are you in Hasan's fucking office doing the Fortnite dance? Was that not for clout? Was that not straight like offering yourself up to like the altar of the most obvious bait of all these fucking people who are frothing at the mouth about me on Twitter to come in and support you? Please, bro.
I think they're both probably guilty of saying things that they don't mean for internet clout and attention.
Bro, you were so smug. She did CPS, remember that? Okay, good.
Right now, one's a little bit more fucking nasty to me than the other.
Oh, so it's personal. Okay. I just don't see how you can be my friend and also be friends with someone like that. Clearly stated. Clearly stated, and he says he's friends with Denim. That was my problem.
Yeah. So I already forgot about you.
I actually have a lot of friendships that are kind of that way, where it's like, you know, one of the friends doesn't...
Okay. Right. How can you simultaneously claim that this was some big betrayal when prior to this video you had said we've already forgotten about you? Like, that's the problem that I've got with that concept. Is like you yourselves have said you're already done with the friendship. Like, you could say it's getting the boot in when you're down or something like that, or, you know, former friend getting the boot in, but I can't see it as like the same betrayal as other people are seeing it as, because according to them they'd already moved past the relationship themselves, you know.
Fuck with the other friend.
Do you? Who, like, are you fucking 8? Like, who has friendships like that? I don't even believe him. I don't know why he's claiming that. I got a whole bunch of friends. They hate each other, but I got a... what?
But there is someone...
Is he saying Andrew Tate is his friend?
Oh,
Steiny.
Who kind of fucks with both of them.
Yeah.
But separately. Yeah, there's a lot of friendships that are like that. I'm not going to make you guys, like, meet up and kiss or anything. I get it. You guys are in fucking... You're either my best friend who's deep-throating me to the base of my cock.
That was epic.
What?
That was epic joke. Remember Idubbbz? He's edgy and he says, cool stuff, sexual stuff, edgy stuff. Oh, that's the old Idubbbz. He's so funny and edgy. We love that imagery.
He also burps sometimes.
He does burp in this video, which is like, oh, he did the thing, bro. Imagine me still doing Vape Nash.
Yes, I've already said yes. Okay, I've already said my perspective on this. The friendship was dead, and he was a coward for not saying it to Ethan straight. And his way of doing it is by, you know, doing a content cop and being like, "Hey, I'm on their side." I get that. You know, I agree with that.
That's literally what he's doing. Like, holy shit, bro.
Vape Nation.
Holy shit.
Or you are Satan. You're the devil.
Oh, he said devil silly. He's back. He's so back. The last thing I said to Anissa, we were texting before I ever talked about it. She's like, I don't care about this guy. He's a nobody and, you know, blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, then you'll have no problem publicly denouncing it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then from there, the conversation ended.
She never replied.
Ethan, you can't even phrase it in a way that doesn't make you sound like you're being coercive and shitty.
It sounded totally reasonable, actually. I didn't think it sounded coercive and shitty at all. We had a frank conversation where I was like, what? Like, this is totally unacceptable. Like, I don't understand how you guys can, like, associate with this person.
We're all creators and we all are online. So for us to ask you to say something publicly is not that
Let me
weird.
pull up my text with her.
It's not me asking, like, a childhood friend that's not on the internet. Like, hey, can you go say something publicly for me or we can't be friends? Like, it's a little different.
Let's see what this conversation with Anissa was like here. In fact, let me give you... Here, I'm going to give this to one of you guys and you can see...
Okay. Oh, fucking... Make the dog shit tweet now, Ian! Okay. See, I am viewing it from the other direction, obviously. Okay? I view it from a different perspective. And I just think that the idea that you would accept... dude, we're just going to loop on the same point again. If you want to see my comments about the tweet thing, whether or not you should publicly tweet, you're going to have to go and watch the other video, because I'm not going to fucking do it again. We did it for like fucking, it feels like hours yesterday, okay? I've already made my thoughts about it clear. Let's just continue through the video.
If there's anything interesting in here that's worth calling. I haven't read it.
Dog shito. Yes, exactly.
I don't think anyone deserves that level of cruelty or hate.
God, look at Ducky. He's so cutie right now.
We want to stay out of the drama.
He's like so comfortable looking. Yeah, so my conversation with Anissa was like, why are you friends with this person? They're despicable. Look what they did. And she's like, I am so sorry. That was so unfair and blah, blah, blah. And I says like, well then, like, you should have no problem saying something like about it. And she, after that, the conversation ended on that. And I was like, well, exactly what I thought.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then you should have...
It is a point where it's like, there's sides. You're picking a side. And I'm not going to sit around and pretend like I'm cool with you being friends with Denim. She's a disgusting human being.
No problem.
And so are you.
I'm publicly denouncing it, right? Does that sound like a friend? It kind of sounds like something a powerful villain would say.
Thank you for the compliment. I also see myself that way. I appreciate that.
Okay, that's a good comment. That's a good comment. Ethan's children do not eat pieces of shit like you for breakfast, actually. Yeah.
I mean, you guys were already a shitty friend, so it was kind of like...
Oh my god, dude.
It's kind of just saying what it was, you know?
But it was so funny how she immediately went to comment everywhere, like on our subreddit. She immediately had to comment like, oh, he doesn't work with us anymore. Yeah. But that was it. That's all.
Not defending us, by the way. Not disagreeing with anything he said.
What she said.
But then say that you don't
Okay, do you have anything else to say for your friends, though?
One of the reasons Anissa was
Well, okay, but then the problem I've got with that is, you know, if it's like, you should talk about this person because they work with you, right? A reasonable response to that is, well, they don't work for me anymore, so I'm not responsible for what they say in any aspect. I really despise this mentality that you are kind of like owed an explanation at every turn for anyone that's ever associated with you in any meaningful way. I just think that's ridiculous. Like, no. I disagree. I think it's a reasonable response to say, that person doesn't work for me anymore, so, you know, why am I now on the hook for what they're saying? Anyway.
Quick.
So thank you for pulling this, Ian. That's not Ian's editor. That's someone Ian hired before CC2 who did some editing but isn't working for Ian anymore and hasn't for a long time.
Dude.
Now, we read this and understood.
Bro, God, Edgar's hitting a good point here. What are you going to do about this Ian Joma? Yes, exactly. Old heads will understand.
It's like, okay, fine. But if you go to his website, it's all Creator Clash. And, I think Dan sees something interesting there.
The other problem you've got as well is I personally have got a different view about this. And I tend not to really think much of this idea that you're responsible for other people within your organization. You know, there's probably some line you could cross, maybe. I don't fucking know. But I really just find it very annoying when it's like, oh, well, this person that is associated with you has said something. If you're like really close personal friends, yeah, sure, I could maybe see it. And the person still work for you, maybe I could see it there. But generally speaking, I don't really care about that shit, personally.
To clarify things in your Reddit is because your Reddit was already talking about who this editor is, and they were spreading misinformation that it was our co-host.
Let's see this hard-hitting screenshot.
Well, you're just going like super deep in the comments.
No idea who this person is. I don't follow Idubbbz or have Twitter, but like, is it well?
As much as I ironically hate it, if you're going to clear up he doesn't work for you anymore, but don't comment on what he said, it does imply something to people, whether it's fair or not. Yeah, people are going to make assumptions about it, but I mean, that's fine. I agree with that. But then I just think the baseline is you are not responsible, particularly for someone that doesn't work for you any longer. And you have got no obligation to make any comment about anything they ever fucking say at any point, you know? And if you're challenged on it, the best thing to do is obviously to just ignore it and not give it any heed. I guess it could be difficult when there's a lot of people asking it, but you generally should ignore it. But, yeah.
Well known, this person is their editor. How could they think nobody would notice? Yes, he's on a podcast. So this, okay. This person is wrong, and this was not a popular opinion. I knew this was not true, and other people knew. There's someone on his podcast that is not the person they're talking about. And so that never really percolated to the point. And again, he's showing as evidence 2 likes, 0 likes.
0 likes, clearly.
Yes, flip-flop, yes. I've said in my coverage as well, if Anissa was engaging with the tweets, yeah, absolutely. That suggests that there's more of a connection there. Maybe Anissa should answer to that, perhaps, if she's engaging with the tweets. If you're like liking the tweets and then sure. If you're liking the tweets and get a question about it, you know, they don't work for me anymore. It's like, well, you're engaging with the comments, sure. If there's evidence of that, sure. But then Idubbbz, I think, is not on the hook because as far as I understand it, he's not interacting with the tweets. He's not worked with him for a year and a half. So as far as I can tell, there doesn't seem to be any reason for him to speak up.
Really, people disagreed with the comments.
He has arrows pointing to these hard-hitting evidence here. 2 likes, 0 likes. Bro, that's not hard hitting.
Also, the Reddit post says the name Froggy Tonic.
Yeah. So. Well, I mean, we're talking about the right person. So what does it matter what people said in the Reddit?
Yeah, a few people were confused.
Oh my God.
Froggy!
But also, like, totally understandable. Okay, I'll continue.
That it was our co-host on our podcast, Uncle Dane. So yeah, the last thing we wanted is this guy getting pulled into this mess.
Which you're doing right now, by the way.
Seriously,
shout out
Uncle
Uncle Dane.
Talking about Dane.
I wonder what Dane's tweeted about me. Now let's look.
Oh God.
I'd love to know.
And you guys don't give a fuck. Would it have been nicer and more supportive to say, we don't agree with the things he's saying and we support Ethan and Hila? Sure. Like.
Oh wow, thank you. Oh my God, do I do that or do I do a content cup? What is the decision? I don't know.
Wait, hang on. What was that?
Supportive
I
to say,
this.
we don't agree with the things he's saying and we support Ethan and Hila? Sure. Like.
Oh.
Oh wow, thank you. Oh my god, do I do that or do I do a content cop?
Well, the thing, okay, but the thing is like, okay. The thing is, what obligation, if any, exists, okay? And I think it's fair to say it would have been a nice thing to do and they didn't. Does that make them, like, shitty for not doing it? Sure. But then now there's this narrative that there's this beyond reasonable obligation to do certain things. And that's the part that I have a problem with. That's the part that I'm like, for fuck's sake. And I see it in chat, people are obsessed with it. They're obsessed with this idea. You know? Okay, dude, what is this from DK? Bro, I'm getting owned by DK. Debating the legitimacy of a comedy moment on a comedy podcast. You are so analysis cucked. Yes, I am analysis cucked. You're right.
What is that decision? I don't know.
I'm so glad we got to the bottom of this, you guys. I thought we were going to do a long episode. I thought we were going to be here all night. It looks like he finally understands.
We will see you all on Monday. Have a great weekend, everybody.
Thanks for watching, everybody.
Thanks for watching.
It's a rainy day out there in Los Angeles.
Mics are out.
All right, actually, well, let me see what he says afterwards. Then we'll end it.
Yeah, that would have been a nicer thing to say. Our silence means something.
No shit.
Okay. This point is retarded. The idea that your silence means something is absurd. Like, no, it doesn't mean anything. It could mean a multitude of things, and you probably need to speak up and say what you're thinking if you want to take the bull by the horns and get to the bottom of your issues, right?
That was my point.
It's almost like we were exactly right in the way we interpreted your silence.
That's why we were upset. Your silence means something. That's what we felt. That's what we acknowledged. That's what we saw. And you just
I think you're spending too much time with Denims because like this self-owning, I don't think I'd have
Doesn't look
used
good
to
on
do
you.
that to do that before.
No,
you self-own yourself already like 5
You know what I was
times.
thinking as I watched this video? But I was like, as much as I hate Noah Samson and his video and his outrageously defamatory claims, that aside, his video was much better. Like, I think of all the Ethan hate videos that have come out in the past 2 years, this is probably the worst one, ironically.
Yeah.
Mika's rhetoric.
Oh my god, Nikki T, you are literally fucking an NPC. Dude, you NPCs with the same talking points are so irritating, dude. You may not be weighing the gravity of the harassment they got. No, trust me, I'm very much weighing the gravity of the harassment I got, and there's a video right now on my channel where I strongly condemn all the shit that was happening around that point. Trust me, I get the gravity of the harassment. If you want to see my takes about it, go and watch the video from yesterday. I'm not going over it again. You fucking NPC retard freak.
It's reminiscent of Mika's rhetoric.
It's in the same ballpark.
Same category, I think.
Yeah, you're right.
Hi everyone.
But at least Mika is like, I'm just a silly girl. I don't know anything. Like she's not.
You, Chud, a father, are just not understanding how bad it would be to have the CPS called on you for no decent reason. Wow.
Air of authority or like noteworthiness.
Fair enough.
You know what I
She's
mean?
not an OG YouTuber that has a history with us.
Right.
I've also vouched for Jewish people.
Oh, she said that.
That was Mika.
That was Mika.
She won me over in that moment. She's not that bad. She vouched for Jewish people.
Hi everyone, it's me again.
I don't even think Ian or Anissa could say that. I mean, I don't even think they could say that.
No.
You know, funny. You don't agree with us because we're Israeli.
So can I give you back your phone?
Did you see anything interesting or no?
I mean, you could. I'm sure people would be interested. Everybody's always, ooh, you're leaking DMs or whatever.
Is there anything that's like worth sharing?
I think it's funny that you described that guy as the guy that looks like Milhouse to her while having in the middle of a serious conversation.
I don't know his name. I genuinely, I don't know his name. What did I say? Give the context.
Where did it go?
I genuinely, I didn't know what his name was. That's how we refer to him. I guess I could say the guy who was giggling with glee at Israeli civilians running in.
You were saying it's a very malicious, hateful, alienating, terrible, everything, etc. But Frogan, Denims, and that dude that looks like Milhouse that lived in Lebanon, they're despicable and they're participants. That was the.
Yeah, I'm speaking pretty plainly to my friend.
Yeah, you said you probably saw Milhouse actually show DMs and you were in them. If you want, I can show
that.
you. But the man is evil, and anyone that associates with him, I can't really be friends with.
Yeah, so when I saw her in his DMs, I was like, this is
You offered to explain why.
This is getting to be too much. And so I actually reached out to them directly to express myself like, hey guys, this makes me really uncomfortable. And then Ian's like, dude, don't you get it? How can you assume all this stuff, but our silence means something? Are you, his brain cells are at war.
Yeah.
It's all good, Nikki T, okay? You know, they say when you work in like a retail job or something, you should answer every customer's question as if it's the first time you've been asked it. But fortunately, I don't have to do that anymore, and I can just get outraged and annoyed with people in chat. It's great. I love it.
He's losing them as we watch. They're fighting. We need our brain cells aligned. They're at war. Anything else?
I can't. I don't want to be the judge of that. I thought that line is funny. I'm not going to decide what DMs.
I think it's enough context. It's fine. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Okay, give me that. It's not like we have.
If it's not, let's not, because we have so much to get through.
Dude, do you know what? I tell you the other thing that's so annoying about all these little fucking NPC Ethan shill sweeper defenders at any turn. It's so irritating because it's like, I generally side more with Ethan. I'm biased towards Ethan in this. Generally speaking, the commentary I give is more siding with Ethan. But it's like, you cannot at points where you think is appropriate give any criticism or any commentary that goes against Ethan, and they literally freak out. They cannot possibly contend with or hear anything that is critical of Ethan. Nothing. There's no criticism of Ethan that's justified. Ever. No matter what it is, no matter how you make it, no matter what you say. You just have to unendingly support and back up everything that Ethan says. You know, you act much like... It's the extremes of both sides that are fucking irritating with this. You know? You're just as bad as the fucking Hasan people that are shilling Hasan. You're exactly the same mentality. You know? No, you can't see anything bad. Everything must be positive and good.
Yeah, okay. I'll look through it and see maybe if it's interesting. So I'll read this last part when he says, I gave this horrible ultimatum to them.
Okay.
Let's see, leading up to that. I linked her a Froggy Tonic post. So this is just an example. He said, I'm quite convinced Eli has a lot of editorial control over Ethan's opinion on Israel, and thus repeats things on the podcast. He said to himself, being nothing but...
You're pissing me off, Chud. You just don't get the context. You need to research the Yom Kippur War in its entirety and each battle.
Thank you for the super chats. Thank you.
Before her. He said she translates his Israeli news. We have seen her redirecting her opinions at his opinions of it live on air. Now, what I thought was interesting is that this is verbatim the same things that people accuse her of doing to Ian.
Yeah.
So I thought she would at least be understanding and sympathetic to that. To that he's actually literally being like, actually, Hila's a Lady Macbeth and she's manipulating Ethan. Does that sound familiar, Anissa? I said, I'm sure you can understand being friendly with someone there's going to be a problem for us. Again, my door's always open to you guys as longtime dear friends, I said. She said, no, we aren't friends. I don't talk with him regularly. I don't pay attention to his tweets. I just saw him posting a screenshot I wanted to use for promo and let him know I was yoinking it. I didn't realize he was still on a tirade until I saw a Reddit post on Ian's channel. Now, that's actually a lie, as Ian...
Okay, hang on a sec. Sorry. So, yeah, there does... If I'm understanding this correctly, there does seem to be a disingenuousness then, even more so from... This does feel like this is Anissa. Like I was saying, this does feel like this is Anissa causing the problem then, no? Like Anissa is the one that is having this interaction that's causing the problem. And she's being dishonest about it. And then Idubbbz has an expectation that he's got to then respond to it. But it's not really seemingly anything to do with him. He doesn't seem to have any connection to this guy anymore. It's Anissa that's still connected. And she's dishonestly presenting a connection. And this is then what is causing the issue. Am I understanding that correctly? I don't just want to go, Anissa bad. Oh, Anissa's the problem here. But that seems to be what it is. I think.
Explains that it's on his feed and he sees it.
The editor thing.
Truthfully, we aren't very tapped into what's happening past worrying about Creator Clash. That's a lie. You're literally in the DMs of all these people.
Yeah.
We know vaguely when, and clearly you are following it based on this video alone.
Yeah.
Liars. We know vaguely when people are fighting online because we have to for promotion's sake. But beyond that, we don't have much time to keep up with details, especially people's Twitter, people's Twitters who aren't actual influencers themselves. Ooh, diss to her friend. So reading that, she was pretty flippant. Like, it's not a big deal. Like, and so my response was, well, in that case, you should have no problem publicly denouncing the horrible shit that he said about Hila and myself. Then hopefully, right? Yeah. Praying hands. Right? I was like, okay, well, then it shouldn't be a big deal. That's it. That's it.
Oh
anyway.
My God.
The frog means that we would like to pause this relationship until you figure your shit out. And then maybe we can find
women moment.
Yes, indeed. Thank you for the $5. It's just, yeah, I don't want to just lean into the Anissa bad shit. And I do think that, you know, Idubbbz has got some responsibility for his own, you know, situation and whatnot, but it does seem like Anissa is, you know, deceptively, you know, well, here's an ultimatum. I don't like the ultimatum. I don't like ultimatums like that. You must do this thing then, okay? I think that what Ethan is doing in that particular moment is I can understand, because it's like, well, you're stating that you don't have... It's like Anissa is clearly being deceptive, and I think Ethan is just testing her a bit as like, well, is this genuinely true? Because if this is true, then, again, don't like the idea of it being a public statement, but I do understand what he's doing. He's saying, Well, you should be able to speak out against this then and not cause you any problems, essentially. When it probably would, because she's more involved than she's letting on.
A moment in time, I don't know how long it'll be, but a moment in time in the future where
Don't hold your breath.
things are a little bit easier to broach.
Do you think that do you think that your friendship is that much of a prize? That I'm like, I need to go to therapy and I need to I need to think the right way. I need to fit in and I need to think the right way so that I can finally be friends with Ian and Anissa, who, by the way, judge me for being Israeli just for being born there, who secretly judge me and hate me and flirt with all of these people that fucking do unforgivable, despicable acts. God, I wish I could be their friend again. It's just crushing me.
I don't think we need to do it right now, but you've insisted that this is an important thing to address.
Yeah, it was important to me, which it wasn't to you, and that's what happened.
I would have been perfectly fine with you not blasting me on your Instagram story.
I would have been perfectly fine with you not being a shitty friend. He's talking silly again. He's back.
Sorry. I would have been perfectly fine with you not blasting me and my wife on your podcast.
Was that a problem? You fucking spineless hack Howard loser? Well, I don't think you're going to like this podcast very much then. Hit the laugh track. I don't think you're going to like this podcast very much then, sir. You spineless, degenerate loser. You are not even a shadow of your former self. You're dead. That's the thing. You're not even there's no shadow because you don't exist anymore. Like, a zombie came out of the earth and like okay, it's an extended metaphor.
That would be undead.
Yeah, it's an
Not
extended
dead.
metaphor. It's gone too much.
That would be undead.
Yeah. Thank you. Not undead. So I'm taking it back.
Well, it's the second time I've had to correct you.
I apologize. I apologize. I'll speak more clearly. Thank you for correcting me. Undead is a zombie? Or zombie and undead? Is that the same thing?
We want to stay out of the
they're
drama.
not the same thing, but yes, a zombie is undead, yes.
Okay, I said zombie. Splitting hairs.
Zombie.
Someone said, it's a golem, Ethan. You built him. Okay, Lawrence, chill out. That is anti-Semitic. Come on now. Enough with the hate speech already.
You said he was dead.
Okay, let's move on. I'm being silly. Let's move on. We're being silly, guys. You don't need to clip this, guys. You don't need to clip this as proof that I'm a tyrant boss. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I not say that silly enough? Ooh, I'm sorry. Am I not silly enough for you? Right.
Please stop it.
I'm sorry, but the guy knows comedy.
Podcast twice. I would be fine with you not brigading
Okay, that didn't really hit for me personally, as you can probably tell. But nonetheless, let's what are we 1:40, 1 hour 43 out of 4 hours 50. Wow.
A comment section on my podcast.
I didn't brigade your fucking comment section, you dumb loser bitch. Like if our fans end up over there. By the way, your fans are our fans. A lot of our fans liked your appearances on our show, and Nisa famously said, "I love going on your subreddit because."
Look, obviously the brigading point was absolutely pathetic and stupid. The brigading thing is dumb. Don't agree with the brigading point whatsoever. But guys, don't forget, of course, comments on YouTube videos. You need to have a little look at those and see if there's any anti-Semitic feelings in them. That's quite important, apparently.
So that's the only place on the internet they're nice to me. These are the people that you courted to come watch your fucking podcast. And guess what? Now you pissed them off. Deal with it, dumb bitch. How's it my turn? How's it my fault? You should be thanking me for even putting your dumbass on my fucking podcast when the whole world hated you and I didn't mind sticking my neck out for you. Oh, is that transactional? No, I expect some fucking, can you not have any expectations for your friends? Like, is that crazy? Okay.
It's 3,000 views a week because I prefer to not to do harassment campaigns and instead talk about Vampire's Kiss.
Ah, that's why no one watches.
A live stream comment saved somewhere. I'm pretty sure that post-stream thing, I mean, it's on the VOD obviously, but also, yeah, I think it is available on YouTube. If you really want to have a look, you can go and have a look at the comments.
Very good. Very good.
But the problem is that is a transactional thing, isn't it? Like you are setting up a transactional dynamic by saying, I did something for you, now you should do something for me. You know, the better argument is some level of support would be nice from a friend, and that doesn't necessarily have to be a public statement. And again, I don't want to loop on this. There's a multitude of things that you could do to show support that aren't necessarily tweeting out, you know, the house isn't actually covered in dog shit and they're good parents.
Can I at least say...
What happened Yeah.
This aggression.
I said the see you next Tuesday word.
Oh, yeah, don't say that.
I had the bill. I said
even know
You
if
snuck
people
that one
heard
in. I didn't even hear it.
I just want to be clear about what was cut because last time everyone
pretty
people go,
much-
what was cut? What was cut?
It was under the radar C word.
Yeah, it was. It was.
I don't want to be. I want to play it safe here. I don't want to get this whole video yoinked because I said the C word once. But I mean, he is a C word. You know, exactly.
That you're putting out.
So let me go back because I
So go
buttoned
for
out this
problem.
part. She actually.
She thinks they have a point.
Ian is lying about the eve of friendship. In the birthday roast of Ethan episode of H3 in 2021, he says Ethan is one of his closest friends.
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, because I was trying to establish this a bit. The same one didn't really go to plan because I just argued with chat for an hour. But yeah, it was trying to understand what the dynamic and history of their relationship was, and so they did have some sort of like meaningful, close friendship, basically, from what you're saying.
That's the problem.
Yeah. So go fuck
Thank you for the
yourself.
super chat.
I agree.
Go fuck yourself. What about your girl? This is what
What about your girl?
I'm talking about. This aggression that you're putting out into the world. What the?
Unlike what? Yeah.
What are you doing?
You're the passive.
Jokes constantly bombing is really taking the sting out of this review.
Yeah, some of the jokes aren't really hitting. I mean, the whole problem with this entire drama cycle over this is the original content cop just sucks. It's not very good. And it is kind of boring and very dry and very about politics and shit, you know? Yeah. It's really weird. Ethan thinks they were such good friends when Ian seems to think it was a passive thing. Well, Ian is lying about the true nature of their prior friendship in order to prop up the points he's making in his video. But what's also happened is Idubbbz has checked out of their friendship before Ethan realized that had happened. Okay? That is it's the more recent stuff where Idubbbz has checked out and is with the other side essentially already, and Ethan cannot perceive or determine that. Right? That is the issue at play there.
Pacifist, right? You're the supposed pacifist. I'm glad I could bring this out of you, buddy. I mean, it's really something no one else could do, apparently.
Fuck do you think we're gonna do? You think I'm gonna fucking sit on my hands when you do this shit?
Probably would have been wiser than this. You know? Yes, you could have done that. I thought you were the fucking Buddhist. You were the pacifist. You were like the enlightened, bro. You ascended.
Like, this is nasty.
Also, that's a good point as well. If behind the scenes, maybe Idubbbz was like fluffing up Ethan and being like, yeah, man, oh, it sucks, whilst doing this snake shit. Who knows?
We had such a fair response to
Why are you wearing a cold tooth? Like, is that like the little X factor about this video? Is like, I've got a gold tooth.
Do you want some fucking tea?
How is he gonna talk about me being nasty and not explain what happened that morning?
Pretty despicable.
I told you, I can't get over that point.
Yeah, just it's important to bear in mind that all these clips is the morning CPS was called. So pretty despicable business there to exclude that.
You guys were going through. We don't support harassment. It's a bad thing, but it happens.
That being said, I would like to jump on the top of a giant dog pile that's been going on for 2 years to end the hateful cycle.
You know what's a series where it happens a lot? Content cops.
I thought he disavowed that.
I was morally grandstanding and acting as if I'm any better than any of these people that I was making content cop videos on.
Right.
It's also indoctrinated a lot of people into thinking that this is an okay way to behave. I don't think anyone deserves that level of cruelty or hate. It's super irresponsible and shitty.
Like, listen, I know that didn't please everyone, but if you make a decision that's so drastic, at least stand by it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know?
That's fair.
Okay,
Agree
buddy.
with that.
Welcome back to the fray. How's it working out for you? Enjoy your new friends who will like literally abandon you the second you disagree with them on one single inch of the narrative.
You're perpetuating it.
You fuck.
Oh my god. Simon Stranger. Oh my god. You are like the fucking, you know, the primo Ethan shill. You are like literally deranged at how much you're shilling Ethan right now, dude. Oh.
Fucking propagandist, lying scumbag, terrorist supporter. Once again, why am I saying that and to who? Probably sets up a mirror and jerks off.
Dude, I don't like Ethan that much. What was he paying you then for all this defense you're doing? What the fuck, dude? Oh.
Watching himself. Dan KK. That's a joke. Is that a problem that I said a joke? I think Ian forgot what a joke is. I genuinely think he forgot.
I think there's a strong case for that here in this video. Like, seriously.
He forgot what a joke is. Why would you show that as some great example? Okay.
Take a joke.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. I even fucking...
Take a joke.
Bobby understands. Kay Clancy has a similar view on Hitler.
Bobby.
Because Dan Clancy,
Bobby
the
reference?
Nazi... By the way, fucking anti-Semite. So he says that my calling Dan KKK Clancy is harassing him. Where did that come from? Zach, do you know?
Dan KKK Clancy.
Whose voice was that?
I did.
Play it again.
Oh.
Whose voice was that?
God damn it, dude. Okay.
Dan KKK Clancy.
Dude, you know, I'm personally now starting to get a bit bored of this, and I'm ready to move on. But I'm plugged it. I can't not now. I feel like I've got to just do this now. I've got to see this out. Oh my god, dude. Why did I say I'd do this?
That wasn't Keemstar. That wasn't Keemstar. That wasn't Hasan. That would be really weird.
That would be weird.
Dan KKK Clancy.
Yeah.
Considering
it just shows how much times have changed. That these, you know, these internet beefs now, where you got the video being made and the response. It's just not what it was it? We're not dealing with the same materials as we were before. Oh, not good. Chud is exhausted for all the sweeping. Who am I even sweeping, dude? Who am I even sweeping for at this point, man? I honestly don't even fucking know who I'm supposed to be sweeping for. I feel like I'm, you know, critical of all aspects of this in every direction.
he's doing the Fortnite dance behind him, like taking this moral, but he can't be the one. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. That's impossible. It can't be.
I just realized.
It's okay, guys. We'll put a brave face on it. Okay, I'll sit here in my gaming chair for another few hours, and you know, put my cap in my hand and try and solicit some more donos. Tough job, but someone's got to do it. Okay.
Weird
You
as
want Hitler.
fuck.
By the way, I'll get into this later, but that's Hasan admitting that he's been to a Diddy party. The dude's been to a Diddy party after spending the last 2 years attacking
Bro, people were asking, I could not care less about this stupid Diddy party drama, man. Oh my
Get a recap of the 750-page Alice document instead, Chud.
Oh my god, it's on. Thank you for the $5. It's the most retarded forced drama I could imagine, and I literally am fucking done with the song drama as it is. Anyway,
Evil Dan for being Diddy, the diddler, because he, I don't know, some random association with Diddy. Bro, you've been to his party.
I just thought they were great reaction.
They are. They're very useful. Yeah. Fair. Because Dan Clancy, the Nazi, fucking anti-Semite, completely defensible. You should see why I said that.
Yeah.
Instead of just showing me saying something with zero context about who I'm talking about or why I'm saying it. Fucking great. Good content, bro. Super good.
You can't expect other people to stop harassing you if you continue to.
Okay, we're talking about harassment, or are we talking about your friends propagating CPS content?
It's funny because you know Hasan is annoyed by it. I mean, if you are into that, that's fine. That's up to you. But I'm just past finding stuff funny because Hasan is annoyed by it. Maybe back in 2022 that would have been enough for me, but let's just say I've seen a lot of drama where Hasan is annoyed, okay, and that I've had my fill. Let's put it that way.
Coming to my house to take my kids away. Like, we're not gonna play this game, okay? Where me being a dick and making fun of people is the same as your friend Denims supporting someone named Bad Empanada, showing him on stream when her whole chat is saying call CPS. Let's not play this fucking game. I mean, how pathetic does it get, dude?
How are you gonna talk about like not supporting harassment and start the video with like dancing and flipping us off with all of our current enemies?
Chud, you're having allergies or something. You seem a little under the weather. Hope you're okay. No. No, I'm fine as always. I'm great. No, honestly, listen, I'm having fun with this despite my otherwise, you know, seemingly disinterested perspective. I just hope that one day we can talk about something else. That's it. I felt like this when the fucking Hasan content nuke dropped, you know? So it's just that all over. Mark 2, Mark 3, Mark 4, Mark 5.
That's a really good question.
It just doesn't make sense.
That's a really good question. I think, is this his thing of like, the Leafy thing, like, I'm going to harass you back?
Hey! Woo! Woo! Thank you for the $10. Appreciate it.
But how do I make money off depressed people?
I honestly despise Hasan. Put the saturation of Hasan hate videos has reached critical.
Yes.
It's like beating a dead horse.
Silent but Dudley. Yes, exactly. Yeah, you get where I'm coming from. You get the vision, I think. Appreciate that. Thank you.
I don't know. It's not very well explained. I think I'm giving him a lot of grace by even like trying to explain that there's any like thought put into this video.
Harass people. Let's think about it on a micro level. Have you ever been in a comment section and found someone to argue with? It doesn't stop. It can literally go on forever if you don't want to touch grass.
I mean, yeah, this was kind of... Okay, what does that have to do with me?
I don't know.
Are you okay? You talking to me? Like a line, what happened today, that should never be crossed, even by like the most cynical... What am I talking about?
It's a bit like a movie. Think about a movie that you like, right? Imagine that you watch that movie maybe every 6 months, every few months if you really like it. You stick it on because it's a fucking favorite of yours, right? Okay? But then imagine if that movie, you know, were watching it every, like at what point are you watching that movie, or what schedule are you watching that movie that it starts to become boring and, you know, you become a bit frustrated with it? And you're like, oh my God, this movie, same old shit again. Here we go. Put it on again. Boom. There we go. And then imagine if watching that movie was somehow linked to your ability to make money. I don't know, something like that. Like, you know, that's the thing you got to think about with this.
Explain what's the line that was crossed.
What line was crossed, Ian?
Do you care just for a second to explain?
What line was crossed? Please tell the audience so they can follow. Toxic people. It's going to have ramifications in terms of how I conduct myself. In terms of these fair weather friends who are, you know, so happy to be friends as long as they're getting something out of it.
Ethan.
So again, he's not showing the context. What was the okay, I'll play this part. But did you guys ever find the context of what I was talking about here? Because I feel like I wasn't even talking about him. I could be wrong. I just don't remember ever saying like Ian was friends with me to get something out of it. I feel like he might be taking that out of context. I could be totally wrong, and I'd like to know one way or the other. If I did say that,
I thought you were talking about them, about Anissa and Ian in that clip.
That's the same clip of
it's all the
when
part of the same
CPS was
clip.
called.
Yeah.
Same clip.
It's part of the same conversation.
And that is a
don't think it's out of
rich thing to say. Like you're the H3 podcast, okay?
That's right. Keep my name in your mouth because I know you fucking.
People would rather watch you play Atomfall than cover this. That part where you flew out of the plane looking like Terminator with 3 other dudes. Wow.
Definitely. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you, Major Windy, for the super chat.
People.
How's that little cheeky? Oh, I can't actually see when the goal ends anymore. It's completely in the dark to me. 12/20. Thank you for the support as always, guys. I massively appreciate you. Okay, thank you.
Love it.
Wonderful.
A lot of friends of the show.
Another one. Thank you.
Sam's finasteride fits when people get under his skin will never ever get old.
Thank you for the $5.
There's even more fair weather friends of the show. Let's not.
Oh yeah, I'd like to welcome you in the halls of greats such as Jimmy Lee. Welcome to the annals of history, my friend. You've now been converted from friend to enemy on h3lore.com. It's happening.
Ooh, let's not get into this shit, okay? That is so bizarre and insulting to say.
Yeah, by the way, I am insulting you because I think you are a disgusting human being and are worthy of being insulted.
Suggest that I was only ever being friends with you to get something out of it.
I don't think that's what I meant because I don't think that's something I would ever say. I think I must have been talking more like generally just about how. I guess actually, you know what? He did have a lot to get out of us. No, it wasn't out of context because he was happy to come on and promote Creator Clash 1 and 2 when when it was basically like an H3 fan meetup in those fucking arenas, and to come on and promote it and do all this. And then I 100%. And by the way, I co-sign it. I'm going back. I remember now. I'm owning it. Yeah, that's what happened. You were happy to come on the podcast and get this tremendous promotion for your event. But when all I wanted for you to do was say the bare minimum of like, hey, you know.
I mean, you were describing a transactional relationship. Like, it's so funny that he's acting like it's absurd that people are saying this is transactional. You were presenting it as transactional here.
As much as possible.
This is not true, by the way.
And add to anything.
This is fucked up. This is not true about CPS, whatever, like the bare minimum. But remember what he said. Our silence means something. Okay.
No, I'm friendly with you, and I'd say I'm a light friend.
Okay.
Okay.
The whole downplaying of the friendship. Okay.
Because it's been pleasant hanging out with you. I've enjoyed your content over the years. And as of late, it's gotten really fucking shitty.
Yeah, so go fuck yourself.
I agree.
Who else? Who else do we want to burn today?
Who else do we want to burn today? You're making it so fucking...
Like, you could amend... Dude, this is what I've been trying to get across to you guys, okay? I've been trying to get this across to you guys. I'm going to try one more time, okay? There is nothing wrong with expecting someone you believe to be a friend to support you when you're in a tough spot. Okay? Nothing wrong with that. Okay? That support can take many forms. And people have got it in their heads that it has to be a public statement. I don't believe it has to be a public statement, but some level of support somehow is reasonable to expect. But the way that he's framing it now is making it sound extremely transactional, and that there's a specific act that has to be engaged in, an act which may not even meaningfully impact the situation beyond showing support, and could end up looking very bad on your part if you tweet out the wrong thing and bring you into the drama in a way that makes you look like a total shitter. Okay? That is my most calm way of expressing that perspective without spurging out a chat, right? That, I think, is much more reasonable. But unfortunately, what it feels like here is Ethan is creating this transactional dynamic and coming up with ultimatums that doesn't come across like that. Okay? That's the issue. Now, hopefully, we can leave it at that. If you disagree, that's fine. I'm fine to accept that some people are going to disagree with this, and that's okay. That is my perspective on this.
Obvious that this is your emotional dumping ground. It's horrible.
Yeah, it's called the H3 Podcast. It's always been my emotional dumping ground. What are you talking about? It's my show. I can dump. I can take a dump on you. I'll take a dump on anyone. And by the way, give the context of why we were angry. Yeah. You just said burning more people.
Not what podcasts are. There was a way to.
Are you the arbiter of what a podcast is? Sorry, I'm pausing it too much, but this claim is insane.
Today, you're making it so fucking obvious that this is your emotional dumping ground. It's horrible. This is not what podcasts are.
He is the fucking keeper of podcasts. I didn't know that. Ian is the decider of what podcasts are. Mm-hmm. Oh, I defer to your expertise, sir. With 3,000 episodes per 3,000 views per episode, clearly you are in a class of your own, sir. Allow me to talk silly for a minute. Sorry.
There was a way to approach this to say yeah, we feel hurt by you guys not saying something.
You said that in a text message to them privately.
Yeah, you've decided to do the extra thing and attack. Now, in fairness, I am attacking back. But I feel very insulted, and I feel defensive, and I feel like I am speaking up for a lot of people who have problems with you.
What a hero, man.
Oh, wow.
It's not just about him.
The president of Snark, you guys. Introducing Idubbbz.
Snark Dubs.
Snark Dubs.
Is this Snark Dubs? Is that a good one, maybe? Because I feel like Snark is like the biggest embarrassment. It's not that good. Yeah. We'll work on that. Yeah.
And a lot of people who have been on the receiving end of your harassment.
It's so easy to be anti-racist. Everybody's anti-racist. Mm-hmm. Racism is the worst thing in the world, right? We fucking hate racists. Fuck racists.
Microaggressions.
The minute that they actually have to stick their neck out for somebody, the minute they have to actually risk something to put themselves in under scrutiny, to sacrifice something personally to stand up for racism, then all of a sudden it's like, hey, I don't want to get involved.
And that's drama.
How much do you care?
I don't do drama.
This is harassment. How do you actually care? Isn't that the whole point? Like,
I realize that Ethan.
That's his example of us harassing people?
Yeah. This is us harassing them, apparently.
No, I don't think that's the case. I think it's more so just pointing out, oh, look, you're acting like you're Martin Luther King or something, right? That's the point. I mean,
that was before when I thought he was sane and actually thought calling CPS was a bad thing to do. Now I understand that they don't, so I guess my perspective has changed.
Scared what time is it? Now than they've probably ever been. I feel like anti-Semitism is a thought in their heads now.
I love how you trivialize that. It's a thought in their heads. I guess anti-Semitism might be something that they're imagining exists in their heads.
I mean, there's a lot of voices in your head, Ethan.
Certainly.
One of them might be that anti-Semitism
You're paranoid, sir. By the way, fuck Israelis. I will never defend an Israeli. As long as I live.
Why?
Charlie's a defender. Don't play him like that.
Now more than ever. And it's not completely unjustified to be thinking about that sometimes.
Not completely.
You guys are just hurt, and you're kind of like dancing around and making very...
I've said this before, but imagine Ian saying this to another minority group who's complaining about racism targeting them.
You don't have to imagine it.
To another minority group?
Yeah.
That's his whole career.
Yeah.
You're right. He's the N-word guy.
The N-word, F-word guy.
Oh, that's a good point. He's the N-word guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he told him to not be offended by it.
Can we stop? Everyone's got an edgy past. Yes, okay, yes. We shouldn't throw stones at glass houses. What the fuck? Didn't he say it too?
Mental midgets at us until it's out of your system. Nobody would hold it against you.
Thank you for the super chats. Personally, I'm shocked that Chud's analysis of H3's analysis of this video where Idubbbz analyzes H3's behavior is not incredibly exciting. Don't worry, guys. It's going to get good soon.
He's literally doing the same shit.
He's doing the same thing. He's the same person. He hasn't changed at all.
Yeah.
He just switched from black people to Jewish people.
I don't think anyone deserves that level of cruelty or hate. Like loose, poorly thought out analogies for something that doesn't even apply to us. It's like me making this video is the standing up for something, and it's saying, "Fuck you! You guys are being bad." You know, I don't think you're bad people, but you're being bad.
I think actually, let me say, I think you're bad people. I think you and Anissa are disgusting, evil, rotten people that have capitalized on a dog pile to add to an insane harassment campaign that's been leveled against me. You guys took the opportunity to jump on top, take an easy dub to try to revitalize your dead fucking career because you're about to do Creator Clash 3, which is obviously going to be a disaster, and you are preparing for that eventuality, and you're using me as a stepping stone. But guess what? This stepping stone is loose, bitch, and it's like one of those trap stepping stones where you step on it, but it goes in the water and you fall into the swamp. That's what he stepped on. Oh, trapped him.
Behaving poorly, you're hurting people.
I mean, go back to civil rights. You think that the people who are like the white kids who are protesting with the black students, you think that they were just like not risking anything? Those kids who are marching with the black students and...
So in Ethan's analogy, he's the black student and I'm the white student, but I'm the white student that's not, you know,
I think
marching
that's
by his side.
Is that understandable? I'm tweaking it to make sure that it's understandable.
To be fair, he's
get things moving.
Yeah. It comes off a little dramatic. I don't think my point was that I'm thinking of myself as
I understand the broader point,
but he's right. This is okay. He hit on something. He hit on a point here. You're right. That was hyperbolic. I apologize.
I'm not doing the difficult thing. You're gonna have to march on your own, black student.
Marching with the black students and
that was funny. That's the first time. Yeah, the first time the video made me laugh.
Now there's the Idubbbz I remember.
There he is.
There we go. Why is it inspiring? Why is it inspiring?
Well, and it's the same thing, to bring it back to the song just because, but it's kind of the same thing. Like I was thinking about going to Gaza until I found out it's dangerous. He's a total performative activist that doesn't give a single fuck about the cause.
It's been performed exquisitely, harassing one person and seamlessly transitioning into harassing another one.
He keeps trying to characterize talking about people's harassment. It's very bizarre. Yeah. I was doing this great joke, which still is hard hitting as can be. There's a song being like, I'm actually thinking of going to Gaza. Yeah. And then he's like, actually, it's too dangerous. They can't guarantee my security after he like collected all the flowers for being, he's thinking about you guys. That's a great point. That's fair criticism. It's funny. It's hard hitting. It's great. That's why you don't recognize it when you look at it. You're like, you don't recognize it. This is what comedic genius.
Oh, is that the point? Oh, okay. So it was a mockery of I understand the point, right? Someone is collecting positive impressions off of saying, like, I mean, I don't know if I really had much of a take on that when I watched it originally anyway. I can't remember. But in any case, yeah, if you're making a joke or making light of the fact that someone is collecting virtue, essentially, or saying they're going to do something that they're never reasonably going to be able to do, yeah, I can see that, definitely.
This looks like.
When we going to Gaza?
You're like a vampire now. You used to see yourself in the mirror, but you don't anymore. You see nothing. When you look in the mirror, you see my face.
They're full on vampires.
Yeah.
If anyone's been watching,
you wouldn't see your face because there would be no face. This is the third time I've had to correct you on supernatural beings this episode. The second time on vampires, and yeah, when there would be no reflection. It's not like it's a different person when the vampire looks in the mirror.
Are vampires undead?
Yes.
Okay, there it is. I just asked a question. You didn't get asked so testy. You too, Nate. Is he?
Hasan was saying for a while he was going there and said, they couldn't give me security guarantees and didn't go. Wow. Yeah, it's a fucking battered Dude, what an absurd concept in the first place. I'm thinking about going into an active war zone. Beyond the front, I'm going to literally where the tanks are shelling right now. They can't give me security guarantees. I think I'll give it a miss.
Ian undead?
No.
Potentially. He might be a zombie-fied version of himself.
Here, I'm pretty sure they have a good idea of your feelings about Hasan.
Like people like Anissa are the perfect example because she's friends with these people. She's friends with Denims.
Okay, Robin, obvious, clear, trolled, identified. You didn't laugh a single time at any of Ethan's jokes. Do you hold a grudge against him or something? There were some funny moments, but these aren't hitting me exactly as I'd like, no.
Denims is streaming this story about our kid getting Giarda from the dog, whatever.
I'm sorry.
That's the extent of his inclusion of why we're upset, by the way.
Sorry, I'll accept this position from anyone.
Chud's got Warzone on the mind. I don't actually have Warzone on the mind. I just don't want to turn this stream into some absurdly long, ridiculous thing for something I'm not really that interested in. So I was trying to tweak it so that the speed is enough to get things moving whilst not making it completely incomprehensible. So that is why I'm doing that, okay?
After you guys, you have laid the groundwork for this type of streaming, which is watching people.
I think he just called me an innovator. Once again,
trailblazer.
Accepting the compliments as they come.
Yes, I do. Although I played quite badly yesterday. I had one good game where I did a few decent moments, but yeah. Do you know what it is? I always struggle. I need to record my sessions and then play them back on stream to show you that, you know, I do actually sometimes play okay. Because normally I just play absolutely terribly when you guys are watching.
And giving your unfiltered...
Oh, come on. This girl? The girl. The girl. Again, he doesn't know what's funny. He doesn't know what a joke is. He forgot. That's why
They're investigating you, homie.
Like, you know, it's like you don't have to go all out. Like, were you offended?
Dude, I'm going to do one of those montages. I'll have to play for quite a while to get enough footage together. But you remember those old montages that you used to do when it was, oh God, dude. I remember like playing Gears of War, say, and there'd be some fucking retard who would go and grab Sniper, and they weren't doing it because they actually wanted to support the team and play well. They literally just wanted to clip farm. So they would just do these absurd moves trying to get the lucky headshots off. And then they like post it with this fucking music like, yeah, look how bass time. It's like, bro, that is off the back of like tons of tons of hours of footage. And people do it now with Call of Duty, with Warzone, because there's a mode which is predominantly bots, and you get these like really sweaty players that get in there, and they're clearly just trying to farm clips and shit. You know, it's ridiculous. Or like, oh, I got so many kills that game.
Much offensive, over the top back then. Did you owe people an apology? And should you have grown and changed? Yes. But whatever you I don't know what you went some other direction after that. That's like not it. Played it backwards? Interesting. Whoa. Okay, stop harassing her, Zach. This is inappropriate. You're disgusting harasser right there playing that
I hope
soundbite.
kids get taken away from him. Oh, I hope so. They would be so much better off.
Oh, well, that's mean to say. She said that.
Your unfiltered reaction to it. Why would you expect Anissa, of all people, to say something to Denims? Okay, so by that logic, we should be saying shit to you guys all the time. But I have a feeling you guys wouldn't like if we said...
You can say, if you think I'm being unfair to your friend, I welcome you to tell me.
Said shit like that to you all the time.
I would have loved to have known that you were actually on Denim's side when it comes to calling the CPS to take my kids away from me. That would have actually saved us a lot of trouble and effort.
Yeah, we've been respecting you as independent content creators. You can do what you want. We'll treat.
I love that we've been demoted to independent content creators. We went from buddies to collaborators to friends to light friends to independent
content creators.
You as adults. Maybe we shouldn't have been treating you as adults.
She could say so much, and it would make her a little bit uncomfortable, right? It's not comfortable. She'll get a little bit of shit.
Yeah, just for
But
saying
that would be commendable.
And by the way, it kind of speaks for itself that saying, hey, their house is clean, they're actually good people, like that's going to get you shit. That kind of says it all, doesn't it? That's a good point. That guy's smart.
There isn't a single person that I respect who would give a fuck if I publicly said that Ethan and Hila are great with their kids, Ethan and Hila didn't kill their dog, and Ethan and Hila wipe their asses or don't have giardia or whatever.
That's actually just a straight up lie. Denims would have taken a cross with that. Hasan probably would have taken cross with that. Bad Empanada would have taken issue with that. A lot of the psychotic snarkers and people on social media.
You mean all the people in the beginning of his video?
Everyone in the beginning of his video, yeah, basically. Like, that's just a lie, bro. That's just a total fucking lie.
I also want to say, I know you do wipe your ass because we've had extensive conversations.
Yeah. Right on the show.
You clogged it with fucking paper towels once, bro.
Right.
I didn't wipe with the paper towels.
Well, the issue is that you put it in the bottom to catch everything, and then it becomes a block.
Must I always live in humiliation?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is an apology not enough? This is like Gallant of the toilets.
Well, have you stopped doing that? Have you stopped doing that?
No, I bet
I don't do it. Yes.
I don't believe you.
Content.
Why? I'm not. There's nobody clogging. There's no clogging.
All right, I got it. We're gonna make a video called Content Clog. That'll be it.
Or a clog call.
Yeah, clog.
I don't find it funny.
Ethan's employees come out.
Hold on. Clip this. There's clearly a lot of tension back there. I wonder what he does to them off camera.
Whatever the prompt is. No one would care. The only person who would care is me, because I'm like, why did I tweet this out?
So, yeah. Right. He's like, the only one that would be mad about it is me, because you shouldn't be defended by anyone. Proving your point, by the way. You're so dumb.
Okay, hold on. Okay, bro. It's never ending with this fucking single point, is it? I think the point that's being made is what exactly do you tweet out and how do you do it in a way that doesn't just make you sound totally bizarre? And what benefit is there of actually doing it in the first place?
Like, wow.
I'm not tweeting out because I'm not your fucking lapdog. That's why I'm not.
You're right. You're Hassan's lapdog.
Yeah,
I apologize.
You've graduated.
Yeah, I thought you were my lapdog. You were in someone else's lap the whole time. You dang rascal, you.
Oh my God.
By the way, I love the presumption that just saying something like in behalf of your friend is being a lapdog. Like, okay, bud.
I'm not tweeting it out. I'm not saying it to my
audience. Right. Got Shelby. I just want to single out Shelby particularly, as having particularly good takes on this whole thing and fair takes as well. HDR Kilo or AK? HDR's broken. HDR and the C-Max. That's what I'm using at the moment. I don't really like the AK. It's not accurate enough at medium range. So the C-Max I think is a good balance between the Kilo and the AK. But yeah, there we go. I mean, the meta at the moment is actually pretty good. There's not like just one overarching rifle that everyone is using like there normally is. So I think they've done quite a good job of it, to be honest. Anyway, thank you for the super chats. Yeah, I think that... What was I saying? I got distracted. I got distracted by Warzone. I'm not thinking about Warzone, guys, okay? I promise. What?
Because I don't give a fuck. It's not my business.
That's, in my opinion, doing something that's difficult and standing by your principles. That's the whole point. That's what makes standing by your principles admirable, is that it's not always easy. It's
Why
very
are you
smart.
saying that I'm not standing up for my
I was
principles?
going to say, Shelby has got very fair takes on this whole thing, and making the point about making the Shane Dawson ass tweet. Yes, exactly. It's so crazy that people don't grasp it and don't understand it. That like a badly worded tweet about this could end up with you getting roped in. You're looking to defend a friend, which obviously apparently they were never friends. They were collaborators, whatever. But you end up getting roped in a way that just makes you look like a fucking retard, and you get fucking bought into the memes too.
When you don't even know what they are.
No, admittedly, I was totally wrong.
That's the
I
thing.
thought you were saying that calling CPS to take someone's kids away erroneously out of spite was a bad thing to do.
Yeah.
So I apologize. I completely read the situation wrong. I didn't know that you were actually supporting that. So again, you're totally right here. I did not know your principles, and I apologize for making that assumption.
I get, like, we're a little bit past directly naming me, so we might have gone off on a tangent. If you maybe accepted the phone call and we talked about it, you could have asked me, hey, what are your principles? And I can tell you the way I've been behaving is exactly in line with...
This is why I didn't answer your call. I fucking had CPS visit my house. I don't want to talk to you about your principles.
I would get memed on to defend a friend, but I might be weird. No, you wouldn't. Nope. No, you fucking wouldn't. You guys are such fucking sidelines copers. It's unbelievable, right? It's so much more difficult and complicated when you're the one typing the fucking tweet, and especially someone like Idubbbz and his fucking missus who gets loads of shit. Like, no, you would at least, like, even if you would eventually do it, which I'm skeptical about, it would not be as simple as you're making it out to be, okay? Oh yeah, the entirety of the internet is going to laugh and mock at you for weeks, possibly more than that, because you put out a badly worded tweet.
No, it was going to be some dumb, fucking pathetic conversation of empty platitudes where he would tell me what a great guy and what a great friend I am, while simultaneously admitting here to believing the exact opposite, being friends with the people.
Oh my God, yes, Brewer, exactly. Some people get it so hard. I love it. I love it that people are actually getting this, okay? I'm sure if I was super famous and had everyone breathing down my neck, I'd do the right thing. Exactly. Yes,
because I'm Israeli, you too. And like, you are just a phony bitch. And that is why I stopped being your friend. That's why
this is, okay. See? Oh my God, it is actually working. Oh, we're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting some reasonable fucking grounds here. Okay. I'd at least tell them I didn't want to do that. Yeah, of course. I've said about, I completely agree that you need to be more upfront, and the idea that your silence means something. No, you need to say, I don't want to do that. I'm not interested in that. I don't want to fucking get whatever. And as far as I understand, that didn't happen. Sure, there's a sort of cowardice there. Fine. But this is exactly my point. Support can come in lots of different formats, and there's ways that support could have been offered that weren't exactly this, you know?
You out, and that is why, and I thank you for proving that all the assumptions I made were correct.
My principles. Now we're going to talk about the BDS list.
This is a joke.
We're going to start off with...
Also, yeah, it's not about saying that. It's about being clearer about the nature of your friendship. It's about being like, look, I don't fuck with you anymore. Right? That's the kind of thing I'm thinking more of, you know? I'm the perfect epic guy. I will take a J down for my friend right now if it meant that retards online don't think the dog is shitting all over the house. The ultimatum, yeah. I don't like the ultimatum part. I think I'm fairly certain that many people in chat, even, you know, the fucking most biggest Ethan defenders are like, okay, the ultimatum is, you know, not ideal at the very least. Let's put it that way, okay? Like, the idea of making ultimatums, you shouldn't be making ultimatums. Ultimatums are not a pleasant, friend-driven thing that you're doing, you know?
Frogan, because obviously this is like as bad as it gets. If you're following Frogan,
the BDS
that can
thing,
only mean that you're anti-Ethan. Oh, this is not a good start. Love of the H3 podcast.
Yep.
You are following Frogan, so that means that you are anti-Ethan. Sam, Mord Pie, friend of the show.
Mord Pie.
Should we just skip it? It's so dumb.
No, people need to see this. This man doubled down on this segment. He invested quite a lot, which doesn't say a lot because this is very poorly edited, but he invested a lot of effort into this segment where the premise is if I should be angry at them for following someone and not the fact that you're friends with them, support them, agree with them, or
it's not like what we care about is their actions.
It's not rocket science. I know that following isn't an endorsement, but being their friend and being their DMs and like is an endorsement. You know what I mean? And talking with like Froggy Tonic, who's a psychopath, on Twitter during the harassment campaign. Yeah, that says something more than just following them, dipshit. Our silence means something. Remember, you admitted, Dork.
Olivia, Ian, daily dose of internet is anti-Ethan.
I just let it play.
Oh my god, Ian said, okay. What do you genuinely think that I'm defending Ian? You genuinely think I'm sat here and my thought process is I'm defending Ian? Ian is, well, Ian has clearly done nothing wrong in this situation. Like, you guys are just not listening to what I'm saying.
Fucked up.
It's so dumb.
Etiquette.
I'm just gonna let it play.
Asmongold's in here. Asmongold follows Frogan. No, Asmon. That means you're anti-Ethan. That's fucked up.
I can't
We're
believe.
gonna want to avoid these creators at the top.
I can't believe what a poorly conceived point.
Oh, slightly. God, you people are so dishonest, bro. The ultimatum is not to associate. No, that's not the ultimatum, is it? That's not the ultimatum at all. The ultimatum is you must make a public tweet saying my house is covered in shit.
This is. It's truly mind-bending.
Yeah. Also, I don't know if I'm tripping, but did he use photos from hlore.com?
Like, okay. Let's say the ultimatum was, hey, you're friends with these people. I can't fuck with that. I don't want to be friends anymore. Whatever. More clear, more direct. Something like that. Fine. Whatever. Maybe there's something in that. But that's not what happened, is it? He literally could have just tweeted the harassment campaign is insane and calling CPS is disgusting. Oh my God. Right. I thought we were getting somewhere, but we're not. People are too retarded, unfortunately. Tragic. Tragic.
Yeah, you did.
Tragic.
Shout out.
Nice.
That website's not for you. Okay. It's for everybody. hlore.com for everybody. It's for everybody.
It's a great plug.
You're right.
For the list, but one tier below them are the creators who associate with them. They're essentially endorsing all of their statements. You got me, you got Anissa, I think Hasan's in there. You'd think that Hasan would be on the top of the BDS list, but that's not the case. Hasan provides additional value for people. Ethan can turn a blind eye to people collaborating with Hasan because that's what he did. You got to be the lowest of the low to be...
What?
Speechless. Give me a minute. So he's claiming that when I started the show with Hasan 2 years ago, I'm a hypocrite. Dude, okay, all right. First of all, he says I didn't criticize Theo Von because I'm scared of like I'll let him finish this point.
Associating with the Frogans and the Denims of the world. To associate with Hasan, that just makes sense because he's famous and he's got a massive fan base. Also, Ethan still follows Hasan on Instagram, so Hasan is in his feed.
And that's showing up right up on Anissa's and Idubbbz feed.
It's important to remember that this is a living document.
I misspoke. I didn't say feed. I meant that, well, you were appearing in his feed in the messages. You were messaging with them. He wasn't like, obviously I don't know what's on your feed. I'm not clairvoyant, bro.
And people can be removed or
Sam Cedar? Sean DeBlack? Again, I don't know anything about him.
Onto it, depending
Why does he want to be part of this so badly?
How Ethan's feeling that day. You have this other tier of creators that exist below Hasan but are still anti-Ethan, but Ethan really doesn't want to bring your attention to these ones because it's kind of unpopular, A lot of them are famous. It's no coincidence that Ethan stays silent when these powerful, popular men are...
Yeah, when I heard this, I was skeptical of the argument that Ian was making. And the Stavros thing seemed like a throwaway comment. So I'm not sure if that really makes sense that he would feel the need to call that out. And then apparently he did call out one of these people. So this, I guess, was kind of weak, I think. And yeah, let's see what Ethan says.
Are supporting Hasan.
Who the fuck is this?
It's because Ethan is a coward. He's a bitch-made coward.
By the way, do you actually believe that? I mean, we're friends, right? We've known each other for a long time. Do you actually think I'm a coward, Ian? Is that what I'm representing to you now? Now, let me say this. These are not my friend. Jeff is my friend, and we did speak with him about it on the show and privately. Okay.
Okay.
So that happened. Now you claim that I should be calling out Stavros, who's just a guest on my podcast, who I'm not friends with. I've never chatted with him off the show. Nothing. I don't know who the fuck this is. But he shows Theo Von, which again, not a friend. But I will tell you this, because your content copying research goes so deep. This is what I posted when I saw that Hasan was on Theo Von's podcast. Pretty biting stuff here. Theo Von having Hasan on and not asking about his statement to kill Rick Scott, his love and support for terrorism, his disdain of liberal democracy is truly an embarrassment that I hope Theo Von doesn't soon live down. Absolute shame. Ironically similar to how Hasan interviewed a Houthi terrorist. Wow, what a coward. I mean, bro, you're fucking just wrong. Like, what an idiot. What a loser. What a coward.
Oh, okay. So yeah, he did call out. So the Theo point is moot from the looks of it. Then, so he did call out this Theo guy. People were saying that. So he did. Okay. So he's just wrong about that.
I mean, bro, you're fucking just wrong. Like, what an idiot. What a loser. By the way, there's a whole side convo about how I'm lying because they did talk about Rick Scott. Now, for the record, Theo did not ask him about Rick Scott. He did not come prepared to talk about someone that I consider to be.
Can someone explain what the drama is? Basically, two retards fighting. I don't know.
A terrible force in the culture and the country. He didn't come prepared, right? And so he gave Hasan the opportunity to bring up his threats or his calls to kill Rick Scott, and to frame it in a way where it's not a big deal and people just misunderstood me and all this kinds of stuff, which is a provable lie, right? And so they're trying to be like, oh, Ethan's a liar because they didn't talk about Rick Scott. I'm just for posterity. It's stupid. Theo Von did not bring up Rick Scott. Hasan did, and that's my point. So again, I expect just a full-on apology for getting this part wrong. Yeah.
Ethan has an unreasonable amount of respect for these comedians because they have power, they're quick, and I think he knows that they don't fuck with his ideology. But he's going to keep...
Do you think Theo Von's a leftist? Are you aware of anything in this world? The dude had Trump on his podcast. Like, what? He's just such an idiot. It's so stupid.
That to himself because the last thing that he wants to discover is that people that he respects and looks up to, they don't fuck with him.
Bill Burr came on. It was like the worst fucking show. This boy went all the way. This dude's doing Goku Naru shit. This dude's recreating Goku Naru. You're talking to Bill Burr thing, bro? Holy fuck. Horrible. That was like my lowest moment on podcast history. I like to talk about Bill Burr ruined my life. Bill Burr made Ethan go on Lexapro. I was prescribed it and it was in my bedside. And then it was the Bill Burr. What is happening? That made me finally start.
He's saying that you look up to comedians, which again, his examples were Stavros, who is a comedian.
Not friends with.
But then Jeff,
we've talked about it on the show.
Comedian?
Jeff's a friend. We've talked about him having.
No, but is he somebody you look up to as a comedian?
No.
Right.
No offense to Jeff, I just don't.
And then Theo Von, who's a comedian.
I don't look up to any of these people, for the record. He makes it seem like I've got all these people and like I've got posters of them on the wall. I don't look up to any of these people. So his point is that, what's his point?
Well, assuming that you did look up to those people, that you're afraid to criticize them because you look up to them and you want their approval, so you won't talk shit about them.
And the Bill Burr part proves what?
This is the proof that you look up to comedians because you did look up to Bill Burr, and when he came on the show and it didn't go well, it made you really depressed because everybody was giving you a lot of criticism for it.
Okay.
It only really makes sense if you did look up to these other examples that he's giving, but since you don't, I did the...
Oh, okay, I didn't really get that either yesterday when I watched it, or whenever it was, but... Is it not more so, like, is there not an element of this of like Ethan was just very disappointed that he totally fluffed the interview as well? This is proof that Ethan was graped by Bill Burr.
Point doesn't really matter.
Also the small inconvenient fact of me.
I took off the wig because it was giving me a headache, man.
You're free, bro. Free yourself.
It's okay.
Apparently, I'm going to have to wear it on Monday because Jeff is coming on Monday.
Jeff is going to style it on Monday.
So you're getting an extra day. So just leave me alone for today. Okay, I got a headache.
The beautiful images of you with the bows.
You don't need to apologize. And what a week it's been for you to have it on. By the way, and everything you said, and also this inconvenient fact, which is just...
And the fact that you did call one of those people out. Yeah, so it's not really hitting, is it?
If any of them, I could say I wouldn't even say I look up to Theo Von. I think he's very funny. Like I like his sense of humor a lot. So I guess I was gonna say, if you can say I look up to any of them, well, that's less and less true because he's just gone like way too conservative grift. So I wouldn't say I look up to him. I still think he's very funny. So if you might say that he's the closest thing to someone I look up to, and he's explicitly the one that I called out in very harsh terms, might I say?
Make the whole point make no sense.
Yeah, he could erase this part from the video.
By the way, also,
I'm just wondering how this Ethan Hasan drama didn't end up being way more interesting than this. It was at the start. At the start, it was great, you know, all the Leftovers podcast is ending over this shit. Loads of fucking shit going on. But it's dragged on for so long, and now this has happened. I don't know, maybe it's my coverage of it. Maybe because I'm not as invested in this, it's not as entertaining for you. I'm not sure. But, you know, I'm sat here genuinely, like, not as invested as I feel like I otherwise would be in some of this stuff, you know?
Point.
Oh, sorry, what?
I think the secondary point is that it's a comedian that doesn't fuck with you. I think he's trying to say Bill Burr didn't fuck with you when you interviewed him. I think that's the secondary point.
And again, that's stupid because we had a second interview.
It's like you had the initial period where the falling out was beginning, and then the podcast ended, and then there was the drama that came about as a result of that, but they still had this kind of shaky friendship, and then Ethan started escalating his attacks on Hasan and criticizing him, and that then led to more of a blow-up, which led to the content nuke, which is now drip-fed and continued on for weeks and weeks, months and months, and now we're here with this content cop, you know, reigniting it, essentially. Who cares if you're invested? Well, I mean, obviously, I'm not saying you have to care if I'm invested in it, right? I mean, I'm just a dancing monkey for some of you, many of you even. But I'm just pointing out that it could be that if someone was genuinely into all of this still, then maybe they'd make it more engaging. But I don't know, man. I mean, obviously, react to react is rough as it is. And, you know, we're getting there, though. We're getting there. 2 hours 18. Come on.
Right. And he's the one that reached out to do it.
By the way,
on.
I want to say the fact
we're
that
halfway
he's
through.
Weaponizing the Bill Burr moment and like how it affected you mentally, and you opening up about mental health and how much like we've gone through with talking about mental health, and then he has the audacity to tell you to go get help. Like, I'm sorry, can you make sense for once?
No, he's.
We are ones that actually talk about mental health all the time, and the Bill Burr was the beginning of it. Actually, when Ethan talked about,
I was extremely vulnerable talking about how that affected me.
and we got a lot of shit for it too.
Very
which is
embarrassing.
Stupid
It was very,
that people
very
do that.
embarrassing. I didn't want to. I was just being very vulnerable about it, and like, yeah, it's just scumbag behavior to weaponize that. Especially considering we're friends, and he knows we've talked about that situation. You know how I felt about that situation. You know what it did to me, and to try to weaponize that as some own of proof of I don't even know what, like totally unnecessary. Is just a pathetic low blow that says more about him than me.
Yeah, I don't know. I also don't know who does he think he's talking to when he says go get help? Like we do get help.
But also, that's just not like an insult.
We do all that.
Like
so.
I don't think that that's like a funny thing. Like I find a lot of these
Using it as
leftists.
an insult, yeah.
One of the ongoing motifs I've noticed of leftists criticizing me is that I'm crashing out. I'm losing my mind. I'm crazy. I'm schizo-posting. Whatever. Yada yada yada. The constant thread that's perpetrated by Hasan and everybody downstream, including Idubbbz now, is that the problem is that I'm crazy.
Right. It's a way to like delegitimize anything you're saying because you're just
crazy making. It's totally. It's just totally insincere, bad faith, mean-spirited shit. Period.
Stavros goes on Hasan's stream and he mocks your content nuke.
I actually saw a really interesting video about you, man, and I don't know that I'm even comfortable being here anymore.
Oh no!
It really kind of shed light on you in a way.
Yeah.
You kind of like have leftist politics and stuff like that, and I actually feel betrayed. Yeah. And so I'm actually just here to let you know this is the last time I'm ever coming.
You don't fire back.
Yeah, I mean, so Stavros isn't my friend. I saw that clip and it did make me. It made me like, damn, that's kind of annoying, right? Like it made me feel like, yeah, that's kind of sucks. But he's not my friend. I would be totally out of line to message him and say, hey, don't associate with Hasan. That's fucking nuts.
Out of line. And also, he's kind of joking about it, making a joke.
Yeah, he's super silly guy.
I can't say that I liked it, but he's making a joke. Like,
yeah, he's super silly guy, and like at the end of the day, I don't even know how serious he's being there.
Yeah.
So, epic own, bro. You fucking got.
Yeah, that's. I mean, that is. Yeah, much. I mean, the second point was more what I thought it was, but you know, it wasn't really that big a deal to them. But they're also apparently not even really friends. So what does it matter? Right.
Me again.
Because you're coping, so you're just going to tuck your tail between your legs and never mention.
But then you know, sure, I can accept that. I agree with that. But then it's like, you know, it just backs up the idea more that Ethan needs to stop biting off more than he can chew and going at fucking, you know, 20 different directions at all these different random freaks that are coming in online. You know, oh, look, socialist, fucking communist, blah, 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 Twitter account has tweeted about me again. Like, just fucking, dude, just fucking disregard that then. Why are you going so hard at a bunch of total nobody freaks and just, you know, seemingly causing yourself like more stress and shit? It's just ridiculous.
Your podcast that mentions everything. You're bringing up some fucking connection I have on Twitter. Someone mocks you on a stream. You're not touching it. Fuck you. You're a
Black
coward.
shit.
It's just his job.
You don't know what you're talking about.
It's hard to argue with people that are this dumb.
Yeah.
Because, bro, it's not the same fucking thing. Stavros saying something on Hasan's podcast. It's not the same thing as you and Anissa being friends with people that called that helped CPS come to our house. It's not the same. Okay? It's not rocket science.
That's just what he does for his job. You know, he doesn't mean it. We're actually good friends. You know,
Who says I'm good friends with him? Why are you inventing?
It's not just me, right?
This has got to be like a snark thing. I don't know what he's talking about. I'm not friends with Stavros. I'm not good friends with Stavros.
Oh, also, I can't forget about Matt Lieb. Matt Lieb is in this like middle tier. His valuable association is Rhett and Link. So Rhett and Link, conveniently, are also in this.
So he's saying, I'm trying to get to Rhett and Link. I don't even know what the fuck how he explains that.
Category of popular and powerful men who Ethan does not want to burn bridges with.
Why, dude? Rhett and Link didn't say anything about me. Why would I burn Rhett and Link? That's stupid. That's even logical.
Though he's sniffing around.
Yeah. This guy Matt Lieb, he works for Good Mythical Morning. Of all people, this guy Matt Lieb, who apparently is a producer for Good Mythical Morning. Well, this guy works for Good Mythical Morning. You'll notice, no, Ian bravely does not explain my problem with Matt Lieb, although he does show it on screen that he platforms someone like Bad Empanada. That's my problem, and he does not even explain that. In fact, he pretends like Bad Empanada, who's at the center of a lot.
Chud. Can you call out Ian for not being able to pronounce R's properly? Well, I can't really speak on the pronunciation of things, can I? Let's be honest. React harder, Chud. Guys. Come on. Get my React brain on. The King of Dead Air. Okay. You don't actually understand what dead air means, okay? Dead air means exactly that. Dead air, i.e. there's no sound whatsoever being broadcast, okay? There's no audio. It doesn't mean a video is playing and you're not talking about it, okay?
A lot of this doesn't exist, which is very convenient because he's just an evil dude that everybody hates. Acting like he's wholesome, and he's bringing on somebody that wants to kill my wife, or in a video game. And I think he should be fired, frankly. And I hope he is fired. Yeah, he's pathetic, and he interviewed.
Well, it's to a degree he's monetizing the haters, but I mean, dude, Nah. I mean, I've seen moments where Ethan has misunderstood a joke and posted about it on his Instagram. Can we get to Lav? Bro, I have not covered Lav for, it feels like years at this point. Lav is like, you know, retired back into the doldrums of, I don't know, the femme internet. I don't fucking know what's going on.
Interviewed a fucking, basically a terrorist.
I think Ethan only respects power right now.
So do you think Bad Empanada is cool? I mean, I'd like to hear your thoughts on that.
Which is one of the reasons I made this video in the first place, is because he thinks I'm weak.
No, just to be honest, I'm gonna, you know, I'm locked in now. Listen, despite obviously some people finding this a bit dull, and you know, whatever, I've got like 1,700 people just watching this. So if you're expecting some other type of content today, it's not going to be happening. This is what I'm going to be watching. So I would advise leaving now if you're not really into this, okay? Because yeah, this is what we got. This is what we got. This is what we got, guys. And I'd just like to remind everyone as well, as always, talk about the Thorpes. Absolutely not. Under no circumstances will I be talking about the Thorpes. Thank you for the suggestion. Guys, as always, thank you very much for your support. It is very much appreciated. Do we have... What's going on with this goal? Has it ended? Dude, when I click it, it's giving me the option to super chat myself. I don't want to super chat myself. What the fuck is that about? What is going on? Chud, please stop covering the only drama that has happened in this week. I mean, yeah. Well, there is the Keemstar stuff, which I would be interested to look into, but, you know, same issue. There's like a 3.5-hour video that you got to listen to. And I'm not... Oh, dude, I am also very skeptical of how legitimate that is, because within a day, Keemstar's talking about it on Lolcow Live. You know, not sure. I'm not sure with that. Not sure how legitimate that all is. But if there was like a succinct video, I might watch that. We'll
he thinks a lot of these other creators that he's gone out of his way to attack, he thinks that they're weak, and he thinks they're a target that he can bully.
You dumbs fuck. Like, the cry bullying with them is just incredible. These people started this shit. They talk shit about me, and I respond.
Manipulate, he can send lawsuits to, and I want him to know that we're not going to be bullied.
You're the lawsuit bar. No, get ready for a 20-minute chat loop from me.
Piece of shit, and we're going to call you out.
So here's the button. You've got a video. Oh, brother, he goes after the button. It can only be described as...
Now you've gone too far.
It's just confusing. It's just, a poorly conceived... aimless, bro.
Yeah, the button thing sucked. Yep.
Obviously, his video, it's doing well view-wise. It has like it has over 50% dislike, so clearly there's a lot of people that don't like it. But what interests me, I think what's indicative of just how nonsensical this entire hate movement is against me, is that you cannot watch this video and think it's actually good. It doesn't even make sense.
No, and if it's for somebody that hasn't been following the story, this must be like the most incoherent mess.
It just seems like some personal drama. It has that.
Have you already seen the Idubbbz video? Yeah, I already covered the Idubbbz video separately myself. Oh god, people were saying, oh, you should just watch, you know what? You could just watch Ethan's reaction to the video instead of the video itself. No, you can't, because this doesn't work either. You're better off just watching the original content, and this is like, you know, surplus if you feel like it, you know.
That many likes, of course. Oh yeah, I think that thing's pretty accurate based on what I've checked in against my own videos. Anywho, let's see what he says about the button. And you got an audio. We're hitting both.
The button thing sucked. Terrible. De-screening. I love the screens, man. The screens are good.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, guys. I apologize. I went off the rails there.
It was just too tempting watching you do it. It's like, it's so tactile and fun to hit.
Reflexive.
You had to do it.
So this seems to be like the most effort he's put into this video is to source like every time I've clicked. It's taking forever. And the payoff for this is non-existent. It's just so stupid.
I like that. It's like a weight loss video. Like your weight loss journey.
That's good. Thank you, bro, for the progress vid.
You can literally see how we laugh a lot of times because it's also like a bit, you know, when we use it. Sometimes it goes both ways.
It's silly. We use it all the time to be funny.
Yeah.
It's like so stupid.
Hit the button for me, bro.
Also, having a kill switch is the most common thing in the world in broadcast. Everybody has it.
Responsible.
Just because you are like, fuck, I'm trying not to like have a shoestring operation. I want to have a professional operation. And so we have the ability, like I'd say all other major broadcasts that have a kill switch.
Very few streamers though. And something that could really benefit, look into it.
I think
the Ross Air Cleaner, everybody, highly recommend it.
It really is a good idea. I don't know how he can explain otherwise.
I mean, it's a responsible thing to do.
He's like, you know what, bro? You shouldn't self-censor. You should allow every offensive thing you say
Oh my God, Stan Marsh, have you got a problem with understanding? The button sucks. I never said the point I was making is the Idubbbz section of the video about the button sucks, much like I spoke about in the reaction that I did, okay? The button thing is fine, it's funny, I get the concept, I get the idea, it's a good idea, it's comedic, whatever, right? I'm saying that Idubbbz criticism of the button was terrible, and it was obviously some sort of snark-driven bullshit.
Yeah.
Out on the internet, so we can judge you for that.
Yes.
There's no point.
Let's leave.
Yeah, we're laughing. Like, how pathetic are you? Also, bro, this is Schindler's List. What's with the dramatic music? Like, I'm hitting a button, we're laughing and smiling most of the time. Like, bro actually thinks he's Schindler right now.
I could have saved more.
I could have saved more if there was only one left button.
Chat, you know, whatever. I'm past it now. We've had some disagreements, but I think we're past. Like, I'm pretty sure now, from now on, the rest of this video, I think, pretty much just sucked, if I recall. So I'm fairly certain that we're probably all just going to be in agreement that, yeah, Ethan's owning Idubbbz now, but we'll see.
What is
we will see.
Fucking loser. Jesus, criminy, dude. Don't worry if you don't have it all now. I don't like pedophile. I have Sauron. I see you. I see you out there, you fucking cockroach. You'll be living with your parents for a lot longer. Yes, please. I want to be a good. I'm in my Esteban era.
Yeah.
It's kind of a fun walk down memory lane.
You look so insane like that.
We should repost this because I think it's a fun video. We just got to change the music.
I like how intense and dramatic it is.
You like it? Okay.
Yeah.
I have to say, Esteban is really looking good.
I fuck with Esteban, even to this day. I need to shave a little bit to clean it up, but I think it works for me. Thank you so much. Did the watch?
It's normal to have a kill switch, but Ethan is undoubtedly an impulsive retard. Basically, well, I mean, all streamers in this form, many streamers in this format tend to be. I'm an impulsive retard as well. I say stuff that could potentially get me banned. Do you know what I mean?
Can I see it?
Oh God! Come on.
Listen.
Oh.
This man.
Oh, Waddle says that he found all those buttons.
What?
I hate that I made this editor's life so much easier. Waddle's the guy who runs h3lore.com.
Oh, you have
because he has a page with every button.
Okay, so I take it back. He actually didn't put any work. He continues to put.
We picked the music. He picked some music.
Oh my God.
Don't feel bad, Waddles. You're just doing your best. Thank you so much. I had this watch reset.
If anything, it just makes more sense because we were like, why is there so much research gone into the button?
Yeah.
But not everything else.
Oh my God, that's expensive to resize it. Whatever.
Okay, well I'm skipping this part.
Is this the?
I'm sorry, I don't normally do this, but I'm not watching Watch Talk. I'm sorry to break it to you guys.
Well, I looked at Olivia and she's like, yes, do it.
Now let's talk about
That was it? That was the point?
God forbid you guys have fun on the show.
Wait, he didn't even. He moves on?
No,
not
you're
quite.
Okay.
Not quite.
Button. Ethan got this button or kill switch as a response to the.
Dude, he blurred her. Isn't that just like? I mean, granted, like,
Wait,
yeah, let's
what?
be sensitive to her, but it's just like, okay, you're such.
Is that true? Wait, I didn't even think of that or notice that. What is that? Why he blurred her to save her from being seen to be crying?
Just that person crying.
You're such a hero,
Hey,
bro.
here's a suggestion, you stupid bitch. If you don't want to be seen to be crying, don't cry on a stream about it. Or I guess I should say, you know, rather than be concerned with protecting the, you know, crying of a person, shouldn't the point be don't cry on fucking stream? Bro, old Idubbbz. What? Just think about what old Idubbbz would have done. Oh my God.
Oh.
Okay.
Are we not okay showing a person crying?
He's trying to be like considerate to her, I guess. I don't know.
Controversy with Cutie Cinderella. He was not able to control himself in that moment, and instead of figuring out how he can change his behavior, he spent $20,000.
Dan, and that wasn't the only reason.
Chud changes the rules of law depending on the mood. What do you mean?
No, wait,
that wasn't. Okay, I don't want to say it too confidently, but am I misremembering? The button was because of the NRA comment.
Yes.
And it was a run. It was a whole run of things.
And we got like a whole week ban.
We got 2 strikes.
Yeah.
Get raped. You were probably molested by your fucking priest. Are 2 instances that come to mind where Chud said some wild but funny. Did I say that? Oh man, that's pretty spicy.
In a period of a few months.
Yeah.
That was when I was like, okay.
Yeah.
We could actually like,
it's time.
We might
the button may have been installed shortly after that incident, and certainly that would have been a moment to button.
I think we even say it here that it's already on the way. I think.
Oh, okay. There you go. Yeah, this was not in reaction to this. This was in reaction to some comments
or it might
that
even
crossed the line and got us
had it on that
banned.
episode and it didn't work yet.
No, you guys didn't have it yet.
I don't think
it was
installed
on the
yet.
way, from what I recall.
Yeah.
So I mean, what a failure in research and preparation. It's just factually just completely.
Which like we talked about it for months, and then
You know
took time
what's
to
funny?
get it. Like it's not just like
Wow, there's people behind that are just getting to the point where it's being discussed about whether or not Ian should have tweeted. Wow, I'm glad we're getting some more comments on that. Good to see. Keep them coming, guys.
You know what's so funny? He's blurring her face as to be like, I'm a hero and I don't want to include you, but I have to.
He didn't have to.
You didn't even have to include her. You lied and made it about her when it wasn't even about her.
It was about something that, frankly, was more serious. Like, would have, not to help you out here, Ian, but I feel like that would have been a better point to make.
Well, the problem is he agrees with that one. I think he agrees with it.
It feels like I've never seen people so obsessed with their concept of this is what should have happened ever with any drama. Never have I seen such a, an obsession with that was what it must have been and nothing else.
The way like the footage looks so old, so
crazy.
It's like
you guys are crazy.
Stupid. This whole video.
Like 2 years ago.
I'll say this: when I watched back Gokunaro's video, there was a lot of stuff in there that I like apologized for, explained, ate crow on, stuff like that, and obviously a lot of stuff I corrected. There is not, and I'm being genuine, except so far with the exception of the analogy of the
that you're
black
like
student,
you're a black student
bravely
being
attending college,
attending school. Yeah, that was probably.
There's not one poignant.
Why did you not cover that Destiny saved your ass back in the day and you never gave the favor back when he was under attack? Nice bait. Unfortunately, you're getting banned for that obviously retarded attempt to troll. So, unlucky. You're totally and utterly raped.
Point made here that I feel needs to be explained, justified, or apologized for. Not one, dude. Not a single one. Fuck.
Figuring out how he can change his behavior, he spent $20,000.
Dan and Ela were like, we would kill button that right now if we could. I can't change who I am.
I know. That's why the kill button is on its way.
That's it. See, exactly.
Oh, okay.
He uses the button for everything.
Wait,
His
so he
jokes
just
don't
proved
land-
himself in his own video again?
Yes.
Self-owned.
Yes.
Self-owned dubs.
Hasan Ethan, you must add Destiny to this now. To complete the trifecta. Doesn't he come up anyway? Apparently he says something about Destiny in this, is that right?
It wasn't in reaction to the Q Cinderella thing.
So you included her for no reason, Mr. Sensitive fucking white knight. Great, now you're subjecting her again to the chestnuts all over again. Blurring her doesn't erase the damage that was done from those chestnuts on that day.
There's no strong thing around there on open fight.
And he's hitting the button.
It was being presented as if the Jordan crying thing.
I hit the button.
Why?
I don't think I needed to, but you guys were giving me cricket, so I panicked.
If he's in,
that's funny. I'm sorry. Once again,
How is that an own?
I think he forgot what a joke is. I think that might be one of the big problems with this video. He's confused.
Secure about getting something
every
wrong.
time I'm getting bored and uninterested, we're going to just ratchet it up a bit. Here we go. Going to ratchet it up to 1.45. There we go. Perfect. Boom. I wish I could do it by degrees more.
He's hitting the button.
But okay.
But that's the snark thing too. Like they take something that's obviously a joke, they'll world build on.
Snark math.
Yes.
Like girl math?
Snark
It's
math.
snark
Yeah.
math.
He's high on snark, man.
What?
Yeah, I do.
What on this frame could Ethan have responded to? Perhaps the country flag that he got wrong? Maybe. I don't know.
If he goes on a problematic tirade, he's hitting the button.
Before, look how sad. But yeah, it's not just that. Like their eyes are like big. I think you guys are wrong on this one. I think you guys are all wrong on this one.
I don't think he's unique.
Bro, why would, if you're trying to be some sort of progressive guy, why are you looking at Asian eyes? That's a recipe for disaster.
And hitting the button. I think if all of us had buttons, we'd hit the button all the time.
Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Once again, I'm trailblazing.
Well, let's hear the second half.
He had a great idea to get the button, and he, after all that, agrees.
Yeah.
Fucking fascinating stuff here, guys.
But if you don't have it, you operate differently. You think about what you're saying. You may be
I don't know why
playing
it does
for your
that.
show.
I opened the menu. Why does it open it there?
It didn't show.
Okay.
It hadn't loaded yet.
Okay.
A little bit
But
more.
it did. We could
You
have
may
used the
say,
button.
I'm not going to have
Once
my
again.
podcast.
Privacy. I mean, that's like the most greatest.
How
focus.
irresponsible.
Yeah.
Probably been the most use case.
Would your opinion change if the incident was swatting instead of calling child protection services? No, because I perceive the event as much like swatting, so no, that wouldn't change my opinion.
Of the button has been.
Why are you so obsessed with me changing my opinion? Why is it so important to you that I have the correct take about this? Why are you so obsessed? You guys are like insane on this point. I've never seen anything like this before. It's like you cannot just stand even and agree to disagree perspective. You can't
You
even
accidentally
fucking
opening
just
things
accept
that
that.
show private information.
The button is undoubtedly a force for good. It's a force for good in this world.
Yeah.
And to stand against that.
It's like telling somebody don't go to therapy. I don't know. It's like it's only a net positive.
What's next? Are you against the plow?
The plow?
Yeah, humans advance. We have new ideas. Are you against progress? Plow.
Like early agriculture? Is
Yeah,
that,
what are you
like,
fucking
okay.
against
He's got that hunter-gatherer mindset.
Bro, what's wrong with you, dude? You don't even use a scythe? What's up?
I wish you had the bottom when you leaked my phone number.
Yeah.
That was pre-button.
Oh yeah, that was.
I would have loved that too.
Or was it? No, that was because he was at home, right?
I was at home.
both.
I would have
Yeah.
fucked no matter what.
Yeah.
That's material for
Unfortunately.
you, Ethan. Ian, should have used that one.
Yeah, you fucked up. Well, but then that would just show the necessity for the button. The button is an achievement. I mean, it's one of the wonders of the world. It's been called.
That button has saved us more than $20,000.
Oh yes,
I think if you want to criticize the price, I don't think that's a good angle because it genuinely has been a financial boon for us.
Good. Pound for pound, dollar for dollar.
Okay, would your opinion changed if we kissed? Okay, that's quite a funny one. I'll give you that.
It's the best investment I've ever made in my life.
No shit.
Has to be an emotional dumping ground for today. You instead say, ooh, it's important that we stay...
Sorry. Why do you keep saying that like it's a bad thing? It's my emotional dumping ground. That's the whole point of the podcast.
I don't know.
Why is that inherently wrong, dude? Why aren't you... Okay, whatever.
On topic. Also, the H3 community and Ethan himself use the phrase goblin mode all the time
This
to
is
excuse
the Mika rhetoric thing with the goblin mode.
He has a problem with goblin mode.
How did this make the cut? How did goblin mode make the cut?
Hi everyone, it's me again.
Dude, he's literally... I'll say it. I think Mika's video was better.
At least it was more entertaining.
She at least introduced this concept of this being a criticism of me, the goblin mode thing.
I think we were laughing, at least.
I've also vouched for Jewish people.
Yeah, that's brave.
Also that. I mean, that was a plus.
Oh my God, that's it. You just mentioned the bread, dude. I didn't even think of that and put the two and two together. But you know, his little anti-abortion or the commenting about anti-abortion stuff. That was his like BreadTube entry, wasn't it? So yeah, this makes perfect sense when you think about it. This is like a further step down the. I mean, BreadTube's kind of dead, but around the kind of progressive content creator path, it's like another step forward on that, isn't it? He's clearly wanting to move to that arena.
Stands on the shoulder of giants, like Mika. Oh my God, this is fucking fantastic. The whole end from here, the run is like just more and more unreal. You know?
I see some people in the chat saying to you, Ethan, that is why we're watching Do Not Change.
Duh, that's not what do you want from me? He's like, oh, don't be a messy bitch and don't fucking express yourself honestly. Can you just not express yourself honestly for a day?
Can you just make a more boring show for us, Ethan?
You know, I think that it would be a lot better if we could get your viewership down somewhere to like 3,000 per episode. That way I won't feel bad about my show being unwatchable. Please, I invite everyone to watch it. I mean, help the guy out. He's clearly hurting. Like, this video wouldn't have happened if people would just watch his fucking podcast, Maximum Damage. Please, just watch it.
All the time to excuse a lot of his shitty behavior or make it seem less bad.
I've been diagnosed with goblin mode, actually.
By claiming that what happens is he just gets into this like uncontrolled state he refers to as goblin mode.
I do not call myself goblin mode.
Yeah, oh, yeah, you did.
Goblin mode? Is that what you're calling Tourette's now?
To all victims of goblin mode, I would like...
Pretty funny.
Dude, that's funny.
issue an apology.
He got
goblin mode today.
I know, Ethan's...
Yo, shout out to Ethan's Basement, one of our biggest fans.
Remember the
supporters.
Remember the days when Ethan's Basement was just...
No,
he was in my basement instead of...
It is a very sad state of affairs that all of the clips that Idubbbz was trying to criticize collectively were funnier than anything that was in Idubbbz's video.
It's still called Ethan's Basement. Until he changes his name, I just assume that he endorses everything you say and do.
Well, I moved from...
His icon is a picture of you. How could he not support you, right?
Literally me. I mean,
right?
He must really look up to me.
I think so.
Love him.
I can't believe Mika made it into a content cop.
Not only that, he's literally stealing her intellectual property. Dude. He's biting from Mika rhetoric. That's fucking fantastic.
Hi everyone.
I run.
It's fantastic.
You're goblin mode. Look how many times you paused.
I'm trying, bro.
And I don't think there's no room for using the term goblin mode. I like the idea that you're defending yourself and the little guy by going goblin mode when a big corporation or...
I said watching it, Idubbbz, it's like, you know, he specifically circumvented at every possible opportunity anything that explicitly talked about or got into the CPS stuff, and it was completely excised. Any context that explained, you know, hey, there was this pretty crazy, obscene act that could have, you know, influenced or impacted the way they reacted to stuff, is just completely gone. And so it just adds further, you know, perspective that he's just like deranged for no reason, basically.
Or a big entity is trying to attack you.
Like, if you fuck me over, if you steal money from me, if you patronize me, if you do any of this shit like you're trying to do to me, treat me like a fucking idiot, I'm crazy, dude. I mean, listen, case in point, right here in front of you. By the way, I'm not done. I'm making I think I'm going to make an H3 video this weekend in response to it. That's just succinctly...
Oh, that's fantastic.
Great.
You want?
We are getting out of here by 4.
What time is it?
It's 3:17.
We got plenty of time.
That's what I'm saying.
It's only 20 minutes
wrap this
more.
up.
It's only 25 minutes longer.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, but that's like 2 hours of Ethan time.
I take issue with that.
BreadTube today cancelling someone just fattens the wallet of their target. Well, I don't think that's a BreadTube thing necessarily. I think it's just these types of videos just don't hit the same anymore. I don't know what it is. Well, I think it's because people have got these big fan bases that support them regardless. And in the kind of more infancy, or not infancy, but Well, yeah, in the infancy of these communities coming together, you didn't have as big dedicated fan bases that were as supportive. And I think the tools with which creators use to facilitate greater community engagement or parasocial connection, you could say, have become greater. Streaming and Discords and things like that. I mean, they did exist, but they've become a lot more prominent now. So yeah, it's like now you release a video about someone, unless they've got a tiny audience or they've done something extremely bad, tends to be it just doesn't really hit and it doesn't really have any impact. So I think that era is just kind of done now. But yeah, the Mama Max figure, the Mama Max stuff hit, I think, because of just how, and it was a lot of it was fresh to people. It was freshly being pointed out how crazy this behavior was. So maybe that's like the kind of, some crazed behavior being pointed out that people didn't know about. But particularly this is just kind of rehashing a lot of snark talking points and, a few aspects of Idubbbz perspective on this. It just doesn't really do much,
Fucking goblin mode over way less.
But you not thinking about what you're saying, not, reflecting on your behavior, not changing your behavior, that's not goblin mode. That's being
Where? You're only showing us old videos.
Yep, 2 hours left.
Everything he's showing is old videos. What is he talking about?
The thing is, like, the projection right now is pretty insane because, like, what I'm learning and a lot of people are learning is like, oh, he didn't change. He just changed his target,
Ian.
Yeah,
let's talk about the crew. I think the crew
Let's not talk about the crew.
Let's not. Like, you already brought them up so many times.
I get extremely uncomfortable, and I think it's extremely below the belt.
The crew.
To target the crew, to talk about the crew, to put them in a position that like everybody sees like AB and Lena are in. It's just completely unfair. It's completely fucked up. And again, they act like they're doing it to be the good guys, but it's just cruel and it's pointless. It's just completely pointless. So I vowed that I'm not even going to comment on the crew part. Obviously, if anybody wants to, they're welcome to, but I just want to keep the crew out of it, actually.
Is he going to skip past it?
I guess I'll just make
it. So now we're going to skip forward to like 45
there you
or something.
go.
Yeah, where does it? Let me see. So just to say that, so they can't say I'm avoiding criticism. The most biting thing in there is the button where the button didn't work, and I'm speaking harshly to AB.
Mm-hmm.
So like that was one instance where I was speaking harshly to AB, and we were having a real world workplace experience. I don't even think it's really that big of a deal. I mean, do I wish people didn't see it? Yeah, obviously. I hit the button so that we could.
Yeah. Obviously, I completely agree with this. This is what I said yesterday. The AB stuff was massively overstated by the snark people. It was just like a normal workplace type conversation.
Have a private conversation where me
gist.
or him or anybody involved
gist.
would not be subject to public scrutiny or a like private conversation, and where we can express ourselves honestly and openly. That's for everybody's benefit. So yeah, that happens. It is a workplace, and I don't know that Ian ever has had a real job. But it's a high tense workplace. There's lots of happening. It's a live show.
Mm-hmm.
It happens. What can I say? Welcome to Earth. Would I like to be a perfect, like measured, calm in every situation? Yes.
Right.
Do I strive to be? Every day.
Right.
Well, I think the reason they're skipping it is because they don't want to put their employees in a tight spot having to, talk about this or put them in a position where they feel like they've got to defend Ethan or something. I don't know. I think it's pretty reasonable to skip the part about this team, and I can understand, not wanting to do that. Oh, thank God. Oh my God, the last portion. Oh my God, yes. Thank fuck for that. Good news, guys. The last parts of the video aren't actually reacting, so we don't need to watch it. Oh, yes. Yes, let's go.
Every day, Dan.
Preach.
What'd you say?
Every single day I strive to be that man.
Which man?
A perfect
I'm sorry,
man.
I wasn't.
A perfect man for you, Dan.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, but so like I do apologize, AB. I should have spoken more calmly to him. However, I also don't think it's.
Denims condemned calling CPS when it was brought up in chat, never endorsed it. I don't know if she condemned it, but I mean, she maybe didn't directly endorse it, but she absolutely made commentary that, very strongly suggested that CPS calling could be a legitimate outcome, right? I don't know. That sounds like coke to me.
It's a big fucking deal. So that's it. I'm just addressing the one criticism that I think is interesting in that, without talking about the crew.
Put in the worst working environment that you possibly can be for a fucking podcast. Every crew member has it bad.
I'm chilling, dude. You don't need to do this.
Why?
You don't got to do that.
Speak for yourself.
You got to do all
Dan.
that, dude.
Why does he? So actually, this part is kind of good. Without getting into this.
No. You're right though. Let's just get to the meat. Get to the stuff about you.
It's just like, dude, why are you?
It's so stupid. You got a problem with that? Focus on us.
Listen, they're not slaves, okay? They fucking choose to be here.
Yes,
right.
Exactly.
So, why are you putting words in their mouth thoughts. Like you're speaking for them as if
this is the snark thing.
It's so snark-brained.
Snarkonomics. Yes, narconomics.
It's just so pathetically stupid.
For a fucking podcast. Every crew member has it bad. Like, to be around Ethan, period, it would be a nightmare right now.
I'm standing by every fucking syllable of that, okay? What she did was abhorrent. And by the way, once again, what am I talking about, buddy? He doesn't even say. I think it was when Denims denied the rapes, I think.
You should read what Dan wrote in H3 chat, Chud. He really didn't like Idubbbz speaking for him. I'm not surprised. If you can tell me what it was, I'll see it. But yeah, of course. I mean, he is fine as far as I understand it, and he would leave if he didn't like it. Like, dude, it's such a deranged thing that you wouldn't like. Obviously, you're not reaching out to them because you don't want to let on, but you're just going to speak on their behalf and act like you understand what's going on when you clearly don't. Yeah, it was obviously snark narrative and trying to like put a wedge between them in some way, something like that.
It was something obviously warranting my extreme reaction.
Just dumb. Listen, your critique of her is correct. It's just, you know, people are sensitive about women being called that word.
It is
and
that. It is that. So it's like, oh, Ethan called her a B-word, which like, okay, fair enough, right? Why did he call her a B-word? What did
Kat Zaflocken became a member. Kat Zaflocken celebrates 7 months of membership. Him now a Zionist.
Very based.
To the Chudlogic
Very
podcast.
based. Thank you for the membership.
What did she say that upset him? It doesn't matter.
I'm just Tom Ward's in there. That's funny.
Tommy boy made the cut. He's suffering, by the way. I think he's talking about Tom. Tom is suffering.
Love sent you where to go to. In Discord, Love sent you where to go to.
4420.
Oh shit. Okay. 44. Jesus Christ. He spends a lot of time talking about the crew. But yeah, basically they're all miserable. They're here against their will, and I'm a tyrant of a boss, etc., etc. Yeah. Alone killed double that much. All right, I'm going to move on. I just want to play a song talking about Bad and Banana.
Ethan doesn't want to change, and he wants to bring the entire crew down with him because he's putting them in this position every day, right? But it's more important that he gets this shit off his chest.
This is where it is.
It's more important that he dumps. We're all familiar with Goblin mode.
Dump on you, bitch. Not to take a dump.
They call them dumps.
By the way, I hate to see it. It does hurt my soul for him, for my old friend to see such a miserable like ratio. It's really heartbreaking.
No, he doesn't know. Those things are bullshit and don't work, by the way. The API information for like to dislike ratio is not provided publicly. So it's not possible that anything is accurate, and you need to look at their actual behind the scenes analytics to see what the actual like to dislike ratio is, just to be clear.
I never want this for him. But he's getting the views, so, you know.
Yeah.
Let's see if they stick around for Cheez-It rating. By the way, Idubbbz, just... By the way, he accuses me of using drama to get views. Let's see what kind of views he was pulling before he did a content cop on his good friend Ethan Klein. 300,000. Where's the Cheez-It one? This one, let's see here. This is hard-hitting stuff here, guys. Ranking all Cheez-Its by which generation would eat them. 200,000 views.
Is that satirical?
That is literally the video.
God damn it. This is like Minecraft all over again.
Does this mean you closed your timestamp?
I think if I go back, we'll save it.
Okay.
Start at the bottom.
But like,
oh yeah,
do you think people aren't watching because of the...
It's not accurate. Then, okay, it is a guess. My understanding is it's based on it's based on the interactions of the people that use the app. I think or use these plugins. I'm pretty sure something like that. It's that, or it's some guesswork based on the prior available information on a channel's videos or something like that. I don't know if it's that, maybe. There's some metric something it uses, but, you know, the reality is it's just not accurate. So maybe it gives you a rough insight, but it could be totally wrong. So it's, you know, I don't think it's really worthwhile to look at or consider in any meaningful way. It's something you should just disregard and not pay attention to, in my honest opinion.
I'm just saying the drama video has a lot more views than the Cheez-It one.
Yeah, that's for sure.
I think that's fair.
But let me skip to the middle, make sure it's not
I just wonder what's the next video going to be. Are we back on Content Cop season, or?
I guess probably another Zionist.
But I always wondered, what's the deal with big Cheez-Its? They're just Cheez-Its, but they're big. Big Cheez-Its, big Cheez-Its.
Silly thoughts.
Cheez-It for scale.
That's why we love him.
It's okay. I mean, why, dude, God, why are people so obsessed? God, you people are so annoying today. You're obsessed with this. Well, it could be right, or maybe it's... Why do you even need to know? It's like not accurate, so it's not worth considering seriously. if you personally want to look at it on a personal level and go, oh, okay, and take what you want from it, fine. But as a creator, as someone that's a YouTuber, you shouldn't be using it as some sort of evidence to point something out because it's not accurate enough to do that, right? That is the point.
It's like twice the size. Not bad. Twice the size. I call that.
Okay, bro. I'm not.
Big
Okay.
Yeah, but
Get back to
I
the
also,
video. Come
the
on.
content people are making nowadays is not what it used to be. It's better.
By the way, I want to say, looking back at the video that I made on Hasan, I stand so firmly. I'm so proud of that work. It was like really just I feel like it's so polished. It's well researched. It's well conceived. The arguments are substantially based on like actual stuff. Like, holy fuck. To me, this is just hilarious that this is somehow a response to that, I think.
Oh my God.
But it's more important that he gets this shit off his chest. It's more important that he dumps.
The self-sucking,
familiar with
man.
Goblin mode.
The self-sucking is wild, dude. That should be something that someone else says about your video, not you.
Ethan debuted a new mode recently.
And by the way, my ratio
Recently.
was pretty good. Recently? You can't even, sorry, but like that weight loss, you can't even pretend that this was recent. I have a built-in mechanism against this kind of
Oh my God.
lies.
That just killed me. Recently.
Fucking like 150 pounds ago. Jeez. This actually must have been a really long time ago because I don't know. It's been.
You want to stay out of the drama?
It's been a few years since I've been at this weight, right?
Yeah. That's when you had the Esteban look. So it must be the past month.
Right.
That's what you look like now, dog.
That's not exactly true. It's a mustache.
Oh, yeah.
Well.
No, that wasn't a joke. Are you autistic? That wasn't a joke. He was unironically saying that about his own video. It's wrong, it's never right. It's always a broken clock is right twice a day, but the extension is always wrong, just like you retards. Yeah, it's like if you knew a clock was broken, right? And you knew that it was set to 1 p.m., right? And you could look at it at 1 p.m. and it would give you the right time. Would you use that clock to tell the time? Because sometimes it's correct. Because on a couple of occasions it's correct. It's like, dude, it's such a stupid concept, isn't it? Like, why would you bother? Just don't bother.
So go. I mean,
I don't have the chin.
I don't know, bro. I see something.
I'm looking at like 20 goblin modes to 1.
I am
to
here.
Forward, bro. Look at the camera.
By the way,
And then, yeah, you're going like, well, that clock's better than no clock at all. And it's like just not fit for purpose. So why are you even bothering?
Oh, yeah.
so by the way, look at all those chins. I can't believe it's so weird.
Good way of looking at it.
You're right. There's one really voluptuous.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's not a lot of them, but they're
But he's a
very
juicer, bro.
prominent.
That's what they've always told me. What's interesting is I don't even know what the fuck. I think this was like a joke I made one time. Demon mode. Okay, what happens in demon?
Okay, we get the analogy. It's getting old. You have just spam posted the same comment across 2 accounts about 20 times in my chat. So that's pretty rich coming from you.
Demon mode. Uh-oh, this sounds bad.
What makes demon mode different than goblin mode is goblins aren't really.
Look, I'm being silly. I'm being a silly guy. Look how intimidating this guy is.
Yeah.
This guy is just so much trouble.
Oh.
Brother.
Really like an intimidating, powerful force. If the goblin is persistent, it can get what it wants.
When I'm done with the other one, the big one that's dropping probably next week, my full attention is going to you, George. By the way, I love so much that he includes me talking directly to Bad Empanada, not giving the context, not explaining who he is and why I don't like him. He's basically kind of fucking. I think Bad Empanada is part of his gang. I think he's in. Like that's the only way to interpret this. Watch this. I'll go back because this is important. I feel like.
Persistent, it can get what it wants.
When I'm done with the other one, the big one that's dropping probably next week, my full attention is going to you, George. Like the Eye of Sauron. I see you out there, you fucking cockroach.
Ethan, the reason the internet.
We're talking about Bad Empanada here. So, can someone explain who that is or why? Okay. Well done.
Internet got behind you when you were being sued by Matt Haas or when you were being sued by Ryan Kavanaugh is because people saw you as the underdog. They saw you as the guy who's defending the common man.
I'm suing, and I cannot wait for you guys to read it at the moment.
Chud, unfortunate for you, they're responding to this video up to the last second of Ethan's stream. They're literally not, are they? Oh, they are. Oh, no! No! Dude, I thought they stopped watching it. What are they doing here, then? They go and watch something else, don't they? Oh, no. Oh, no.
We are writing 3 complaints for 3 people.
You are doing the classic rich asshole thing.
It's actually going to be 4 if Noah doesn't. It's going to be 4. It's going to be 4 complaints. It's a lot. I hope you guys are patient, but it's going to be worth it. I'm sorry. You were saying what?
Hey! This isn't a content cop. This is a missing context cop. Yes, I agree. Oh my God, that's a great one.
Complaints for 3 people.
You are doing the classic rich asshole thing. You have a deficit of friends. You have a surplus of enemies. You feel really bad.
Now, do you think it's pertinent to explain why I'm suing them? Or, well, I guess I haven't even explained why I'm suing them, so fair enough. Fair enough.
Good point.
Good point.
Nate, we know why. Yeah, we definitely know why. I'm probably going to sue Noah, depending on what he does in the next 2 days. Okay, fair enough. Your point stands.
Hurt, but you also have a surplus of money. So what can you do? You can use that money to bully and intimidate people. These public legal threats that you're making to fellow creators, these legal threats that you're making to people on Reddit.
So is his point that you're never warranted to make legal threats or to sue anyone ever?
Another 4 hours of React left. No. Don't you worry about that. Trust me. We will not be going past my normal stream end time today. Don't you worry. We'll make it happen, okay?
Like, surely there's some situations where that's warranted, right? Like, there has to be at least something. But apparently that alone, his criticism is just that I'm doing it. Okay? I mean, I disagree.
I mean, certainly he thinks it's frivolous, right? That's why. Like, he wouldn't say, no, you can never sue anybody.
Which is
in his opinion, he thinks it's frivolous.
Okay. Which kind of,
there you go.
Again, he doesn't even know what I'm suing the 3 Stooges for. But Noah's is not frivolous.
To fellow creators, these legal threats that you're making to people on Reddit, on Twitter, you're like, I'm hurt. These people are hurting me. What do I do to stop it? There's nothing I can do to stop it. I'm powerless. No, you have a ton of power. You have a ton of options. You have a ton of choice. That's exactly what you get for being filthy rich.
Obviously, I think you guys all know my takes on this lawsuit stuff already. I'm still yet to see the Snark Reddit thing, because there is possibly some grounds that I might be, accepting if a fucking subreddit is doing just business interference, if there's genuinely some deranged shit that's happening, is interfering with somebody like that. Maybe I could see that, but we don't know. Not seen it yet, so not sure what to make of it. But yeah.
Filthy rich, bro. What kind of commie shit is this? You're rich, bro.
You're filthy rich.
Okay, but that's derogatory. Like, bro, you're rich too. What is your point? Not filthy rich. I'm not filthy rich. I'm clean rich.
Sure.
Classy rich. Filthy rich.
Where'd your watch go? There it is.
Something filthy about this, I'll have you know.
Okay.
Do you hide chocolate eggs for the kids on Easter in the UK? Yes, we do. I've got them all day Monday, so we'll figure something out. We'll figure out what we're doing.
Okay.
These things.
I'd never want to sue someone for defamation, but at what point do you kind of fucking have to? Right. I mean, this is like basically someone calling you a pedophile. Be like, yeah, no, Ethan's a pedophile.
Yeah. Dan Clancy or whatever, like the CEO of Twitch, and be
pedophile. Dan KK Clancy has a similar view.
Yeah, legally blacked, exactly. I don't even think Carl Jobs should have got sued. It better be heinous. That's a very unpopular perspective, unfortunately. But there it is.
Because Dan Clancy. Now, let me tell you the difference between Noah Samson titling a video, YouTubers who support genocide. It's he in this video, and the title, and the tone, and the way it's delivered is an assertion of fact. Me calling Dan Clancy and immediately being like, just kidding, is a joke. It is not a serious assertion of fact. I don't actually think or have evidence that Dan Clancy is a pedophile.
Whilst I agree, did walk it back immediately, I'm not sure how much that stacks up necessarily. And I mean, this just completely lines up with all the shit I've been saying about this lawsuit stuff, that it creates a chilling effect. And if you jokingly call someone a pedo, and some wealthy guy comes along and says, I'm going to file a defamation suit against you for that, and you've got a small YouTuber and can't defend yourself, even if it's not a statement of fact and you're making a joke, you're fucked, aren't you? So, like, dude, all this backs up my concept of why it's so dangerous to go down the route of filing these fucking lawsuits. And then you make the distinction, well, I'm making a joke. You have some poor fuckers making a joke and then gets a lawsuit filed against them. And then what? Then they're fucked. And they've got to walk that back even though they were making a joke just like you do. But you get to do it because you're the fucking powerful guy. You're the wealthy guy. And the other guy gets fucked.
That's how it works. That's how defamation works. Right? And by the way, nobody says Dan Clancy can't sue me if you think that I defamed him. Like, he's welcome to try. You know what I mean?
Okay, you are so fucking dumb on this point. It's unreal. If you were doing it on a comedy show and immediately say it's a joke, the court isn't siding with the rich guy. Do you understand how this works? It's not going to get to court, you fucking moron. Because what's going to happen is the wealthy guy is going to fucking batter you down and squash you like a bug. And before the judge has even heard about this, you're going to be issuing out your retraction because you're not going to want to go to court over it. Idiot.
Yeah.
But then we're going to have to take a look at his hard drive, and that might be an issue.
KKK Clancy.
So yeah, I mean, good. You don't understand the law, so you're just continuing to be dumber and dumber. Jesus Christ. Be the Nazi. Fucking anti-Semite. There are certain things.
What happened?
Oh yeah, here. Here is. So once again, he
Chatting in about Dan
he's once again he's trying to characterize it like
move the box, Nate.
I'm just calling him a pedophile, like just boom, boom, like oh my god, uncontested, just straight up. Like here's the full clip of it.
Clancy or whatever, like the CEO of Twitch, and being
okay. If you don't feel sympathy, that's fine. If you don't care, that's fine. If you hate the person involved, so you think good, fuck them, that's fine. That's up to you at the end of the day. What I hate are unironic statements or arguments that support the idea that back up action, which carries a great risk of having some sort of chilling effect, or if we get to a point where the standard is we're dishing out defamation suits when wealthy YouTubers on people, you know. And also, I'm not even sold on the idea that the comments are defamatory anyway. I'm not sure on that. I'm not a legal expert, so I can't really discern that one way or another. But I'm skeptical about that in the first place. Anyway, I don't want to dwell on this point too long. I want to get through the rest of this video. It's going to be another fucking, you know, it's going to be another should Ian have tweeted moment, I think. That is, I think, what we're going to have to leave it at.
File. Okay, well, maybe not, but maybe like... I don't know if that's true.
Definitely not.
Well, you can't...
That wasn't even, hold on, that wasn't even what the accusation.
You're going to be the one
Do you not remember?
No. I'm saying I don't know. But Dan, you can't say in good conscience that you know for sure he's not a pedophile.
I can definitely say that he is. What I can say
I didn't say he is.
Yes, you did.
The lawsuit argues that's not productive. It might be cathartic to hold the bad guy accountable, but pointless in the end. Sure, yeah. I mean, I think, hopefully, you can understand where I'm coming from. Even if you disagree, that's fine. But this idea, again, it's like the same thing again, where it's like, no, the lawsuit is correct and just, and there's no other possible alternative or argument. That is very frustrating to contend with.
All I said is pedophile. I don't know for sure. Can we check the Now, you might think this is a joke in poor taste, and that would be a perfectly fine...
it was, and that's why I immediately jumped at you.
It's okay, so, well, Dan thinks that. He's one of the ones who thinks that. So your criticism might be that it's a joke in poor taste, but saying it's defamation is just, it's dumb.
Yeah.
It's just stupid as fuck. It's pathetic. It's a reach. It's dumb. You're dumb. This is dumb. Everything's dumb. Welcome to dumb world. Things you can accuse people of that rise above to make it like actionable,
Also,
which is like wrongfully accusing someone of being a pedophile, a sex criminal, a murderer, shit like that. Dan Clancy now, in other words, he is a pedophile. By the way, the way I assert it with confidence is the joke.
Right.
And I always immediately be like, I don't actually know if he's a pedophile. By the way, I love this argument. It's so good. When you go, he's not a pedophile, I go, well, how do you know that? You don't know he's not a pedophile. I think that's compelling stuff. What were you going to say?
Just that...
The only reason you're saying this because it could affect you. It's not the only reason I'm saying it, but yes, obviously it could affect me, sure. You're biased, you're always going to lean on the side of it's not defamation in all these kind of scenarios. That's retarded, and you're going to get timed out for the day. That is utterly retarded. I'm not siding with the side that it's not defamation. In fact, I said I'm not sure if it's defamation or not. I can't be certain. I'm skeptical about the idea that it is, okay? Now, yes, I am biased in terms of not liking the idea of these lawsuits getting filed, but guess what? I'm not the only small YouTuber that could, you know, that would have a problem defending themselves financially if some sort of suit was filed against them. There's plenty of other people that are in the same boat as me. Exactly the same boat as me. So, yes, I'm biased, but only because I'm in that position and I know others are too. And I've said already, you know, maybe I'm making a rod for my own back here, but I am not someone who would be looking to file a fucking defamation suit against a small creator if they engaged in some sort of defamatory speech about me. There'd have to be a pretty high bar. I don't know what that bar would be. And I'm speaking as someone that has been arguably defamed by Noah Samson. Yes, I get you get to sit there and be like, I hate Noah Samson based. Sure, I can understand where you're coming from. But I'm not going to take the easy option and the popular option when I know in my head that I don't agree with that. I can't lie to you and say that's based actually when I know in my head that that's not what I believe. It would feel very uncomfortable to do that. So I'm not going to do it. Anyway,
the irony.
Let's move on.
Pointing out you making a bad taste joke, and this is Idubbbz.
I didn't make a bad faith joke. It's a bad taste joke.
Bad taste joke is what I said.
It wasn't made in bad faith. I wasn't.
No, I said bad taste.
Oh, bad taste. Okay, my bad. I thought you said bad faith.
Oh. I'm saying this is Idubbbz.
He's Mr.
No, I'm not saying the lawsuit is the easy option. I'm saying me stating something I don't believe because it's popular and it fits in with my feelings. That's what I'm saying.
He changed. He doesn't do that anymore.
Well, he didn't. He's making a content cop, so.
I think anyone deserves that level of cruelty or hate.
I don't even know if you can call this a content cop. Like,
True.
This is like a static, nothing happens, shitty editing, no sketches, no jokes.
I guess they call these slop videos now. I don't know the terminology.
Yeah, it's kind of just a slop, yeah.
Slop video.
Kind of is. I mean, it definitely is shit.
Slop tube.
Like I said, I think Mika did a better job of taking me out.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Mika. We love you, girl.
It's me again.
We see you, girl. Or shit like that. Dan Clancy now, in other words, he is a pedophile.
You have so much less to go off of saying that.
Oh no,
anybody has about
based
Dream.
on his looks. Just on his based on his
Well,
looks.
at least yourself.
Yeah, see, that's all. That's what we call not an assertion of fact, which is the legal definition of when you are in earnest explaining something as if it is objectively true.
Do we like content slop or slop cop? Or neither?
I don't like either of them because it sounds like content puke, which I think sounds so stupid when Hasan says it. It's too obvious.
Yeah.
That's 100% a joke. I have no
It's the
evidence
most
to
Ethan
conclude.
joke Hasan's ever
Also,
made.
Ethan, I feel as well, he's creating a potentially complicated dynamic that he might have to contend with in the future, because he is currently in litigation with, is it Ryan Kavanaugh? Is that right? And I believe the most recent thing that's happened there is it's been determined that he's not protected by the anti-slap statute, and so therefore the lawsuit is considered as a legitimate legal argument potentially, and therefore will now proceed through to the next stage, which is like the court system. So what if he is then in a position where he's, you know, then losing the suit on the basis of having defamed someone else? Like, that would feel very difficult to contend with in my head, that you are like going super hard at someone else for, you know, defaming, and then you have then defamed someone else and you tried to fight it. Like, I don't know. Maybe it will spin out that he wins the case against Ryan Kavanaugh and it's not an issue. But that would, yeah, create a very uncomfortable situation to then explain. But yeah, Ethan has to pay Kavanaugh literally million. It really, I've not looked into the details of it. But I believe that Ian said that Ryan Kavanaugh was running a Ponzi scheme. Ryan Kavanaugh took issue with that and has obviously issued this lawsuit. And if Ryan Kavanaugh is not doing a Ponzi scheme and there's not a good argument as to why Ethan said that, then I don't know, that might not go well for him. I don't know.
You hate it.
It's the most Ethan joke.
Calling it content puke.
That's not Ethan.
Because you, yes,
it's way high level than that.
Come on.
I can't believe you, of all people today, would question my comedic prowess.
I think he calls it context puke.
Oh yeah, he adjusted it. It's now context puke.
It's evolved.
I'm not going to call it context puke.
Because
that's worse. I'll be honest.
It's a downgrade.
Content puke was better, for sure.
Because everything's out of context.
Yeah.
Great joke, Ethan. Again, it's like, okay, you're getting defensive. You think it was in poor taste. That's fine.
The chat like content flop.
If you want to be a baby and be a little fucking baby face, say, oh, poor Dan Clancy. Dude lives on a fucking ranch, dude.
A ranch.
He lives in a town he owns.
Why is that? Yeah,
It's just
you know what? Never mind. I'm not going to defend Dan Clancy.
Yeah. Maybe you're asking the wrong question.
I'm not going to do that.
No, but anyway, I'm obviously kidding. It's not as... that wasn't real. Okay.
That's a soundbite.
I just never heard that one before. That's you, right?
No.
Who is that?
Hasan.
Oh, I thought that was Lauren.
Yo.
Oh, I can see that
I can
actually.
kind of hear it.
Love does say
I do
that
say
a
yo
lot.
a lot.
Yo.
Every time I come in the morning, I say yo.
Daddy started saying it, and I think
Oh, yeah, he says yo.
He says yo?
Yeah.
Oh,
He's a pretty cool and chill
He's
guy.
like, yo.
he's a chill guy.
He is a chill guy.
Yeah.
He's the
Actually,
best.
pretty chill.
He does this thing where he proclaims things and he goes, he puts
Yeah.
his finger up.
When he gets really excited.
Yeah.
And he goes, actually, what I want to say is that it's so freaking funny. Like, it's so endearing. It's so sweet. He's so smart. I love the finger thing. It's so funny. It's so sweet. Yeah. That he is.
One of the more notable legal threats that Ethan has sent out recently is against Noah Samson.
I have nothing but vibes to gain, and potentially your money as well. Okay, before I watch this, certainly he'll explain why. It wouldn't make any sense to not explain why I'm threatening to sue Noah Samson, correct?
Absolutely.
Any reasonable video that is being good faith and just actually not even that, just trying to be like followable.
Okay, my basic understanding, and I've not covered it in depth, my basic understanding from what I've seen is it's to do with Noah calling Ethan a genocide denier in the title and then in the course of the video, presumably.
Will explain why I'm suing Noah Samson.
Sorry, genocide supporter, I mean. Genocide supporter, right?
So let's see if he does. Don't worry if you don't have it all now. I'll garnish your wages. You're going to be living with your parents for a lot longer, buddy. 26, you know what I mean? Try 46.
Noah made a video that was critical of Ethan and other content creators when they're talking about Israel and Palestine. I mean, the way he's talking about Noah on his podcast.
That's it. That's it.
Well, he's right. That seems like an extreme reaction.
So, yeah, I mean, obviously, I've given my take about all this. Okay? It is what it is. I do think it's unreasonable to not include the context, because clearly it's not the lawsuit is not about just being critical. Ethan is not suing or thinking about suing Noah Samson just because he was critical of him in a video. Like, you should at least present in this format of video, you should at least present all the information if you're going to make that point and allow people to make their own mind up. And Idubbbz has failed to do that at multiple points throughout the video.
Assume.
Shitty.
Sure, yeah. No, it sounds insane. It sounds crazy. What a crazy guy.
Is so fucking creepy and weird.
Is this a new thing?
This is a new thing. This happened during the show.
Oh, and now he starts to sweep for Noah, whose ex-lover called in to say that he was hooking up with other girls when they agreed not to, and they were having sex without a condom, and she felt violated that he didn't tell her that he had other sexual partners while he was having sex with her without a condom. Now, that's just objectively a shitty thing to do, okay? He comes out here, and he defends this leftist, the newborn activist. How?
Upon initial examination, it seems to check out, and it's not great for young Noah.
Can I say that? Don't say it yet. No, I know it's from. He ripped these from Snark. Look at the quality.
I was thinking that too.
And he's so fucking lazy. He didn't even chase down the clip.
Yeah.
Well, I think I think that the point that is being made is there was a strong implication of behavior that wasn't really backed up by the facts, something like that. I think that's the point that Idubbbz is trying to make here.
I mean, what the fuck? This is the laziest nonsense cop.
Also, the stuff against Noah was really fucking dumb and overstated. Yeah, it was a shitty thing to do, but the way people were talking about it was excessive.
Content cope? That's not good either. Nonsense cop? Content flop. I think that was one of the obvious ones we vetoed.
Copium cop?
Oh, chat suggestions. Thank you, chat. You guys are, I appreciate your efforts there. We'll keep an eye out.
That chatter is not wrong.
So he's a rape. So of course his standard, I don't know what he's accused of, so I'm not actually going to say, but
Ethan brought on
okay, good. Yeah, that was fair to say that.
Former partner of Noah to basically just shit talk him and say that he's a bad partner. But
that's that what happened?
Just shit talk.
But how can this guy, I don't understand how his views are.
Okay. That is just, I didn't even pick up on this yesterday. There's so many points where Idubbbz just completely doesn't include any fucking context to fairly explain what's happened and allow people to decide.
Compatible, where he's like this leftist, pure guy who's always doing and saying the right thing, and then also characterize her complaint as just talking shit about him. Like, that is fucking insane way to characterize that. If you want to say that I'm wrong, at least interface with the arguments I'm making. My God, man.
Also, Noah is a bad partner for doing that.
Yes, that's my point. It's totally warranted criticism. Now, if you think it was inappropriate for me to have her on the show, or you thought it was a low blow, or whatever you want to say about that.
You didn't watch it properly. No, I did watch it properly. I watched it for 4 hours. It's just obviously difficult to, everyone's got like a point that maybe they're interested in seeing addressed, but it's very difficult to respond and engage with every single thing that's said. Obviously, you're going to skip over some parts, not want to repeat yourself, etc. But I think I gave it a pretty good shake. 4 hours is quite a long react for an hour-long video.
That would be a substantive criticism that I could contend with.
Right.
But just saying that he's a bad guy is insanely.
Well, no, I don't think Content Cop is failing view-wise. It's very successful view-wise. But in terms of actually doing anything to Ethan, it's not, I don't think, going to do anything. But then none of this stuff really tends to do anything to anyone anymore.
Dishonest and sweeping, frankly, to the point. It's just wow. It's wow. It's wow.
It's crazy fun. Wow.
That's such an old joke. I don't think anyone knows about that but us.
All that Ethan was able to extract out of it.
You are not accusing him of committing any crimes or doing R-word or anything like that. Very responsible to say such.
Yeah.
The accusation is that he's a sleaze.
Absolutely. No.
Wow, sounds horrible, man. So out of line.
Ryan Beard just said, this part made me so mad. How can you be a leftist and frame it like that?
Thank you, Ryan Beard.
It's
totally inconsistent with the values that they apparently have.
Oof.
Yeah.
Ryan Beard sniffing about
victims of sexual violence.
Ryan Beard, I could tell when I had a little thing with Ryan Beard all those years ago over Super Mega. It was so obvious, and other things. It was so obvious that he was a bit miffed with some of the progressive shit. I could just tell there was something about him that made it clear like he was a bit questioning and uncertain and concerned with some of it. And I think it was the Israel-Palestine stuff that really opened his eyes to it. And then since then he's been a lot more, a lot more based, I would say. Well done, Mr. Beard. Well done.
I don't know if you call this sexual violence, but like whatever. In that realm, liars. I mean, he's calling her a liar, right? He's not acknowledging what she said. She, as a person with agency, chose to call in and share her story, but he can't possibly contend with that. Why even include it then? Jeez.
Noah Sampson, as far as I know, is not a rapist.
Fuck you to Noah Sampson. Oh man, this looks pretty serious. Is this what you call an assertion of fact? Yeah. Okay. All right.
Oh my God.
He's not just a liar and a scumbag, but also a creep. Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Now let's talk about...
That's it.
You even said the allegedly.
That's it. He says Ethan is doing too much because he had his ex on to say that to gossip about him.
Sexual misconduct, I guess, is what this falls under.
Like, dude, what are we doing, man? You are insane. You're actually insane for saying that, like in your video right now. And again, this just shows the hystericals of it. That people are leftists, right, are watching this and being like, yeah. It's like, it's not even consistent with their own values.
Yeah.
About the left-leaning Democrat.
That is a very reasonable point. I wish he'd made more throughout some of this stuff, which he kind of has, I guess. But, you know, it's just true. You know, if someone, dude, it's so infuriating. If someone came forward with that kind of story about an appropriate target, all these same fucking leftoids would be completely up in arms about it. They'd be like raging, posting, "Oh, I'm sorry you got raped, sweetheart. Terrible that you got utterly raped in this situation." And it's like, yeah, but this time round, they're just like,
that's
whatever.
wonderful. But how do I make money
Mental.
off depressed people?
Chud, you are gay for Ryan Beard.
Well, I disagree with that, but thank you nonetheless for the 333. Appreciate that. Thank you. Don't forget, guys, you want to support the stream, it is appreciated. We're going to be here for another 2 hours or so. We're rattling through this. We're doing quite well. So thank you for standing by. But yeah, obviously, multiple ways to support the stream. You got super chats, kick subs, Twitch subs, bits, tips, all that other stuff. Has the goal ended yet? I can't see. It doesn't come up my end. It did end. There we go. We've got about another 2 hours, I'd say. So let's get going again, ladies and gentlemen.
He presents himself as someone like me, a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things.
The thing that made me start to question Ethan's intentions is that when he was suggested to talk to Sam Cedar, a fellow progressive, a guy that Ethan respects and...
This part's going to make me lose my mind. So the moment he realized that I was unsavable, I was gone, was when I refused to talk to Sam Cedar, who was not in the conversation, who wasn't interested in talking to me about it. It was thrusted into the middle of it by Hasan in bad faith because I only listened to other Jewish people. And like, you'll see, I'll play it. I'm just going to play it.
The approved Jew.
He works with Sam Cedar at the Majority Report. I respect him and what they do there.
He kept saying that it was racist or anti-Semitic to suggest that he talked to someone who's within the same ethnic group as him.
That's why I said yesterday, like, I urge Ethan to talk to Sam Cedar. There are very thoughtful, very kind anti-Zionist Jews out there that he could talk to. I don't think that I will be able to reach him.
What's the insinuation that I only listen? He's saying Jewishness is irrelevant to me. That's literally, I said, I can have conversations with people that aren't Jewish. I don't need to talk to your approved list of Jews who agree with you. Like, this is literally me telling a black person, like, you need to go talk to Candace Owens. Like, you know what I mean? Like, she knows everything about the race and what it's like to be black.
Sam Cedar is not a Candace Owens, so
no,
let me
Sam
sit up
Cedar
my
didn't
boil
do anything
there.
wrong.
No, of course not.
I'm saying, like,
I get the example you're making, but I just want to make that
okay, fair.
I don't want people to think that you're saying
the
that he's like a Candace Owens.
The point is that, like, you have approved Jew Sam Cedar, and anyone who's Jewish who agrees needs to go talk to him. It's like, you don't fucking get to decide who I can and can't talk to. And also the insinuation that I'm unwilling to listen to someone who's not Jewish is insane, okay? And once again, you would never, ever, ever make this accusation about another minority group. You wouldn't send a fucking... Okay, yeah, good point, because I'm not saying Sam is like them, but you wouldn't send...
How about Jesse Jackson? Go talk to Jesse Jackson about this.
I don't know anything about his politics, but
whatever.
My point is just because you say that this person... It's got nothing. It's like me saying, "Hey, you're trans. Go talk to Blair White. She'll tell you everything you need to know."
Yeah, I mean, you know, it seemed pretty obvious what Hasan is saying there. There's this other guy who's also a Jew, and he's actually doesn't like this Zionism business. So speak to him, and maybe you'll be convinced. Sure.
It's not like Ethan is not capable of talking to Hasan. You know, like, I just don't understand it. It's not like only a Jewish person can talk to a Jewish person. This is just, it's insanity that they're even arguing this.
It's a direct refutation of Ethan's point that all Jews feel the same way about Zionism. That is not what Ethan's point is. Okay, Ethan's point is that there is, you know, under the way that lefties talk about it, like most, if not many or not all Jews would be considered Zionists, but that's because of the way that lefties present and talk about it. Like, you're not even understanding what Ethan's point is.
I find it utterly mad that he's even entering this conversation. He feels
money off depressed people.
Here's a tip. If you go to a bank looking for a loan and add your last name as Rosenberg, you'll get a good interest rate.
Thank you for the super chats.
Even entering this dialogue about me being Jewish and needing to talk to Sam Cedar. This, by the way, is when he lost faith in me. When I decided not to talk to Sam Cedar, which, by the way, was never even like a serious proposal. Like, Sam asked, he specifically said he wanted to be kept out of it. So, like,
let's go.
You guys,
thank you. We love to see it.
It's so fucking pathetic, you guys. I just. How does he feel comfortable doing this? Other Jewish people, you need to talk to my.
Yes, exactly. 89% of Jews think there's like very broad support for some sort of Jewish state, and he's saying that if by talking the way that they frame Zionism, the way that he talks about it, you're referring to the vast majority of Jewish people. Thus, it's then anti-Semitic because you're roping in all these broadly these Jewish people with the way that you look at it and the way that you frame it.
Pre-approved list of Jews that
anyway,
agree with me on everything. It doesn't matter if they're Jewish, dude. It doesn't matter if they're fucking Jewish. Again, I don't know what he's trying to say. Jewishness is irrelevant to Ethan, which is like a totally.
It's leading up to the next thing. It's really dumb because then in the next one he's like, Jewishness is so relevant.
Okay.
I think most Jews. I don't think Jews at large view it. I don't think that is the.
In what position are you to even say that?
It's not motivated by myself. It's motivated by Jews against anti-Zionist Jews.
How can you speak for my entire ethnic group? I find that really interesting.
Ethan, I don't know what.
So
that doesn't mean.
I'm actually addressing the same point twice, and he's too fucking dumb to realize.
Yeah.
Hasan tokenizes Jews. That's what he does. He uses them as tokens that he spends when he needs to convince his other Jewish friend that, like, oh, you need to just talk to this guy. He'll convince you. He'll set you right. You're insane. You're wrong. Your takes are so out of control. You need to talk to my approved Jew. He does that when he says he's tokenizing Sam. When he brings up like this fringe group of Jewish activists that represent like maybe 1% of the Jewish diaspora's opinion on things as like the mainstream opinion. I'm speaking for Jewish people when I say that explicitly, which he does not include. That I'm referring to actual polls, actual data that shows that like 80-90% of Jews consider this based on polling, based on data. That's what I'm talking about. You're just a fucking racist piece of shit. You're some white savior loser that thinks that you can sit here all woke, all leftist, so morally pure and tell me what the fuck I should think and do about Jewish. I must say,
as time has gone on, it has become more difficult to know whether or not someone is like a far righty or far lefty, because they often do have very similar language and commentary when it comes to these topics. It's like, I don't know what you are anymore. Are you like an old school based anti-Semite, or are you one of the new gay soy ones?
Like, where do you get off saying that at all? And by the way, you're so sensitive. Imagine saying the same thing to like his wife is Arab. Like, I'm gonna be like, hey, you need to, I have a whole group of Palestinian friends who are pro-Israel. By the way, there's a lot of them. They exist. Imagine me telling this is exactly analogous. Me going to Hasan or Ian. I need you to go talk to my Palestinian friend who's pro-Israeli. Like, you'll listen to him. Mm-hmm. Do you see the problem?
The problem is not that you are not capable of talking to Hasan. Hasan was not willing to hear your points or give you anything in the conversation. Like, he was not willing to budge one tiny bit to understand your perspective. That doesn't mean you need to go talk to another Jewish person. Like, no, we're trying to get to Hasan. You're trying to talk to him, not to Sam Cedar. I just don't understand.
Also, it's just tokenizing minorities, which is just like, it made me uncomfortable, and it's not something I would ever do. Come on. I would never be like, yo, you need to go talk to the Palestinian pro-Israelis because you'll listen to them. Like, I would never do that. That feels dirty. That feels insane thing to say. But for some reason, it's totally fine to do it to me, to the point where Idubbbz is actually willing to go in public and tell me how to feel about my Jewishness and sit here. What is happening? Imagine the balls on this guy. Oh my God. This is just racism. It's like, he's just actually being racist.
Yeah.
With his whole chest. He's out here just being straight up racist.
Who is?
I can tell you, this is like step one of having a leftist ideology, is recognizing our race, religion, nationality, all this shit, all shape our experiences as people.
Once again,
that's the reason why it'd be better served to have this conversation not with myself, but with an anti-Zionist Jewish person.
Yeah, and by the way, Hasan, when I'm done with that, I want you to talk to
me.
What's the guy? The name, the Green Prince, who's like he's like a hardcore pro-Israel. Not saying that Sam is like hardcore, like anti-Israel, although I think he is pretty much. But so someone that you disagree with completely philosophically, me being like, hey, I need you to go talk to this guy. He grew up in Gaza and he's super pro-Israel. And
West Bank, yeah.
And when I'm done with Sam, I need you to go talk to him. You're gonna listen to him. It's fucking racism, dude. Straight up. And the fact that they can't see it shows an extraordinary blind spot where they don't think of Jewish people as. They don't think of us as.
Hour and a half left. That's about the same as an old-fashioned, like, 90s kind of movie that you would go and watch. So we're there.
It's barely anything. Like, there's no consideration to it at all. Don't forget how the video started when Ian's like, I guess.
Online political spaces come with some of the shittest culture. Yes, and a lot of it is bled into other non-political spaces, and it sucks.
You might imagine that anti-Semitism is a real thing.
Musab Hassan Yusuf.
Yeah.
Musab.
Yeah, so at any rate, it's the same fucking thing. I would never say it because I'm not racist.
Why does it matter if they're Jewish?
Because I'm not.
Not addressing a single talking point of Ethan when he allegedly spread so much propaganda. What, me? I mean, hopefully you can tell by what I'm saying. I largely agree. I don't agree with this framing of Idubbbz being racist necessarily, but I definitely have got some underlying agreement with, I think I said much the same yesterday that, you know, I can't remember what I said yesterday about this particular part. But in any case, yes, I agree that Ethan is talking about polling. And the point he's making is, of course, there are fringe people who have got different views on this. But the vast majority, according to polling, of Jewish people have some support for Zionism. And therefore, you know, oh, you mean Ian? Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. He's saying, you know, when you say that, you are putting the kind of like Zionist tag on all these people. Or when you are so harsh against Zionists, because... And also you think that Zionism means this just broad support of some sort of state. You know, you are, you know, essentially chucking a bunch of Jews into the pot, like broadly. That's the issue.
Jewish, and you've said in this conversation that, like, how can you tell me how to feel about the situation?
Yeah, but I didn't say tell me how you feel. He's telling me. I hate when they do this. Like, if you look at polls, it says indisputably that 80 to 90% of Jewish diaspora support the state of Israel existing. Okay, which technically would make them all Zionists. Right. That is objective truth. It's available in data and polls everywhere. The way that people like Hasan and now Ian characterize it as like people, the Jews who support Israel are like fringe and not the vast majority, is a way to basically greenlight open anti-Semitism. To be like, no, we don't hate Jews, we just hate anti-Zionists. And by the way, most Jews aren't even Zionists, right? When 80 to 90% are. So it's like a clever little game they play to be openly anti-Semitic. Like, no, we hate Zionists. 90% of Jews, by the way.
Yes.
It's just so fucked, dude. It's just so fucked. You know.
How is one person a representative of
Israel,
Jews
Palestine, Israel, Palestine, Israel, Palestine, Israel, Palestine?
Exactly. And this is when he, once again, insanely bad faith, takes out the fact that I'm quoting statistics from a poll. And I'm explaining in general, not even saying that this is how I feel about it, just explaining in general that when you look at a group like Jewish Voices for Peace or whatever, they do not represent Jewish people as a whole. And like, he can't hold it up as like, oh, you need to be a good, he basically is like, you need to be a good Jew like these people. And that's just not how the world works, right? That's just racism. That's it. That's just straight up racism. So they have this clever game where they hate Zionists, not Jewish people. But very few Jews are Zionists, don't worry, even though, again, it's 90%. Easy to look up, easy to verify. People continually always lie about that without ever showing any evidence to support it, and always ignoring the data that says otherwise. It's just sad, man. It's sad.
The avoidance of facts is so infuriating about the whole group, and I don't even care about the conflict. Yeah, I mean, you know, I was speaking about this a bit at the start of my gaming stream yesterday. You know, I'm broad, like, I think Israel bad. Israel are terrible. They do terrible things. Particularly at the start of the conflict, what was so infuriating is, yeah, the reality denialism from progressives and the lies and the dishonesty and the like lack of just a pause to go, damn, a bunch of civilians getting slaughtered is real fucking bad. You know, it was like just immediately kind of talking about the plight of the Palestinian people and whatnot, you know. But as time has gone on, you know, like, it was because Douglas Murray was talking about how bad October 7th was. And it was like, yes, I agree, but we're in 2025 now, and, you know, the Israeli response has gotten to an absolutely, you know, untenable and vicious and violent excess. And it is only the most purist, you know, pro-Israel Zionists that I think are still pushing the narrative that, like, well, you know, all they've got to do is release the hostages, or they've got a right to defend themselves, you know. Like, we were reading that article that was talking about the IDF slaughtering a bunch of aid workers or something like that, you know. But, you know, even with that perspective, I still think honesty and accuracy is important, and I would be against someone misrepresenting, lying, or, you know, not correctly reporting on a situation of, like, Israel doing something bad. It's like truth and accuracy still matters. Like, even if I think there's, you know, this extreme and excessive response, it's like you still can't make shit up or misreport things, you know. But yeah, anyway, come on.
Jewish people around the world.
Enough politics.
So yes, Ethan, on occasion you might be suggested to talk.
He really thinks he cooked here too. It's crazy. I challenge Ian, by the way, to respond to any.
Right, Skyzy, yes, exactly. How is that the main topic of a content comp drama? Exactly.
Substantive remarks. Like, I don't think he's capable, to the same extent Hasan isn't, of actually responding to any of the substantive corrections I've made to any of this bullshit. Like, I don't even see how he can possibly make a reaction to this. Like, I'm so thoroughly destroying everything he set forth in this. How can he even respond?
He won't be
Maybe he'll
reacting.
prove me wrong. I'd love to see him try to justify these insane takes. I'd love it. Love it. Love it. Love it.
He will not be watching.
Talk to someone who has some crossover with you. It doesn't have to be your ethnicity. It could possibly be someone who shares progressive ideology with you. It could possibly
That's
be
really funny,
someone who
considering
is-
he explicitly said because he's Jewish. What game are we playing, you dumb idiot? You stupid loser.
He showed that clip.
You just showed it in your video. This is the Denim School of Self-Owning again.
Yep.
That's crazy, dude.
Old content cop. How you're a cringe pussy bitch with a lame physical trait, and you're an F slur as well. Now, what do we think about Israel-Palestine, guys?
is of your same gender. I think Ethan understands this concept very well. He listened to these women on his show when they told him that he shouldn't be calling women bitches.
This bitch is intolerable. You are such a nasty fucking bitch, Ken.
I don't know if you can call her a bitch.
Oh
though.
my god, this is so real. No one really cares about Israel-Palestine. It's, well, but I'll accept the broadness because this is true. It's all just picking sides for their favorite creator. It's so fucking gay. Yes. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. There is so much of this that is about consumers, right? The people that watch the content, they are consumers and they are just, you know, consuming their favorite flavor of soft drink and acting like that's a meaningful political thing. The people that are watching Hasan, on the whole, are doing so because they like the taste of it, not because, you know, they genuinely are ethically invested in drinking Pepsi. It's, oh, Pepsi tastes nice and I prefer Pepsi. Oh, the other side likes Coke? Okay, well, that's bad. The Coke drinkers are fucking lame.
She is a bitch. She's a fucking bitch. You're right. I call her a see you next Tuesday.
Listen, you have.
I'm curious, what do Lena and Sam think about it?
I wouldn't be okay with that.
Yeah.
I feel like that it's for the girlies, Ethan. But I
So
agree.
you guys all seem to be in consensus that it's in poor form. I think to respect the women here in the room, I'm going to have to pass on saying that.
Now,
How
what's super
horrible of
interesting
you.
is that this shows. This is when I stopped saying it. By the way, for the most part, like obviously I say it here and there, but like, I stopped. I took it out of like rotation of my regular language. Okay, that's when. What happened was I spoke to people of the gender that I am not. I listened to what they had to say and I took it to heart. The opposite of what you're doing when Jewish people tell you how they feel and how they think about stuff. And your response is actually you're fucking wrong. And let me, the white savior that knows nothing about Judaism, doesn't know Jewish people, doesn't care about Jewish people, fucking says that Israeli people aren't worth defending in any situation, basically. That
I want Hasan broken homeless. I'd set your sights a little bit lower, to be honest with you. Okay? Because otherwise you're only going to be disappointed. Hasan is not going to be made broken homeless. It's, no. It's not happening. It's a tall order. Yes, exactly. Listen, okay? Maybe him being a bit upset about something at one point. That's probably a bit more realistic, as disappointing as that is.
let me tell you how you feel. What's the correct way for you to feel?
Yeah.
You are actually doing the fucked up thing here. Please get inspired from me. Please watch this back and be inspired by my maturity, my growth.
Okay, yeah. Tone it down.
My compassion, my empathy.
Well, no, sure, I'm sure you were fucking around. But the point is like, you know, people have got these high hopes for Hasan destruction, and it's too late for that. Hasan is past the Rubicon of being able to be destroyed. Hasan is so fucking boring. Yeah, tell me about it. I'm bored of talking about him, but here we are again. What can I do?
Intellect.
Reel it back.
But seriously, how is that a bad clip to show? Like, you're having an open conversation and letting women speak, and then you actually listen. Like, sorry, that seems like great.
I genuinely was like, okay, I took the feedback to heart and I stopped saying it.
It's a bitch.
And that's me being a hypocrite because I don't want you to tell me how to feel about Judaism. Give me a fucking break, dumbass. You should listen when people tell you.
Ethan Klein is fucking nauseating. He's not a child. He is absolutely capable of looking into Hasan, learning about his politics, interviewing, doing loads of things to figure out where he's...
Again, that's the problem. That's why the show stopped. Because I learned more about his politics. Because I started to interrogate him more and learn more. That's why the show stopped, you imbecile.
stands.
He presents himself as someone like...
I mean, yeah, but like, you should have done the research first, right? I mean, I've got some sympathy for the fact that Hasan does obfuscate his views, but come on. I think you had to be putting your head in the sand. I think you'd have to be putting your head in the glorious sand of Israel to not realize that Hasan is a political extremist.
Like me, a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things. And for the first time, I noticed an inordinate amount of radical, hardcore leftists. I mean, I thought we were social democrats, not whatever this was. This comment from Hasan really started to sound some alarms in my head. I was already getting uncomfortable with cut out the part, one of the most hard-hitting parts, in which Hasan describes in detail how he basically pretends to be moderate in an effort to push people through.
Oh, man, dude. Chud wakes up, boots up his computer, and looks at Hasan and Ethan's face and sighs. He knows he's another day of Hasan, Ethan content, and he's just trying to say, just to be clear, Okay, the worst. I mean, it's not even the worst day of doing this. You know, a day like this is better than the alternative, which would be going and fucking shilling insurance to some retards on a phone somewhere. So I'm greatly, truly appreciative that even, you know, on days like today, you guys are still here supporting me. I love and appreciate you all. Okay. It's easy, free content. Yeah, exactly. We're having some fun with it. We're having some fun. But I'm hoping, you know, I'm hoping that this is, well, I think tomorrow I'll cover some, I'm not going to watch, I'm not going to be watching, I will not be watching Umperville's whole reaction to the video. But I am interested to see that Umperville has immediately, like, taken it down. And I'm interested to investigate that a little bit and see what's going on. So stuff like that I might get into. Maybe if Idubbbz responds further. But, yeah, dude. Oh, not sure what else could happen that I'd get into, really. And also, I definitely want to do the Toastify video tomorrow as well. Because it's about the Big Chungus guy, or whatever the fuck his name is.
Through the radicalization funnel of becoming a radical communist, essentially.
Yeah, it's a really
he cut
fucked up
that part out. What are you doing, bro? With our partnership, I started to wonder if I had any idea who this guy actually is.
You made how many episodes with Hasan?
That's the point that I'm making, you dumb, you pathetic loser. That's the whole point, dude. That's why I made the video, because I'm trying to atone for what I did, that I platformed him.
Dude, I've already seen a bit of it, and I just, yeah, I hate the idea of, like, I took it down because I wanted to, and what, you can't care about that. You took it down because you're a spineless coward that doesn't want to have a take on something that upsets too many people. That's the reality of it. Just be real about that. I'm too old for this now. That's fine. Well, don't fucking get involved then. Or when you do and you fuck it up, be honest about it. Umperville took his video down because he was getting shit for being too pro Idubbbz in it, essentially. And then rather than fucking, you know, talk about that honestly, he's like, oh, I'm too old for this, man. I can do what I want. Anyway, I don't know. We're going to find out tomorrow what his take is, because it's rooted in this reaction that he deleted.
Apologizing. I literally start the video by apologizing for platforming him and saying I should have known more about him, but I only learned it after, like, right around, like, October 7th.
Okay.
Happened. That's explicitly what happened, and you're pretending like I'm just bumbling around. It's so pathetic, dude.
Like, this guy made a fucking program with the biggest mega leftist on the platform. Now he's acting like he was tricked and he was incapable of figuring out what this guy's beliefs were. Bro,
cut out the part where he says I explicitly try to trick people to Trojan horse into their communities.
Also, we didn't think mega left means supporting terrorists, so...
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Admittedly, I didn't even really know, like, what it meant that he was, like, a socialist versus, like, a social democrat.
Social democrat, right.
Which is what I identify as. And, like, yeah, no, I should have known. And that's why I made the whole video, is to kind of, like, try to correct the record on all the shit he's been up to.
Yeah.
I didn't make the fucking leftist program. You did. You made fucking, what, 60 some odd episodes of this shit for hours talking to this guy? You didn't have a problem with any of it until,
actually what happened.
Well, it started before. It was leading up to it with
we started talking about communism. We started talking about, like, Tibet and China and all this kind of stuff.
It was right
Ukraine.
before, and then this happened.
Yeah, it was very oddly timed. But yes, we never discussed any of this stuff until then. That's literally what happened.
You're not hiding from any of this. You explain this, and you even, like, take responsibility for not doing enough research on him.
Yeah, I don't understand his point even. That, like,
what else do you want?
Oh,
well, the point. I mean, to be fair, the point here is it was only until the Israel-Palestine stuff that you had a problem with Hasan. And as I said yesterday, it was a bit more complicated than that. That is, like, true, but it's missing a bit of context, because it was that conflict that Ethan had some level of personal connection to, and a personal connection to all the shitter lefties that were then creating crazy shit about it. That is what opened his eyes up to some of the deranged perspectives that Hasan had about stuff. So, yeah, I can understand where Ethan is coming from here, you know?
Saying that I'm being disingenuous by, like, ending the show, but why did I do it then? Why did I end the show? Just so that the entire internet would hate me, including you?
Ethan talks about being aware of Hasan's 9/11 comments and then sort of leaves it at that. Like it was just a joke. Actually, I think Ethan describes them as edgy moments or jokes.
You might remember him from such classics as
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it.
Now, to be clear, I knew about all these edgy and controversial jokes at the time we made the show together, because who am I to judge?
No, Ethan, those aren't jokes, right? When someone makes a controversial statement like that, that's not them trying to be funny. I can understand why you would conflate the two. That is someone who is extremely frustrated and passionate about a particular topic. In this case, American imperialism and terrorism.
Oh my God.
Do you know what just happened?
Right.
This man he's defending the 9/11 clip. He's saying America deserved 9/11. I was being more gracious. I said he was kidding. Ian's like, no, he meant that shit. Like, he went on an apology tour. Remember, Ian? Are you sure you know what you're saying? Like, And I love how it's like, oh, when Hasan is out of line, it's because he's passionate and because he cares about important things. But somehow when I do it, it's because I'm fucking unhinged. You know, I'm crashing out. I'm crazy. I'm harassing people.
Yeah.
Oh my God. He really is very dumb. This is a part that I think I'm discovering. I don't know if he was always this dumb, but like his thought process is really operating on a low level. It's crazy.
You could have looked into that. You could have talked to Hasan a little bit more and found out what his international politics opinions
Isn't it funny?
are.
Isn't it funny how there are people out there who are very passionate about this particular topic and don't say deranged shit they have to do an apology tour for? It's almost like, you know, it's not about them being passionate about it. It's just the derangement in all live streamers to say something crazy in the moment that they then think, oh shit, that's actually probably too much.
You wouldn't even need to do that.
The whole point, but he's missing the point, is that people do know him for that clip. That's what most people know him for.
Too passionate.
I'm literally just showing it as a reference point.
Look at it online. You're not a victim. You weren't tricked. You made 60 some odd episodes. If you didn't want to go down this route, you shouldn't have done it.
Dude, what happened? Why is Hasan's dick so far down this man's fucking throat? I mean, that was a vulgar joke that he said. What did he say? Okay,
he said that about
why is he simping so hard for Hasan all of a sudden? Like, what is happening, dude? Talk about being a lapdog. Holy shit, bro. You have zero integrity. It's kind of insane to see.
But that was your fucking choice. You did it. You are an adult. When Ethan and Hila are watching Matt Lieb saying that one state doesn't represent all Jews, they cannot wrap their heads around the idea.
No single person represents all Jews.
I'm just telling you how Jewish people around the world interpret.
What? Oh my God. Does he think that we're saying that one person represents all Jewish people?
He's not representing anything I said well. He's using two like entirely different clips. It's a different conversation. They're not even connected, and it's just.
We want to stay out of the drama.
This part is really upsetting, and again, because he's trying to tell me about Jewishness.
Yeah.
Like, why you even feel comfortable entering this conversation is mind-blowing to me. My criticism of Matt Lieb and other people is characterizing Israel as if it says it's doing war on behalf of Judaism. That's how another reason how you justify your vitriol, your hatred, your want for violence against Zionists, because it's Israel's fault that people hate Jewish people. It's not my fault for being anti-Semitic. It's Israel's fault that I'm anti-Semitic because they say they're doing war on behalf of all Jews. Something, by the way, which has never been stated. Something I see only fucking leftist activists saying without any credit. Israel doesn't say I'm doing this war on behalf of all Jews. That's something you imagine to justify your anti-Semitism.
Yep.
And Matt Lieb is too dumb to understand, or maybe he just doesn't care. I don't know. He says he
just likes the attention, I think. So.
Matt Lieb is whatever. The dude hangs out with Bad Empanada. How serious is he going to be about Jewish issues? For that phrase.
No single person represents all Jews, as no single state represents all Jews.
And again, this is another weird thing.
Oh my God.
Israel. This is a lie that I see Hasan and people pander. They say that Israel's going to war on behalf of Judaism. They have never. I don't believe that that's ever been stated. And I don't think Israel ever explains that it's. Is he going to disprove me? I think Israel says it's a place where he's leading up to him having a counterfactual, right? Mm-hmm. Jews can go.
Israel's just a place Jews can go. With that slogan, we might actually.
That's it.
I mean, it would have been nice to disprove. I mean, well, it would be nice to do that. It would be very boring in a content cop to do it. But, you know, I would imagine, I would have thought that Israel probably do bang that drum. But, you know, anyway, come on.
You know,
come on,
if that's all you're defining
guys.
Israel as is a place Jews can go. Like, sure, it sounds like America to me. Like, all right.
I don't think that.
What is he saying here?
He's saying that American imperialism and colonizing the entire manifest destiny body mass of U.S. is cool. It's fine because enough time has passed. And he doesn't actually have to interface with any hard decisions. Like, am I living on where a tribe used to live, and should I just give them all my properties and money?
Mm-hmm.
So, again, it's like this whole argument of colonialism is just so fucking rich.
You know, if that's all you're defining Israel as is a place Jews can go. Like, sure, it sounds like America to me.
Like you took like 3 words that I said from a larger conversation and like just left it at that. It's bananas. It's disgusting. It's disgusting is what it is. It's pathetic.
Like, all right.
I don't think that Israel said they represent all Jews. I don't think that's a stance. We're like, hey, displacing Palestinians is all Jewish people.
Ethan is being so disingenuous here to suggest that he doesn't understand what Matt Lieb is saying. Like, it's like he's making a semantic argument. Like, I don't think
you have no idea what you're talking about.
Have you explained anything in this video?
You're
like,
so wrong.
I doubt you even understand half the things.
You have no fucking idea what you're talking about. You shouldn't even be entering this conversation as a leftist. You should be listening and learning, sir. Sit down.
Be humble.
Like, what a fucking. I can't do it. This is so unreal. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
I think Israel has said.
I told you this part was gonna get me.
It represents every last Jew on the planet. I don't think Israel has claimed that.
That's what he said.
What does he know about Jews?
Nothing. He doesn't know anything about it.
Look,
Go ahead, Zach.
I usually try not, like, it's hard for me. It's very hard for me to speak up on these issues because I do support the majority what you're saying. I really do. I think he has no validity or foundation to be speaking on this. It's despicable. And to tell you to go, oh, talk to that token Jew, Sam Cedar. Fuck you, dude. Like really, fuck yourself. That's
Yeah, it's super gross. It's shockingly just gross display of just like callous racism. And he's too dumb to realize that he's even doing it, or maybe he is and he doesn't care. I don't know. They had a sword that looked like a swastika.
Everyone in this video is dishonest to some degree, and it confounds the discussion for no reason over petty drama, and I hate it. Sure. I mean, I don't know, dude. I mean, I am, you know, I am fucking switching off a bit. I am switching off a little bit from some of the political talk, but that's okay. We're gonna persist through. Okay.
Maybe we'll be a little more careful.
I said that this morning too.
Let me pull that up. I know that the chances that they did on purpose is close to 0, right? So I'm not accusing them, but like just be a little more aware next time.
Why would they have that though? Like I feel like you buy that, you take one look at it, you go, you know, maybe not.
I got no clue.
Well, it's not actually a swastika. It just looks like a swastika.
Pretty damn close.
Yeah.
I think it's from
it's from an
Bleach.
anime.
Can you send it?
Oh, it's from Bleach. Okay.
Oh my god, the swastika thing.
I'm not gonna say that they're most genocide.
Probably should have picked a different katana for the
like
photo.
Ian posted this to Twitter, okay, with a katana. Not racist guy, not racist.
Listen, he's just embracing his new audience.
With the least anti-Semitic people on Twitch. Zoom in on the hilt. That is a fucking uncomfortable similarity to a swastika.
It's a warm welcome to his new audience, Ethan.
Wait, how is that not a swastika? That's almost like it's doing the whole motion.
It totally is.
I guess it is a swastika. It's not like a Nazi swastika. Swastika's originally from Asia.
So what's the name of the sword? So I want to see what it looks like in the cartoon.
Okay. Oh, it looks this. I can never get into Bleach.
I just want to see for reference.
Fake weeb over here.
Bleach. I'll say Bleach Nazi sword.
Katana.
Bleach Nazi sword.
Whose sword is this? Is it Hasan?
Yeah, that's
Hasan's
so. Yeah,
the thing is, like, you can't own this and have it and like have it out without being like, this looks like a swastika.
Yeah, totally.
Or do you think that now that it's been pointed out that he should remove the photo at least?
Hey, thank you for the $5. Appreciate it.
Take it down.
No, he's not going to.
It's just
that's a fucking.
I'm harassing.
Come on, dude.
It's very close.
I mean, I guess objectively it is the shape of a swastika, but I think the intent has nothing to do with Nazi Germany.
The Nazis have ruined that symbol. You can't just be like, oh well.
Let me ask you this: is Hasan a huge fan of Bleach? Does he have a reason to have this?
Probably,
sword?
right? I mean,
I've never heard him talk about it in my entire life.
Well, how much you watching? You know.
Well, hold on. Let's see. Let's look.
Hasan Piker, and that is a very popular one. I could never get into it. I don't know.
I got into it. I didn't like it.
I'm with you, Dan. It sucks.
It sucks, right?
Find one instance of him talking about the show Bleach.
It's a peace wheel, guys. Please hold in your racism.
It's a piece. Oh, it's a swastika of a piece. I see.
Okay.
Is there any mention of the Jewish people in that?
I just don't know that you can.
I don't think
in the context of this people that talk about Israel and Palestine.
Somebody should have looked at the photo and been like, hey, maybe that is probably a bad call.
He's goofed around with the sword, right? He's goofed around the sword. He's seen it. He's seen it.
It's still up though, you guys. Like it's still up. He tweeted that and it's still up. He didn't, like it's been pointed out. Let's say he didn't know. Now he knows. It's still up. So what are we supposed to think about that?
Yeah,
I thought it was weird as fuck.
It is pretty startling to see.
Oh my god!
Not exactly the messaging you want to put forth. I wouldn't think.
Zengetsu is the name of the sword. Tensei Zengetsu.
Just find me one instance of Hasan talking about Bleach, and I'll absolve him of everything.
He most likely watches Bleach. He watches anime.
It's an extremely popular.
Yeah,
he talks about anime all the time. He's fucking. He doesn't know shit about anime. He fakes it.
Oh, that's the worst thing. That's actually slander. You're gonna get sued.
The only thing he's like, one.
Okay, this guy is. This is tongue in cheek. This whole thing is tongue in cheek. Okay, you guys have got to recognize there's a tongue in cheek element to what he's doing here. He's not really sat here like, oh, it's a Nazi sword. I mean, the comment about maybe you should pick a different sword, that's probably more real. But he's having a bit of a laugh with it, okay? I don't think he's super serious about this point.
One Piece is about revolutionary, so I'm gonna watch like a few hundred episodes and act like I'm a mega fan.
A few hundred episodes? That's not a good enough bar for you?
That's barely
what the fuck?
That's literally the show didn't even start. Like, how you call yourself a fan of that show?
Come on,
and have only watched like a 10th
Big fan. I bet you've only watched 400 episodes of that show.
I watched it.
Sit down.
Wait, I'm by no means an anime fan. What is the one show that's super long that you're like?
One Piece.
One Piece.
That's the one.
Yeah. How many episodes are there?
At this point, it's like 1,300.
Thousands.
Jesus. What the fuck?
Yeah.
It really picks up at 400 though, Zach. So give it a shot.
Actually, I think the official consensus is that it really gets going.
I'm being told that Hasan does watch Bleach.
Find me an example. I want to see that man say Bleach.
It's one of the most popular animes in the world.
I'm sure it is. Mein Kampf is a very popular book too. It's a bestseller. Anyway, the point being, it's a little fucking like, wow, okay, interesting.
Bad form, dude.
Like that's the picture you're gonna stand with. Okay, let's get it. Let's get it. Well, certainly, you're not sending the wrong message to anybody on Twitter, right? Cool.
Oof.
Sensitive guy. I love leftist Idubbbz.
Idle behavior.
You got it?
He
says, laugh my ass off, you don't know about Bleach. This is startlingly recent.
March 19. He's up with Bleach.
Okay, that's
This was just sent to me. I guess this still doesn't actually prove anything, but it's him mentioning it
He might be
recently.
talking about
Hey, I think it was super chat. One Piece is good. Episode 1, L. Ethan.
cleaning.
Oh, true.
He might be saying like you want to
Oh,
stain out of your
somebody's showing off their clean laundry, and then
got a
he's
big stain
noticing
on it.
that there's a little bit of stain there.
Like you don't know about bleach? Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Represents anything to do with them, okay? But what they are going to do is they're going to inexplicably link Israel and Jewishness
Here we
together. So when they're being criticized, all of a sudden they
Here
have
we go. The expert on the conflict. Show me evidence of that, dude. You don't have any authority. You have no fucking knowledge. You have no expertise. You have no world experience. Tell me why you believe this. Go ahead.
perfect defense. Oh, another thing I need to mention. There was a tier list. It was called the Who Can Say
Bro, he actually like puts his whole chest out to defend this tier list.
Hey, Habibi tier list.
I think he's anti-Semitic. I think he's like full-blown anti-Semitic. Watch how he defends this.
I was presented.
Okay. I agree. I don't agree with the anti-Semitic thing. Okay, I think that Idubbbz is just a total moron that's had fucking poison poured in his ears by his retarded friends. But obviously, my take on this is Idubbbz misses out crucial context and doesn't explain actually why Ethan was upset about this, and it obviously makes it that it sucks. All of this is fine. Just drop the anti-Semitic claims. It's stupid.
Presented at TwitchCon.
I know people like to laugh and be like, oh, he just called, Idubbbz was made a video about him, so he just called him anti-Semitic. It's like, dude, I think he's just anti-Semitic. After that, and now he's defending this.
Like a panel that was just meant to be lighthearted and fun. And Ethan Klein saw that, and he decided that it was anti-Semitic.
I am not the only one that decided that. That was a huge story before I ever even talked about it, because people noticed it and said, what the fuck is this? It was objectively insane to a vast majority of people, not just Jewish people.
Listen, we're going to need your help to discuss and figure out who can say Habibi and who can't. And also, we have tiers. We have Arab, Arab coded. They ask permission.
You got something?
Oh my God!
What happened? I fucking hate when you're right, bro.
Me?
Yeah.
What?
Open what I just sent.
What's this?
Holy shit, dude. Everybody listen up. This is big.
S tier. Wait, I don't even know who that guy is.
Charlie didn't even show that Ethan was at the bottom of the tier list. You missed that out when you first watched it. Sorry, was I not critic? Bro, dude. Idubbbz has missed out crucial context and I repeatedly said how fucking bad Idubbbz was, and that still wasn't enough. There's specific points I had to mention about. You guys are so annoying. Bro, I was massively critical of that entire segment.
That's Isaac. Bleach. I don't watch Bleach.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh my God.
Stars?
I'll go back.
Okay, S tier. Wait, I don't even know who that guy is. That's Isaac. Bleach. Oh, I don't watch Bleach. And I'm not caught up with Naruto.
This man, I gotta tell you, that's pretty compelling stuff.
Fan.
8 months ago this was, and since then he's become a big enough fan of this show to buy a tilt with it with a fucking swastika.
What if this was a wake-up call? What if this clip embarrassed him into starting to watch the show?
This does not help him. And actually, if anything, I was kidding when I thought they did it intentionally. I don't know anymore. I think Hasan might be collecting it because he thinks it's funny that it looks like a swastika.
He might have started watching it recently.
Fake
I feel like he's gonna say it was sent to him.
He's got.
Okay, he didn't notice.
Bro, Hasan has been got. He's not a true anime fan. He's got him by the short and curlies. Let's go.
What the fuck? Someone sent me something that looked like a swastika, I'd probably notice.
If they all agree it's a problem, take down the photos, right? That's the least they can do.
I suppose that would be.
The man doesn't watch Bleach. He doesn't even recognize the main character. Is that the guy who wields this sword?
I don't
No,
think
that's
so.
not him. Ichigo's the one who wields it.
Okay, of course. My apologies.
Oh, you know about it, Nate?
I saw a little bit in middle school, but that sucked.
Okay.
I did at one point watch a decent amount of Bleach when it was on fucking Adult Swim or whatever, and it was so boring, dude.
I agree.
So boring.
The weebs try to bully you into watching it, and I just refused.
It's one of those shows that it gets
tried.
really good at episode 300. It's like,
Yeah.
no, dog, I'm not doing
Listen,
that. I'm not doing that.
You don't think that I want to watch a good anime? You don't think that I'm desperate for something to watch? They'll be like, I tried. I don't like it. Leave me alone. Put on Housewives.
There we go.
Housewives of fucking New Jersey, season 200.
No swastikas in that show.
Hell no.
Certainly not.
To say Habibi, you know, like you got like white guys like, can I say it? Is it a slur? And then Love Sabra, which is they're not Arab coded at all.
Now, when I first saw this tier list, I immediately knew what it was doing. I was like, oh, it's a play on the.
Does it get worse? Does it get worse? Oh God, is this even more recent?
It's much more recent.
This is no. This is from 4 months ago. No, what does he say?
Do you watch Bleach? I do not. I do not.
Well, I said, show me an example of him talking about Bleach, and you did provide.
I didn't find these. These were sent to me.
Well, this is fantastic. Thank you, guys. And I won't say, this is from 4 months ago.
Wow.
Well, maybe in the last 4 months he's become a dedicated fan.
It could be. We can't discount it. I need to know how and when he acquired that sword. Dude, wow. Just wow. I mean, wow.
I just realized.
I thought it was
who has
weird
the N-word pass and who doesn't tier list. Granted, Habibi is very different than the N-word, but it is a cultural word amongst Arabic-speaking people and Muslim people. Like that is a word that's used. Habibi, it means my love. Oh no, don't do that, Habibi. Oh yes, Habibi. You're my Habibi. I'm your.
He's so culturally
It's
literate.
not really
he
my
knows
love,
so much.
though, but sure.
Yeah, again, this characterization of this is so stupid. Everybody knows this
More
is
like
deeply
buddy.
racist. It's not about the Habibi. It's about the tier list. It's about having Sabra at the top and Arab at the top and Sabra at the bottom. Yeah,
Or
let's
Habibi.
strike that and reverse it.
So yes, it's meant to be a fun way that these Arab content creators can express their Arab culture and be proud of it and happy about it.
If that's how you think expressing your Arab culture is, then I don't think you're being very gracious to Arabs. Again, he is too dumb to make this video. He has no idea what he's saying or doing.
Because it's not like they have massive representation on the platform.
I mean, one of the biggest streamers on the platform is Hasan.
And this is a panel.
He's not Arab, but yeah, you're right. Never mind.
This is a panel on Twitch.
But he does do like representation. He's not like he's not representing. And this is a panel.
We are looking at a representation.
This is the main stage panel. Where's the Jewish one?
Come on.
Where's the Zionist panel?
Oh, we did it. Yo, we got an hour left. Oh my God, guys, we're actually doing quite well. We're actually doing quite well. I mean, the problem I'm getting to now is it is more interesting to like disagree with something that Ethan is saying or doing or something, but we're kind of past that now. And now I'm just like, yeah, I'm like beyond some bits around the edges of some of these stupid anti-Semitism claims that he's making with regards to Idubbbz. I just kind of agree, like this segment sucked. It was ridiculous, and he didn't even fully contextualize what the panel was about. It was absurd, and or even what Ethan was concerned or bothered about, you know?
Where we put, let's say, Jews on
wherever
the top.
this is. Okay, I see. I was like, wherever this is going.
It makes you feel uncomfortable even just to say it, right?
You got to do it 2 hours to make for yesterday. What happened yesterday? I did a gaming stream. I was live for longer in total yesterday. I did more. I did a bit more. Okay. I did a little bit more.
That's why I'm just like, just don't even go there. Don't even go there.
And then defending it.
Making a tier list based on race. And nobody has a fucking problem with that. Okay, you have a tier list based on race. Where's the Jewish panel? Where's the Jewish panel?
This guy's so smart. He's so clever.
This guy's spitting, dude.
This guy really knows what's shit.
Where at the top it says Jewish. It's a tier list based on Arab to Jew. He's Arab, which is good. That's the best thing you can be on this. That's the best. This is racist.
I will say that conveying information through...
Now, clearly, if he's trying to make a serious video, he would at least show my explanation for why I think Love Sabra is anti-Semitic. Like, that's the least he could do, right, into making a good faith,
Well, actually, I think the least he could do is show that they put you at the bottom.
And with Ben Shapiro, who's not even in.
Because he doesn't even show that.
Well, let's see where he takes this.
Through a tier list is not the most effective thing, but Ethan should understand this principle. He did a white slurs tier list with Hasan.
Cracker. I mean, you know what my take is.
There's no one, first of all, there's no creators' names on this tier list, okay? So, like, just fucking stop being such a moron.
This is so different.
It's so different.
What?
They're actually putting people on the tier list.
Yeah.
And
that are not Arab.
This is like clearly satirical, and the whole point, like,
the point is that there's no slurs against white people that are really offensive.
Yeah, and we were sort of like,
yeah,
you know what? Whatever. It's not even worth explaining.
It's
just that's crazy that he would say that that's the same thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's really sad.
We can't put this as an F. Cracker. I mean, that's got to be at least a D, right?
Paleface, motherfucker.
Paleface. I mean, again, I think that's an F. Hog.
So Hog is my favorite. I use it all the time.
Him and Hasan feel as though they're white guys, so they felt very comfortable talking about white slurs on their tier list.
I think I'm more white than you.
Hey, idiot, that's not what they were doing.
Yes, exactly.
Right, all you have to say is it's.
Oh, now he's
there are no people on
eating.
this tier list. We're
No.
not rating people.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, exactly. We want.
And the other guys are rating other creators.
By the way, they immediately put me on the bottom, called me a Zionist, asked where's the category for Zionist, next to, and then
Bro, look at the size of that thing. That's massive. That's a tremendously large burrito. Where the fuck did that come from? You guys just go crazy in America, don't you?
Put Ben Shapiro on the bottom with me, who, by the way, is not even in the video.
Dude, I think I'm white. Like, I'm super white.
Can you understand why Arabs might feel comfortable talking about Arab shit on their tier list, Ethan? You're the white guy.
I can't believe how confidently wrong he is about this.
So wrong.
Crazy.
He's talking about it as if they are just rating like Arab stuff. Like,
yeah, I mean,
this Arab, this is up here, and this one is down here. Like, that's not what they're doing.
He's also he's doing this thing that, like, somehow he's like almost standing up for against like saying for white people. He's saying that anti-whiteness is the same as anti-Semitism, like held in the same way. But anti-whiteness, we all kind of joke about it because like whiteness isn't a real thing. There's tons of different classes.
Oh no, he's not doing this argument, is he? Oh no, dude. That progressive brain rot kicking in. I mean, it is, you know, you like, it is the only group of people that is considered acceptable to do a fucking slur list about. You know, I am not personally bothered. I call me a fucking whatever. It doesn't matter to me. It's just obviously an inconsistency. And it's obviously absurd to think that it's acceptable to mock a particular group of people on the basis of their race through some sort of retarded analysis that, well, whiteness isn't real. Well, whiteness might not be real to you, but my skin is white and I'm considered white. And,
Okay,
you know,
that's
by the
wonderful.
progressive logic,
But how do I
attacking me on the
make
basis of my
money
race is
off
bad.
depressed people?
Chudders, get yourself a big burrito too.
Hey, Screaming Demon, thank you for the £10. Thank you very much. There is a burrito place that delivers.
Okay, that's
so I
wonderful.
Oh,
may well do after
But how
stream.
do I
Thank
make
you.
money off depressed people?
And now behold, due moment.
Thank you for the $5, Ludex. Appreciate it. Or there's Taco Bell, but Taco Bell fucking sucks. What is it called? Tortilla? Is that the name of the place? They do like more traditional, like normal burritos. Yeah.
That was a big part of the discussion that day.
Hello,
yeah.
mate. Can I have a fish and chip burrito, please? That's what we have over here. We don't have Mexican food, so we have fish and chip burrito.
The whole point that
It's
sort of
just like a total social construct.
right,
It's
and the
changed
whole
throughout
point is
history.
that
Sorry, tortilla. I said it wrong. Tortilla. I said it wrong.
slurs against white people because they have privilege do not hit in nearly the same way as slurs. And we were satirizing that by just showing that, you know, it bothers us so little that we can like rank them of which ones we think are funny or whatever. And that was explicitly discussed on the episode too. Just how, because at the time Twitch was banning people for saying cracker, which we all agreed was like goofy.
Well, actually, during that episode, I learned what it meant.
No, that's not good. Oh my god. That's not goofy at all. You have to have a no, it's not fucking goofy, you utter moron. It's actually completely consistent because you can't target someone on the basis of their fucking race, dude. You can't target someone on the basis of their race no matter what race you are. What good is it if you have fucking different rules depending on what classification of race you're perceived as being? A race that actually is okay with being mocked because of stuff. Well, that's fine. It's ridiculous. It's like all fucking hate speech shit. It doesn't matter what race you are. The rules apply just the same. So just as you cannot be discriminated against because you're black, you're not allowed to be discriminated against because you're white. It's the same thing with the Twitch rules. Oh my God, so irritating. Anyway, don't want to dwell on it. But very irritating to hear these talking points in what is otherwise, beyond some personal disagreements, as I've stated. Okay, an okay response.
And then I thought, oh man, that is actually really, really bad. It means like a slave driver cracking their whip.
Oh. Oh my God, dude.
It wasn't on camera. It wasn't on camera. You didn't even need to do it.
Like it was.
Food flew out of his mouth like a doofus. Oh, and people didn't hear me rip on you for eating on stream at all because it got butted.
Go ahead, say it again.
Well, let's just reenact the moment. Can you pick the burrito back up? Thank you. Now take a big bite.
No, I didn't do that.
Oh, I can't believe that Hasan is always eating on his stream, right? And then you spit the food out of your mouth.
One time in 4 hours.
The rules don't apply. Well, I'm saying the rules should apply equally in all cases, but of course Twitch are not necessarily consistent. But it's just funny that the instance when they're consistent in, you know, treating anti-white slurs in a, well, not even the same way, because there is harsher punishments for saying the N-word, but some level of attempts to enforce the rule, the fucking progressives freak out about it. You know, and it's like, well, no, that's how it should be. That's how it should be. That's correct. They've actually made a right decision to enforce that in that occasion.
That's pretty good.
Why do you get such a big burrito?
I'm
You
just
got a
gonna-
tiny one.
How did you get a big one?
You admitted the eggs, didn't you?
Wait, what? Bro, dude. How do they what the fuck? Are Mexicans Jewish? Were they like giving the Jewish fella the bigger burrito? Or is he Jewish as well? I don't know who's Jewish and who isn't in this podcast. That is wild though. Look at the size of that thing. Jesus. It's like he can get his whole hand around it. He can get his whole hand around that bad boy. But Ethan's is an obvious two-hander, isn't it?
Wait, what did you get here?
I took no eggs and cheese.
Dude, mine is like 10 times bigger than yours.
I figured they would replace the egg and cheese with yummies.
More shit. I agree.
Wait, what's yummy?
What's yummy?
Like
know what
meat?
yummies is.
Like meat? Yeah. You guys know. Don't
got you.
Fuck around.
I'm not going to do
We
that.
got a new love sound, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm not going to give you extras. You need to ask for extras.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Once again, like, Idubbbz is just so unqualified to have this conversation. The confidence with which he discusses Jewish issues, dismisses anti-Semitism, seems to tell Jewish people, I know better than you about this, is stunning. Stunning.
I think you're more white than Hasan's.
I think I'm more white than you.
So yeah, the white guy can say all the things that he wants, like cracker, but the Arabs can't have their.
That was like not even close to my point. You're literally, this is like actually just in the territory of straw man fallacy. Like he's just putting forth random arguments that I never even made.
This is like I feel like this is so dumb that like nobody was even making this point.
No, he's the first. He's the first to defend it like this. It's just Arabs being Arabs, dude.
Well, I mean, I'm just, I'm seeing a big burrito, and I got to make a comment about it. Well, funnily enough, it's the most interesting aspect of this that I've seen in the past couple of hours. The burrito part was actually quite entertaining.
I'm like, that sounds racist too. This is how they express themselves. I'm like, that sounds really bad. Maybe the white dude should sit down and shut the fuck up. And listen and watch and learn. It's bananas. It is. It's just crazy.
I would put him also in Arab. I know Turkish people are different.
Notice how they drop the premise almost immediately that it's about who can say Habibi, and then it's like Hasan. Okay, actually he's Arab. We fucking love him.
The better argument is that ranking slurs, generally speaking, is not the same as singling out individuals and associating them with certain words that are classified as a slur, or using words like Zionist when they come up in order to denigrate them, right? That is the difference. You're singling people out to do it, right? If you had like some sort of white or black thing and you were putting faces next to whether or not they could say certain words, something like that would be, like, here's an example of what you could do, right? You'd have a variety of different black people, and you would say, right, we got these white slurs here, okay, and they go down towards slurs which are a bit more non-specific and could be talking about a number of different races. Where does this person go? And then you got like a sort of mixed race person, and you're like, are they white enough or not? Or do they look a bit more black? Something like that would probably be more comparable.
He's dope. He's Arab.
Habibi is an Arabic word. That is an Arabic word, Ethan.
He's not Arabic. Funny about this whole thing is that he's not Arabic. You cut that part out?
Right.
That was my point, is that he's not Arabic.
Yeah, but okay, but I understand why he's allowed to be like.
That was my point, though.
Right.
I wasn't saying Arabs can't say Habibi.
Also, the other point that was being made there wasn't just about what the nature of the attendance and what they were doing. It's the fact that this was a Twitch, like endorsed panel. It was like a live event at a Twitch con. So it was the fact that Twitch were, of course, signing off on this, or must have had some knowledge of the content and found it acceptable. And it just shows that they didn't seem to have that eye for, well, this is potentially an issue, and this could potentially be upsetting and bad for the sponsors, and so on.
That's stupid. It's obviously dumb. Like, what?
They say Habibi in Israel. Again, people underestimate just how like mixed Israeli culture is. Like,
we say Habibi in Israel. Yes, Ethan. Another piece of evidence as to why it isn't anti-Semitic.
What?
How can you miss the point this bad? He thinks that I'm saying Habibi is an anti-Semitic slur.
Yes,
is he really saying that?
Well, listen to this, and you tell me what he's saying.
How like mixed Israeli culture is. Like,
we say Habibi in Israel. Yes, Ethan. Another piece of evidence as to why it isn't anti-Semitic.
No, see, I don't think that's.
I don't know
the
what
point
he's saying
making.
though.
But
I never. Okay, so what's his point?
it's still not a good point, but it's not the bad point that you think.
Well, help me, because he said
the bad point is that he is ignoring that your issue is what is at the bottom of the tier list, not what's at the top.
Yeah.
But he says explicitly in this, Habibi is not anti-Semitic, which is a claim I never came close to making. He says, I think he is saying that. I do.
Like just how like mixed Israeli culture is. Like,
we say Habibi in Israel.
He says, oh, they use it in Israel. Therefore, why would you say Habibi is anti-Semitic? That's actually what he's saying.
Okay. Yes, Ethan. Another piece of evidence as to why it isn't anti-Semitic.
This is right.
It's just so stupid that I was.
So stupid.
Jesus.
Did he even watch it?
We want to stay out of the drama.
Can I say something about the tier list?
Just baffled me. So
yes, please.
So the tier list comes from things like who's invited to the cookout, or there's even like a Latino one, like who's invited to the carne asada.
Right.
Usually those tier lists, when they make them, it's mostly just white people, and usually famous actors, right? It's like Jack Black, he's invited to the carne asada because he speaks a lot of Spanish. He really embraces Mexican culture, and it gets kind of weird if you add different races, because it's like, why are you letting like putting an Asian person at the bottom? Why are they not invited specifically, right? Like, and I think with this tier list, putting the Jewish guy on the bottom feels anti-Semitic because it's like.
Stick all the Asians at the bottom, okay? Don't let the Asians to the cookout, because the blacks would probably be racist to them as well. To be honest, let's be real.
Tension between Israel and Palestine, so adding you to the bottom just makes it weird. Yeah, in my opinion.
Yeah, and like it's not just that one thing. It's the fact that, again, why did they put Ben Shapiro in the thumbnail on the bottom with me? The thumbnail, which hopefully one of you guys can pull. I think it's still up.
The thumbnail.
The thumbnail is me and Ben Shapiro in the F tier, the Sabra tier.
But exactly what
Ben
Nate,
wasn't even in the video, so why?
Exactly what Nate is saying is what I'm saying, and like, why is it so hard for them to just acknowledge that? I don't understand.
Well, I didn't even really explain why it's anti-Semitic yet, by the way. For those people who don't know what my argument is for some reason.
In his video, you mean?
Well, to the people watching who maybe don't know, the reason I said it here, I have a link to it. I'll let myself explain.
The thumbnail's in the chat if that's what you're looking for.
That's not, but that is one thing I was looking for. So here's the thumbnail. Why would they add Ben Shapiro and me?
Oh, dude. I'm just so correct about the Anissa thing. I'm realizing it more and more as it goes on. Look at this. It just popped up that someone had quote tweeted. From April 16th, 2023. Thank you so much for the love, Ethan. Appreciate you and Healer so much and will always look up to you too. Oh my god, dude. What the fuck, bro? It's Anissa yanking him by the chain, whichever direction they need to go. Now, it's not to downplay any criticism, like, say what you want about fucking Idubbbz, but it just seems like it's Anissa that is leading the way and causing these issues and causing these problems. And then it's Anissa now that's in with the fucking editor whilst acting like she's not. Oh, Jesus. Sam Hyde was right. Yes. More than we realized.
Probably the two most prominent Jewish creators on the platform.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Ben, maybe.
I'm prominent.
Well, you're forgetting about Sam Cedar, the King Jew.
Sam Cedar, you know.
That's true. So Sam Cedar, okay. They could.
Chud, are you scrolling through Twitter whilst watching this video? Possibly. That is certainly a possibility. That is certainly a possibility. But yeah. Anyway.
Could have done that. Why did they do that? Why is it two Jewish dudes, and including Ben Shapiro, who's not even in the video on the thumbnail? Like, what does that say? So the reason I say that it's anti-Semitic is one, oh goddamn, I have a link to when I explain it. Where they flip is this shit.
I don't think anyone deserves that level of cruelty or hate.
Thanks, bro. Thank you, bro.
And shitty.
Ooh.
Got
him.
Are you looking to explain that Sabra
Yeah,
part?
I'm looking for when I explained in the content nuke.
Oh, okay, sure.
Yeah.
No, why not?
I had an exact timestamp. Where the fuck is it? Well, anyway, as we wait, here's Anissa justifying Nazi atrocities. Just for no reason.
Is experimenting on 10 children to obtain a cure for thousands of kids' lives justified? That's a really hard question, and I think if people are being 100% honest, they give you a different answer than what you're expecting.
I've heard about this.
Is terrible.
Are you? Everybody's walking around. Everybody knows. What are you doing? Oh
As the Holocaust was, obviously it was horrendous, and how disgusting the doctor was that did the experiments on people. It was gay people, handicaps, twins.
Handicaps.
Who else? Who else? Who else, Anissa? Who else did they do experiments on?
And obviously, they're obviously Jewish,
okay.
Or they did it on Jewish people. They found a couple of really groundbreaking discoveries through that experimentation.
I think that's a complete lie. Nothing useful came from that.
Nothing useful at all.
It was just pure.
The Shoah, the Holocaust, was the great.
Okay. I mean, the truth is actually somewhere in the middle. Well, more so towards Ethan's side, I'd say, really. But the idea there was loads of groundbreaking discoveries is complete bullshit. I think that there was like some limited information that they garnered from it, but much of it was ruined by the fact that the experiments were not done like correctly to like a medical standard, and so therefore the results were extremely flawed. I think, like, for example, I think there was some sort of greater understanding garnered about exposure, say. Something like that. Yeah, dude. Nazi doctors figuring out that if you give a person frostbite and throw them naked into boiling water, they die. Dude. Yes, dude. Yes, exactly. But no, there was, dude. This is like a hotly debated thing. It is more so that it's more correct to say that they were useless than to say there were all these breakthroughs, because there weren't these like groundbreaking like breakthroughs. But there was like some limited information. But it is true that it was largely useless, and much of it couldn't really be meaningfully used. And there was obviously, because I think the concern comes up because there was actually a few things that maybe you could get some utility from. But then it's like the ethics of that. Well, do we actually use that then? Even if there's something to garner, is it worth it because of the complete negative impact of those experiments having been carried out, you know? To be fair, if there were any, the Bolshevik... Okay, so yeah, it's... But then also, it's like, when you wrap in the ethical quandary, it is just useless. Because, you know, what is the use of data that has been garnered through what we have determined collectively as unethical and a great negative detriment to patients you know, and whatnot by not getting informed consent and so on. So yeah,
greatest science experiment ever, evidently.
Was it worth it? I don't know. If people were honest, they might say it was. What an insane thing to admit. People are so dumb they don't even know what they're saying. Obviously, I had never seen this before. It's just on the subreddit now because everyone's digging into their past. Understandably, right? Of course they're going to do that. Good thing they want to stay out of the.
Yeah, the Japanese were particularly vicious in their experiments. That is true. Particularly brutal and vicious in what they were doing.
Drama.
So,
do you think they're regretting this now, or Do you think they're regretting it yet, or are they still high in the snark?
I don't know.
I don't know. That's good. That's a good point. That's a good, great answer. Actually, all right. So, okay, I still didn't find the clip I was looking for.
God damn it.
Well, did someone send it?
Yeah, here. I got you.
Who fucking who?
Shut up, Frogan.
Who fucking who?
Thank you, Dan. And because of her massive viewership of 100 concurrent viewers, it only makes sense that Twitch would give her one of the main stages at TwitchCon to do a 45-minute long segment. Her idea, that was Twitch approved, an Arab to Jew racial tier list. So the premise is...
Okay. Well, I mean, it's fine. We can watch it. I was thinking, should I just skip that? We might as well just watch it. We've only got another, 45 minutes left. But it's just funny. I was like, now he's reacting to himself. Now he's watching himself. I get it if that's where the info is, okay? But that is the true infinite content loop.
Who can say Habibi, an Arabic word of affection like baby or sweetheart? And this tier list determines who can say it. Top and most desirable tier is Arab. And at the bottom, the worst one is, quote, loves Sabra. Now, why does loves Sabra equate to Jews? Sabra is a well-known Israeli company that makes hummus. They've been on the divestment list for many, many years, so the activists are well aware of their status. Oh yeah, and Sabra literally means a Jew that was born in Israel.
It also plays up an anti-Semitic trope that denies Jewish identity in the Middle East. There's this idea that Israelis are all white colonizers who are stealing the culture and identity of Arabs to make it seem like they belong there. Watch Frogan and her co-host accuse Israelis of culturally appropriating Arab culture.
The one thing that's like funny is that there's two types of like genocide, right? There's like genocide of real people, and then there's like cultural genocide, right? Like this is fucking funny. Like those motherfuckers trying to take hummus and say it's Israeli is the most insane thing to me.
Dude, the fact that they have the audacity to create Sabra and make that like the staple hummus of America.
You know what? That's funny. That's funny editing.
Insane.
It's super offensive to us. And like that's actual like cultural appropriation. Like people get mad when someone has like dreadlocks and they call that culture. I'm like, come on, it's just like a hairdo. Like it's okay. People like white people are allowed to have dreadlocks if they want dreadlocks.
These people made like a profession out of telling who can be offended by what.
Yeah.
Of different races. So yeah, obviously I explained myself very thoroughly, and somehow he apparently watched this. Presumably, and he didn't think to include any of my reasoning.
Dude.
That's fucking weird, bro. That someone
Getting
called
mad
that.
about hummus. I mean, wow. Dude. Yeah. I mean, have you ever... Hummus is like kind of... I'm not a massive hummus guy myself, but if it was there, I might have a bit, but it's not that crazy, is it?
Bad faith. I would.
Racist. If you're not Arab or understand Arab culture at all, which is a lot of Americans, and Ethan Klein presents you this tier list and calls it anti-Semitic, you're just going to eat it up. It's not. Ethan is just...
You literally just didn't show any of my arguments. That's what you're doing. You are so terrible.
Can you believe he doesn't even show that they put you at the bottom? Like, can you believe
that's... How can you not... I'm not just saying it because they're Arabs sitting there, which is what he's insinuating.
Yeah.
That I think, and then like, he doesn't even explain why I'm upset. It's confusing really if you think about it. They're on stage doing Habibi, and I'm saying it's anti-Semitic. Why? Just because they're sitting there saying Habibi? Like, is that the extent?
Did he show that you were placed on the
No,
tier list?
he didn't even show I was placed on the tier list.
That's what I'm so shocked about.
Crazy omission.
He's very bad at making videos. I don't know what to say.
I mean, this whole thing is just like a sacrifice to the altar of like leftist Ethan hate. It's just straight up a snark video. It doesn't even make sense. You can't watch this and think it's a good video. It doesn't even make sense. His point is that I think Habibi is anti-Semitic.
Are we sure? Are you sure when you unpause it's not going to get to that?
I'm pretty sure, but we'll play. I watched. Yeah, I'm almost positive, but maybe I'm wrong.
On this.
It's hard to believe
because it's just hard to believe.
It's really hard to believe.
Yeah, let's see.
Tier list under Love Sabra because he doesn't understand Arab culture. There's a lot of Arabs who eat Sabra. There's a lot of people like me who eat Sabra. A lot of the times it's all that's in the store, and I'm gonna buy it and I'm gonna eat it.
Wow, I can't wait to hear my favorite streamer's take on the latest Ethan drama. Oh, the segment is just him slowly losing his mind in real time. I've tried to, do what I mean, it was my fault for thinking I could just watch this whole thing and it would all be great. I've had fun with it. It's been good.
But it is not the good shit. Like the average Arab American.
Zionist.
They're going to go in the store and the only option they have is fucking Sabra.
That was exactly my point. Is like, why put Sabra at the bottom?
I think about this compared to like a previous drama where there's been this backwards and forwards. And I mean, generally speaking, I try and avoid to react anyway. But like, Ethan and Vosh, Ethan and Vosh is like primo, and it was really fun and entertaining and interesting, and it was backwards and forwards and blah blah. Great. But that was because it was digging into some of Vosh's crazy comments and this thing that he'd shown, and it was funny, and that was good. And then this is just like so much weaker in comparison, and it's because a lot of it is centered around stuff that has been done to death, and also on top of that as well, it's like all about like Israel Palestine. That's not that interesting, really. It's like a drama thing, you know. Also, we weren't being annoying retards on that drama, so that's a plus. Well, I think that was quite a one-sided thing, all in all. I mean, if you want, you could obviously argue the toss about, oh, well, actually, guys, Lolly is just drawings, isn't it? I guess. Maybe there's some of that, but I didn't really see that. But yeah. And also, there's an element of, like, even if you could just have a laugh about it, you know. Even if you are, like, on the pro-Lollycon side, you could just have a laugh about how ridiculous the whole situation is, you know. But yeah. Yeah, it is. The Consecom just kind of sucks, really, all in all. Any updates on Showbo 22? Not that I'm interested in talking about or seen, to be honest. The Showbo stuff is... Honestly, the Showbo stuff, once the trolls started fucking with them in Discord, that very much put me off the whole affair, to be perfectly honest. I must say.
Or like they talk about it like it's just some gross like Israeli hummus, and my point was like it's as good as anything there. Like you're literally just doing a extremely loud dog whistle, which apparently when it comes to Jewish people and Israelis, Ian forgets what that means or that it exists at all.
And that sucks, that's the only option, right? Arab communities and distribution facilities are not widespread across the U.S. So what are they left with? They're left with a common...
He's also doing, like, once again, like almost a form of Holocaust denialism, which is basically like diaspora apologia, basically saying that hummus is not Jewish food.
Oh.
He says there's no Arab distributors.
I don't think that's Holocaust denial.
No, but no, I'm correcting myself because I think it's close. When you deny, like, the Jewish, like, the way that all 900,000 Jews were displaced.
Yeah, from other countries in the Middle East.
So
I get
denying that is, in my opinion, a form of, like, Holocaust.
But the Holocaust is a specific thing that happened in Europe. Like, you can just...
It's a way... It's historic, it's anti-Semitic historical revisionism. How about that?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, there you go. That's more... Yeah.
That was a way better explanation. I'm surprised you came up with that.
There you go. We're accurate now. Yeah. I'm sure I'm going to tell you guys that's going to get clipped.
Of course.
Wait, which part?
Just the part of me saying it's Holocaust denialism. And
right,
like, dude.
Yeah. Well, I jumped in, I tried, I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, I've clearly expressed my views, so I can't wait to see that on Twitter.
Yeah.
Relatable, shitty hummus.
What do they expect to find in the grocery store shelves? Fresh hummus that will expire in 2 to 3 days, or a prepackaged product with preservatives. Well, yeah, exactly. You do get like fresh hummus and stuff like that, but that tends to have like a shorter shelf life. And this stuff is obviously designed to be around for a bit longer.
Okay, that's wonderful.
Presumably, particularly in like hot country too, I'd imagine.
Off depressed people.
Good job sticking through the whole thing, champ. Buy yourself a monster.
Thank you. Thank you for the $10 euro. Appreciate it. Thank you. We're going to do it, guys. I was a bit concerned. we weren't going to do it, but I think we are. We are. Dan is captaining Titanic after it snapped in half graceful. I absolutely love the Titanic story. One of my favorite probably one of my favorite kind of history things, the Titanic. The scale of the disaster, I think, you really don't think about. You really don't conceive of, Like, what was it, 1,400 people roughly that died. What an insane concept, on going down on a boat considered unsinkable because it hit a fucking iceberg, so we're being retarded.
Hummus, which is Sabra. And what's so fucking pathetic about this whole thing is after he was able to get these Arab creators banned off of Twitch for 30 days...
I didn't get them banned. Twitch banned them for a month because they fucking, like, Jewish activist groups got involved and there was a ton of outrage because it was obviously anti-Semitic. The fact that you're trying to put this solely on my shoulders for the reason of me thinking Habibi is anti-Semitic for some unexplained reason is insane, dude.
He goes on to...
I went to the Titanic Museum and did the ship's wheel get... Oh, I know, I've been there. I know exactly the one you're talking about. Been there with my kids before. Yeah, they loved it. They loved that bit. They absolutely loved it.
Talk about how bad Sabra hummus is on his show.
I don't think it's almost like it's not about fucking how good the hummus is. How can you miss every single point? Like you're a child. He has a child brain. Yeah. A dumb child brain. I think some kids would get it. He's a dumb kid.
The frog kid.
Prefers Sabra over homemade like restaurant quality hummus. It's what's there. Like weird. That's the same point you were making, dude. Why?
fluffy.
It is fluffy.
Sabra. Weird.
Yeah.
I would buy it sometimes and eat it. It's not the best.
The problem is with Sabra, in my opinion, it's,
I can't
it's only
believe what
good
I'm
for the
saying,
first 2 days.
For some reason, like, when you eat the Sabra shit, it just feels so much
I really
heavier.
think
And
it's
imagine
about
eating
hummus. Like that, you're upset that they're being insulting to hummus.
I'm defensive about Sabra hummus. I'm outraged.
I think that really is.
Disliking Sabra hummus is anti-Semitic, and so is saying Habibi.
Wow.
How can you be this pathetically?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, of
he's either
course.
bad faith or he's really dumb. And frankly, at this point, I don't know which it is. I really don't know.
Could it be both?
Hummus.
It could be, but like I think it's one or the other in this case because if he's too dumb, he's not going to think about it. He's not going to think about how he can be bad faith. I'm not going. Okay, whatever. I'm getting in the weeds. Whole fucking vat of Sabra. That's crazy.
Yeah. I've never liked hummus.
Oh, okay.
Well, you hate Jews then.
The other thing as well, even if you personally think the hummus stuff is retarded, if you're like some Nazi and you think this is just some Jewish person complaining too much, you need to remember these are progressives. These are the people that bleat all day about fucking how bad dog whistles are and all this fucking nonsense, right? Like this is obvious like dog whistle shit, and they're just completely denying it is, you know?
Yeah.
This is racist.
That's actually. So he's brought that to make like I'm commenting on myself.
Hummus. Get me the hummus.
We're making fun of the point that you're trying to make, that it's so idiotic that no one would ever honestly put it forth. You might be the dumbest man alive. He might actually be the dumbest man alive.
That was a clear joke on my end to love.
Of course, right? That's all.
Yeah,
I
I didn't even feel the need
The
to
joke
explain.
being that, of course, the premise is absurd. That disliking Sabra hummus makes you anti-Semitic.
So was he trying to convey by showing that there
Yes.
was no joke in there?
Yes. Yes.
Oh my
or I mean, at least that it doesn't matter that it was a joke.
Hey, Gavolt.
Oiga, you got hit with the Oiga Volt, dude. You never do recover.
Oiga Volt. Volt.
Oiga Voy.
Yeah, it's almost like you can have a discussion about Sabra hummus being a bad hummus without it being at all related to a Jewish thing or an Israeli thing. He can have that discussion as much as he wants on his podcast because we all know his intentions are anti-Semitic.
He's literally talking to a brick wall. Because I know he's not talking to me.
I can't believe this is real.
Yeah. I try to think, but nothing happened. Like even the people that support this, even the people that support this, who think that it's good and funny and whatever that they did it, aren't going to pretend to be this ignorant. It's unbelievable to pretend to be this ignorant. It's like it's not a well-written character. It's way too like one-dimensional. Bro, it's so unreal, man. It's so unreal. I told you at the end it gets worse and worse. If you can believe that.
We have to make it to the end.
Wait. We're on track. We're on track to finish by 5:30. He is hard.
Hey,
He's actually doing the fucking
let's go.
evidence
He's
that-
on track to finish by 5:30, and we're on track to finish by 9 p.m. Let's go.
He's doing the Elon Musk Nazi salute, me criticizing him for doing it as compelling evidence that.
Yes.
Hi guys.
Anti-Semitic.
This is what he did. He hit his heart hard.
The Zionism.
That's it?
That's it.
Well, you're obviously a Nazi.
What's funny about that is they've taken a screenshot from that, and there's now some dumb meme out there, which is like, pick a side. You got Ethan doing the Nazi salute, the Roman salute, and then you've got Ethan doing it too. But he was doing it to fucking point out how what Ethan doing was bad, and what Musk was doing was bad. God, this is what I hate about these fucking leftoids, man. The levels of dishonesty is so wretched, you know, and the misrepresentations and shit like that. Terrible.
That's a joke.
I think Mika's rhetoric video is better than that.
That's what I mean. I genuinely
I really do.
Yes.
I genuinely think.
I think she made better
video was
points.
better.
Yeah.
Like she's not at least pretending to be like the most ignorant person alive.
Hi, everyone.
Like I actually am a fan of Mika's rhetoric after this,
I've also vouched for Jewish people.
and I mean she's heroic for that.
She is.
Yeah.
Like I said, I don't even think Hasan. I don't even think Idubbbz can claim such a high bar.
Is leading to not accepting other cultures, embracing their own culture, and instead thinking that that is an attack on you.
It is. It literally was, dude.
Good luck, Ben.
He was one of the people on the tier list. They were making fun of him.
Oh, it's so dishonest.
It quite
man.
literally was. That's crazy that you said that.
But why doesn't he show it? Why doesn't he show? How does he not? So we
My
answered.
God,
We
dude.
answered our question, Dan. He doesn't
Losing my
show.
mind.
He doesn't show that I'm on the tier list at all. He doesn't even show it. It's irrelevant.
Yep.
Oh my God.
It's irrelevant.
He's got him back to rights here.
Just jaw on the floor. Yes. Speechless.
How do you even like counter this?
I don't know.
And then again, you have to understand something. Looking at the performance of this, there's 300,000 people that liked this and watched it and enjoyed it, including, by the way, everybody in the beginning, Hasan, and well, the other people doesn't surprise me. I mean, Hasan, it doesn't surprise me, but I'm surprised he would co-sign something so stupid. Although it explains why he it seems like he's kind of standoffish. Like in a lot of the beginning, he's not in every shot. He's only there briefly.
He's not dancing, only letting the monkeys dance for him.
Yeah, and he's smart, proving that he's smarter than them.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm not doing a Fortnite L dance. That's insanely unfunny. At least like he has the presence of mind. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know, man. I don't know.
Incident on the podcast where
I think he's even worse than he used to be. I think he's more racist. Well, okay, it's easy for me to say as a Jewish person.
Sure,
so
yeah.
maybe I shouldn't.
That's true.
Maybe I shouldn't say that.
That's true.
Yeah, still racist. I can say that.
Yeah.
Nothing changed, baby. Same great flavor. Just same great product, just a new taste or something.
He put on the right haircut.
Yeah, he did kind of buzz cut right before doing it.
Healer may be talking about Black Shitto. Yes, honestly, Black Shitto is one of the better memes. That's got to be the meme of the month, April 2025. Surely that is a banger. Whoever came up with that.
And is holding a sword that has the Nazi swastika at it. It's just a lot of coincidences lining up. It's a little bizarre, man.
There's no such thing as a coincidence.
You said you heard it here.
They were reacting to Cutie Cinderella, and Ethan was laughing during it. So that ended up being
Going
pretty
back to the
important.
Cutie Cinderella thing. Oh, so this is when it goes.
So officially, yes, we're done with that segment, and it didn't show it at the bottom of the tier list.
Yeah, right. And so this is when it goes into outer space. This gets so unhinged.
I have not watched.
You haven't seen this? Okay, you're
the
good.
last.
Okay, good.
I mean, I didn't really see the tier list part either. I guess I thought I watched most.
It's hard to watch. I think most of the people who are probably not watching the whole thing because it's not entertaining.
It's not
funny.
good.
It's not good. Probably watch like 15 minutes and say, I agree, Ethan sucks.
Also, I just kind of knew that I was going to be watching it for like 6 hours the next day too. So
soak it in. Soak it up, baby.
Hey,
Soak it in.
Great stream, Chud. Made my spring clean the breeze. Thank you. Appreciate the feedback. I do my best. Okay, I do my best. I do my best, guys. Thank you very much.
Video directed at Cutie Cinderella, and it was graded by a professional psychologist, Dr. Kirk Honda of Psychology in Seattle. and Ethan got an A+ rating.
In terms of a public apology,
Are you by chance a bit jealous? Sig Heil?
This is.
I'm not going to call him Sig Heil today because he actually is. He's a very good guy in this story, and I don't want him to get the wrong idea if he sees this. I support you. I love you. I appreciate you standing by your guns, and I'm sorry that he put you in this situation. The Sig Heil thing is it's based on a.
My apologies, Doctor.
It's you misspoke.
I misspoke. I meant to say Psychology in Seattle, and I somehow said Sig Heil in Seattle or something like that. So we love you. It's me we're making fun of.
Ethan won't stop talking about his A+ rating.
You know he rated my apology to Cutie Cinderella a perfect score.
Now,
a
hold
perfect
on.
10.
A perfect 10 out of 10?
Literally.
Is he calling you out for bragging about it all the time?
Yes.
Yes.
He's finally cooking, folks. He's finally cooking.
I think what we're seeing again.
See, dude, it's so wild that Idubbbz doesn't get it. It's clearly a good-natured bit between the crew and stuff, and they probably are fucking going on about thinking it's obvious what's going on here, and Idubbbz doesn't get it.
He just genuinely, he got like Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind zapped in the brain and forgot what a joke is.
Yes.
Like, I think it's funny
Yes.
that you would take something like that and be so unhumble about it. It's very funny.
It is funny.
You're just
and a little annoying.
Sorry that I have to even explain the joke.
Yes,
Idubbbz.
exactly.
It's a
Bro,
sad state.
me, you, all of you, we all got this yesterday. We all were like, what? This is obviously some bit. And yes, it's exactly what it is. You take some absurd thing, which is meaningless. It's like bragging about, you know, winning an award from best looking person at a school in fucking 20 years ago or something. It's some total trivial bullshit thing, and you act like it's this massive deal. It's so clear what the joke is, man, if you're not autistic.
Literally 10 out of 10. Go back. I can teach you how to make a good apology. I'm the best
10 out of 10.
I know what a perfect apology is, lady. You fucking don't. Is my perfect? That's funny. I'm sorry. That's funny. Perfect apology in this PowerPoint? Dude, I got a perfect 10 out of 10. This one is actually best apology. So. Even Klein, you guys, oh my God.
Bro, how can you not make it any more obvious that you're giving yourself an award for the best apology? Dude, it's so obvious, bro. Literally giving himself an award. Well, this is obviously a very serious thing he's doing here.
We made a fake award category with best apology and just wrote me in. That's really serious stuff.
Ethan, I know why this bothers him. He got a B.
He's jealous. He's jealous.
Sorry, I had a 5% alcohol volume slider in your chat. Rare treat. No problem. Enjoy it, okay?
Oh, there
He
you
has
go.
a B. If you go
He
to
explicitly says he tries,
h3lords.com.
and that's a really good point that he got a B. Because he's pushy. He's advocating to move it to B-.
Yeah.
He's jealous.
Below
bro.
yours, interestingly.
One notch below yours.
Let's see. Maybe he'll issue an apology for this whole entire video that we can analyze.
Yo, thank you for the 50
I was trying
gifted.
really hard to
Womp,
think
womp, womp.
Let's get those gifted going.
About an impactful moment during this video. Like, could I do something that would really wake Ethan up?
No.
And I don't know if this...
I mean, you could come out dressed as Hitler.
That would be alarming, for sure.
Startle me.
Yeah.
And you could, like...
I mean, that intro was pretty startling.
Yeah, the therapist stuff was fucking absurd. And the thing is, okay, first of all, it's based on a faulty premise that you think Ethan genuinely considers his thing to be a genuine achievement. But then also the fact that you tried to get him to reduce it and he didn't. It was a total fail on all fronts, and you still included it. And then you started crying to the guy about your fucking busted misses. Like, dude, what the fuck, man? What an absolute disaster.
It was, yeah, it was pretty startling.
Oh, and they're telling you to wake up in that. So he did do that.
Yeah.
We're up. He's up.
Hey, it's Easter this week. He's gonna be up, dude.
Happy Easter.
Came from a good place or not, but I came up with the idea of
When you came in and said you were having a
grade.
funeral for a good friend, I thought you were talking about Jesus, by the way.
When
It's Good Friday today.
Yeah. He says he can't tell if this is good spirited or not.
Came from a good place or not, but I came up with the idea of getting Ethan's grade changed from an A to a B at least. So I
Now,
went to
before
visit-
we watch this, the context is that he flew out to visit this real professional psychologist whose credentials licensed, right? He did not tell him what the video was. Did not tell him why he was asking him to trade the grade. He put this poor guy in the middle of this stupid fucking drama, trying to get him to like break his. Like, you could really jeopardize the guys. They have like very strict rules about how doctors can talk about people about, and you can get in a lot of trouble. I mean, look what happened to Jordan Peterson. He got like not that he got disbarred in shame for statements he said. I don't know, disbarred, unlicensed. So here, do we have that clip? Yeah, here he responds. I want you guys to watch this
Jordan Peterson reference.
This he just put out 5 hours ago.
So then Idubbbz made this video for me asking me to rescind that grade as a
Actually, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't watch this first.
Yeah, let's do it after.
Yeah. Makes more sense to watch.
Yeah.
He's talking about first.
psychology in Seattle. I'm not confident that Kirk will change his grade, but it's worth trying, and we might learn a thing.
You can always
or two.
cut it out of the video if it doesn't work out.
Fuck. This was his big crescendo. He travels to Seattle to get my rate reversed, and he does it. He won't even do it.
Your what reversed?
Even in his own
So
video.
what?
Even in his own video that he wrote and edited, he's still a loser. Even in his wildest fantasy, my fever dream, he's still a fucking loser.
Whoa, what's going on
And
here?
then he's showing him a compilation of me doing a Sig Heil to try to butter him up. It's like all of these clips of me like being like racist, I guess, to butter him up to try to manipulate him. Into
Is it just like the out of context like clip?
Yes.
Yeah, the Elon
That's
Musk conversation.
crazy to do, dude.
Yeah.
It's anti.
crazy.
I mean, it is. It's fuck. This guy is lost.
Yeah.
It's actually it's just a disaster.
And we might learn a thing or two.
Xander. Probably get pretty low marks. Unlike me, perfect score 10. I said, hey, Lud, no wig drama. Why are you such a spineless coward of a person now that you've inserted? What do you expect him to glean from this? He doesn't know what the fuck I'm even talking about, you moron. How is he so dumb? I don't think he's ever going to live this down. I'm definitely not going to ever let him down. Like, you have done the dumbest thing in your life. This video, I'll never let you live it down, and you will be this guy forever.
Oh, God, for real.
Bring yourself and your girlfriend into this conversation.
Okay, Idubbbz, I hear you. You're in the room with me right now. I hear you. I hear your request. I understand it. I can understand where it's coming
Sorry,
from.
I fucking hate all this. I hear you. Well, I bloody hope so, because I'm assuming you're not fucking deaf. So why are you saying I can hear you? Yeah, good. What? It's like this therapizing language trying to like placate the person. I despise it, man.
And I guess have a policy that when there is a grade for an apology, I am just grading that discrete apology as I see it without...
Yeah, sure, okay. I'm not having a go at the guy, to be clear, okay? This is just the rate language of therapy. This is just what it is, unfortunately, you know?
taking any consideration of prior or future
Bro,
behavior.
if I go for therapy, the only time I'd have therapy if it was like some sort of Alan Sugar-esque figure that was just telling how it is, you know? That's why I'd go to therapy, if Alan Sugar was there to just put me on the right track. That's what I want to see.
If you're wanting me to comment on the overall behavior or the recent behavior from the clips that you have shown me, I believe that Ethan is a good person and that eventually he will feel sorrow and will feel sorry.
Because he
will
knows that,
apologize.
like, somebody who makes it, he knows as a 10 out of 10 apology maker, he understands what I'm capable of and the maturity that I exude and my ability to, quickly assess and decide what is the right thing to do. He should have cut it.
Why did he involve him? This is so...
Yeah, basically, it's a way of saying, I'm going to not do what you want, right? You're trying to say, I'm not interested in doing what you're asking me to do here, but you're trying to soften the blow, right?
Weird. Dude. It was like he's such a psychology in Seattle. He seems like such a normie. Like he has no idea what's fucking going on with this.
No idea.
Like why are you involving him? It's
and he didn't tell him why. He started filming and he didn't tell him why.
Didn't tell him why? Just showing him this weird, out of context, disjointed.
Yes.
Ethan Klein snark compilation.
Comment.
Idubbbz always does this for his con cops. He does a sketch like in the Time Emoji one. He went to her.
Screen the N-word interface.
But he always tries to do one thing like that.
I just owned her.
This one just failed massively. Because if you lowered your score, that'd be a little bit funny. Like in a vacuum.
If it worked out, sir, a little.
By the way, in a vacuum, not in a serious takedown video.
You know what I would do?
Yeah.
First of all, you need to tell him ahead of time what it is you want and what is it you're doing, and see if he's okay with that.
Absolutely.
First and foremost.
Yeah.
Then, if he is, but he probably won't be because he's a professional, and he does it, then you go there. You don't show up with some half-brained, fucking half-baked, dumb concept and get owned by your own fucking fever dream, and then put it in the video.
It should not have been in the video.
That was my first thought. Is he should have cut this. It doesn't make.
It didn't work out.
I'll tell you what else. This whole video is delete worthy.
I agree.
I think he needs to delete the whole video.
I think he needs, bro. Don't even, bro. Yeah.
Oh, was that nearly a button moment? Was he going to tell him he should top himself or something?
This guy was my friend, by the way, like of 10 years. What was that?
Stop exaggerating. It was 8.
A friend of 8 years. Just drop this. Just drop this baby.
Drop this turd right on you.
Guys, and I will be there to evaluate that apology when it happens, which I know it will.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
He actually hit him with a SpongeBob meme, and then now he's acting like all bitter.
What an asshole.
Like, dude,
what an asshole. He didn't do what I wanted.
Yeah. He didn't compromise his professional integrity and risk his career.
Brother, this guy stinks!
Unfortunately, Kirk did not change his grade, but that's okay.
You're so cool and chill, bro. I'm the one that's crazy. You're the one that's cool and chill and right. And I'm not.
Okay, because this is the internet, anyone can have their own official apology rating system. So I'm going to rate Ethan's apology a B-.
Why
That's just
B-,
based on my own feelings and my own rubric.
Okay, well, you're wrong. You're not a professional. You have no authority to issue that grade.
And why are you even rating some old apology from a few years ago? Like, this is so random.
Like, I need
what
to
does
see,
that have to do with anything?
What's your credentials?
I need to see his credentials. I need to see by what authority are you daring.
Wait, so did he really get a B rating himself?
Yes,
He just
he
happens
did.
to
It's on
pick B-.
h3lore.com. Go check it out.
Yeah.
Oh.
That undercuts his point too, because it's like, then it just makes it seem like he's being petty about it.
Yeah.
He is being petty.
He specifically went one tier below his.
So does he point that out? Like, if he's self-deprecating and self-aware about it,
No,
it's
he
funny.
doesn't. He says B- and he doesn't explain.
Wow.
So now here is Kurt, after he saw Ian's video and was like, dude, what is happening? He posted this video from 5 hours ago just today. So here it is.
Oh my God, we just watched this and it was boring. We watch it again. No, I
Idubbbz made this video for me asking me to rescind that grade.
Well, I say just watch this. I mean, we watched it at this point, like, what, 7 hours ago? Like 6 hours ago we watched it. To be honest, the stream has kind of flown by today, I must say. You know, it's we've literally got like an hour left and I didn't even realize.
As a, I don't know what he was trying to say. I think basically that Ethan must not have been genuine because of his more recent behavior showing his true personality or something like that. And I hadn't ever considered rescinding, or no one had ever asked me to do that before. So I, in the moment, just came up with a policy to...
Stream has flown by like the plane that flies over Verdansk. Dude, what I need to do whenever I play on stream is I need to literally just close down chat and pretend like you're not there. I just play so much worse when I think about chat being there.
Say, look, you know, in that moment I did minimal research and background, and I evaluated the apology video for
I love
what
how
it was.
serious he is.
The grade isn't an indication of an endorsement of the individual or a condemnation.
I feel like he probably
of the
feels so
individual.
confused by
It's
this whole
just-
experience.
I think he probably feels a little played too. Like, why'd you do that to me? Like, why am I talking about this? Why am I forced to talk?
And then he I know he's somewhat memeing or whatever, but he does like kind of like insult him, throw him under the bus in the video for some reason, because he didn't do what he wanted.
Oh yeah. By the way, guys, I want to say, check out Psychology in Seattle. His videos are really cool, and he's a great guy. So go show him some love for sure. I want him to not feel like he's just totally a weird board.
Not to cut him off, but we're very low on time, and there's
5:30. We're going to 5:30.
Right.
But we have
so
grade of
you got more video
based
to
on
get to.
my criteria and my rubric that I have developed over time. And yeah, I stand by it. If I miss something in the video,
Yeah. So anyway, he stands by it. And he basically explains he didn't know what was going on, and he tries to
The
understand.
keys. I've got the keys. I'm analysing the keys to understand YouTube apologies. The keys are telling me this is an A+.
Why Ian did it? Because clearly it wasn't communicated.
No
to
one
him.
knows.
Yeah.
No one knows.
Psychology in Seattle was watching these video clips of Ethan. He said that it looks like Ethan could just use a hug. Now, of course, it kind of pisses me off to hear that shit because I'm like, what are we doing? What are we saying? He needs a hug? No, he doesn't need a hug. He needs a good fucking ass whooping is what he needs. I think
You're a fucking idiot, dude. Why?
You know what's great about
What the
this
fuck?
line is that my complaint is about people threatening violence. There's lots of threats of violence against me and my family, and your response is to tell your audience that what I need is to get punched in the face. This guy is this is the new Idubbbz?
Yeah.
This is the new Idubbbz? The punch him in the face guy?
The key guy. Bro, that was actually great content. I mean, it's not something I think we did a segment with because it was politics slop. But because I'd obviously watched the key guy and I was like, okay, this guy seems like maybe he's onto something. I guess we'll see. And then he just got totally raped. And then there was like the cope afterwards where he was like, no, the keys have failed me. How could I? He was going on about the keys. Chud represses his inner lib. It was so funny. His coat was ridiculous, and he was sat there like desperately hoping the results were going to eventually turn around for him. And the people were in chat going, "Lost your keys, lost your keys, lost your keys." And just, oh my god, where'd your keys go? And then your pocket, just crazy shit in chat.
I'm flabbergasted by this take. It's just mean-spirited. It's wrong. What do you mean, dude? What? It's just like so disappointing. I don't even know what to say. That line is just so disappointing.
Change the locks, yeah.
Wasn't the whole thing?
They changed the locks.
We're gonna have to grab that, Zach, the punch in the face thing.
You got it.
He needs a hug? No, he doesn't need a hug. He needs a good fucking ass whooping is what he needs.
Well, guys, Potato Pug's got to take, okay? I'm about 2 hours behind. But I think it's honestly amusing how much people are on this point like a fucking pit bull on a baby's skull. I think if Idubbbz went to Ethan's house, as Ethan has said, I think Idubbbz should have at least said, hey, his house is not full of dog shit and he's a decent dad. Yeah, but dude, I'm sure that would be a great idea. Just tweet out, guys, I've been to his house and I can assure you, it is not filled to the brim with dog shit. Trust me, okay? It is definitely not.
By the way, I love how the psychologist was like, this seems pretty fucked up.
True,
Like, it
I
sounds like
agree.
he's going through a lot.
Good-
Maybe what he
good
needs instead
job.
of being harassed
Do you
and
know
belittled
what?
and dogpiled on is a little like.
Up until this point, as you know, I've been quite certain of my perspective. I reckon that guy might have just changed my mind, to be honest with you.
Empathy. And he's like, man, fuck that. I want to punch him in the face. By the way, empathy. He remembered, he learned about it, but I think he forgot about it. He's lost. He's a lost soul.
I think something that's very important to me in bringing back Content Cop is to be fair. I think that was something that was not
Oh my
illustrated
God,
in
shut
previous
up.
Content Cops that I think should have been and probably wouldn't have left me with so much regret. Ethan deserves all of the criticism that he's getting. I think it's very valid. But I also think at the end of the day, we should acknowledge that he's human because he is human. And
That's really right.
Oh my God.
I'm a human being. True. Let me encourage you guys to think about the fact that what he's doing right now, he feels is a genuine display of like an olive branch.
Yeah.
After this video, after everything he said and done.
30 seconds after
Just
saying you need to get your ass
30
beat.
seconds ago. Yes.
After he started flipping me off with all the people that are solely like responsible for harassing me, other than Sean the Black, because I don't know anything about him.
He deleted all his other Content Cops, right?
Yeah, he doesn't stand by them. I'm uniquely evil.
I think he's gonna need to keep with the tradition and delete this one too.
We're not going to forget. This is actually he's actually a terrible person. I feel like mathematically proven.
I am any better than any of these people that I was making Content Cop videos on.
You clearly do, man. You do. You do think you're better.
I don't think anyone deserves that level of cruelty or hate.
Other than Ethan Klein.
It's super irresponsible.
Well, you did it again.
To be fair to him, he's still learning empathy.
He's in the
It's a-
process.
it's a
He's like
long
data.
process, you know?
It's like children, they go through regression. I think he's going through regression right now.
True. Yeah, true. Could be.
He is in a situation that's making him extremely scared, paranoid, defensive, sensitive, and I'm sure other features and feelings. In the spirit of Kirk saying that it looks like Ethan could just use a hug, I have challenged some of his most powerful haters to put down the haterade and just say something nice and charitable about him because I think he deserves it.
I just want to
Now, before we go, he's being serious. He genuinely thinks that he's doing something nice here.
to say that I respect that you are genuinely yourself on the internet.
Let me genuinely tell you as myself to go fuck yourself. You are evil, hateful, spiteful goblin, and I despise everything about you. Okay? So shove it up your ass, weirdo. Who even participated in this? Who even agreed to
now
do
it's all good.
Stupid.
This is
I think a lot of other people respect you for it as well. I think that's a big reason why people were drawn to your content in the first place. I think that's a lot of the reason why your employees chose to work with you
Hold on, I thought it was a hellscape.
over anyone else.
Ethan, I think it's respectable that you.
Bro, I don't know why you're here. Why are you talking to me? I don't know. Why is he here? Okay, go ahead.
Begin this journey to leave
Let's
behind the anti-SJW crowd
go.
and step into a more empathetic worldview. I know it's not easy.
Sorry, I just wasn't listening. I'll go back. I'll listen.
He's saying we still have SJW crowd.
Employees chose to work with you over anyone else.
Ethan, I think it's respectable that you even began this journey to leave behind the anti-SJW crowd and step into a more empathetic worldview. I know it's not easy.
That was really sweet,
okay,
right?
So he's acknowledging that you did make that move.
Yeah, really
Okay.
sweet, right?
Yeah.
Let me show you something. Let me show you a video from today.
Sounds nice.
Let me show you this
Oh,
video from
Frank,
today.
that's another video.
And like, I want you to watch it. And Hasan doesn't have a nice thing about Ethan. And the chat asked what I'm thinking. I'm like, wait, you didn't do a nice thing about Ethan? And he was like, no. And I'm like, wait, that was an option? I could have just said no.
Bro, you were so pathetic. You have no agency. How people just tell you to do something and you do it?
Hassan had to tell you that?
So
Of course you can say no.
basically sat there and lied because Idubbbz commanded you to do that? Like, you have no fucking agency? How dumb and pathetic. Again, these people are so stupid. They don't understand how dumb and pathetic they look with the shit they're saying.
That's crazy.
Mr. Charitability over here.
What he's doing is really insulting Ian, that his video is not sincere,
Right.
it's mean-spirited.
He felt
And
like he needed to do this.
yeah, like you're attacking him.
Mr.
And yourself too. Like, have some self-respect. If you don't mean it, don't say it.
Yeah, what a phony, dude.
Or don't tell us this.
And no to saying a nice thing about Ethan, but I did. All right, dude. All right, dude.
Great job.
Nice.
What a fucking great job. Matt Lee, go ahead.
Inclined. I think that when you are being goofy, when you're being silly, when you are being lighthearted, and just having fun with your friends,
I mean,
think that is
some
when
of these,
you're-
like this one, does feel a bit more real. This does feel a bit more realistic and a bit more, like he is saying something nice or whatever. But like the whole purpose of this is just to give some sort of ridiculous justification for making the content cop in the first place. And obviously there is no justification based on Idubbbz's own perspective and comments on it, you know? And there's one in particular that comes across a bit backhanded. I can't remember which one, but yeah.
You're at your best.
That's not a compliment. That's like him saying, I don't like what you're doing right now. And
it wasn't too bad, though.
No. It's a backhanded compliment because I'm always shitting on him. And he's going, I like you when you're just being silly and not daring to have an opinion about anything serious. Like me, I'm qualified. I'm a qualified Jew.
Anti-SJW crowd and step into a more empathetic.
But Ian is so dumb. He doesn't even I don't know that he realizes that these people are insulting me.
Also, it's always kind of privileged to tell somebody going through something to just not talk about it and tell us jokes instead. You know, like, yeah, we would like to not talk about
He's being
this
dismissive. He's
it would
literally
be more fun to just have a goofy show. You know?
Which, by the way, we would be doing today if Ian didn't drop this video.
I know it's not easy.
Ethan Klein, I think that when you are being goofy, when you're being silly, when you are being lighthearted, and just having fun with your friends, I think that is when you're at your best.
I don't know when's your best, but probably when you cut off the poof on your head. Come on, bro. What are you, a broccoli? Am I right? No?
Oh, come on. Okay, that's another moment for me where you're really going to, you know, expose whether or not you're just a sides cut retard or not. Do you think that was funny? That was fucking terrible, dude. Come on. Dude, this is the consequence when you can't just, I don't know. I mean, I don't even know what to say about this guy. I don't even know who this guy is, really. He's like some fucking, you know, anti-Israel guy. I don't fucking know. But you can't say something super edgy about him. The last time he said something super edgy about someone, he got in loads of trouble when he quote tweeted that gay Muslim guy and was like banging on about how he'd get murdered in cars or some shit. And I think he ended up walking that back, didn't he? Well, a lot of these people are kind of humegalols, you know?
Okay, you're an asshole and you support a terrorist. A lot
of them are like political creators. Like they've got no business being in this drama, really. Or any sort of drama. Like, they just go and do their political stuff. But they get fucking roped in, don't they? They get roped in because of all this other shit going on.
How about you fucking... Okay, whatever.
It's not very...
It's a backhanded compliment.
His hair doesn't look like broccoli.
It's a little...
It's not
okay.
really
All right.
It needs to come out more on the side.
All right, anyway, thanks for the genuine compliment. Ian really killed it.
So I'd love to see more of that. That'd be sick.
I bet you
would
would.
be reading my letter off because I don't want to sound robotic. HJ used to be the sports figure that I used to watch. I hope that one day gets back to what I remember. You were one of the inspirations for me to start creating content, so all this has stung. I hope you really hear this, and I wish you the best.
I think... Listen, Frogan, she's so dumb that you almost can't be even mad at her.
Like, she did wish us the best in the end. It almost felt like the nicest one of them all.
I think she was the only one being genuine, actually. So I don't want to... whatever. Just Frogan, just chill, okay? Just stop being an idiot, and I'll stop talking about you. It's really simple math.
She's also by far the smallest creator of the bunch.
Right.
I mean, is it even like cool that he included her? Like, she's just gonna get more shit for being involved.
It's not cool.
And like, it's not.
He knows what.
Well, the thing is, she's gonna get more shit, but she's not gonna get any benefit. If you're gonna get shit, but you're gonna be able to get a bigger viewership, that's probably good. But she's going to still stay at the same old 120, 30, 40 viewers.
This entails.
Like, Hasan can handle it, but like Frogan's now just going to get a pile of shit on top of her that I have no control over because people are watching, millions of people are watching his video, by the way, and they're reacting to it. And they're not having good reactions
Not
to
just our audience.
Far from our, yeah. Which is the craziest thing. You managed to do the impossible, my friend. You made a video that made people empathetic towards me in this 2025 era. Thought it was impossible. I genuinely did. I think this is even more effective than someone mounting a defense video about me. Here's Noah Sampson with he's not even trying to hide that he's not complimenting me. He's just butthurt that I threatened to sue him, which I'm going to in 2 days.
I think Ethan Klein rocks a buzz cut pretty good. And I think he's got a good choice of facial hair. I think it's really cool what he did 8 years ago, fighting that frivolous lawsuit. That was pretty fucked up. And fighting it, he changed YouTube for the better.
So the question I've got with this, and I didn't even think about this yesterday. Well, no, I actually did, but I didn't really get into it. But is this after or before the lawsuit is filed? Because if it's after the lawsuit has been filed, it speaks to, like, there's an element, I think, of him trying to point out, well, you filed a lawsuit against me when you did something good in regards to this. Or is it before and he doesn't know the fucking lawsuit thing is coming? But I'm guessing it must be after, because to me it reads as, oh yeah, remember that you were actually really cool about this stuff and now you're fucking me over. That's what it comes across like to me. You know? Oh, sorry, not fight. Yeah, sorry, yeah. Listen, guys, we don't want to put a cold jobst over here, okay? Yes, obviously the lawsuit's not been filed yet. A letter has been sent. A fucking, what is it? A cease and desist type letter has been sent, right? Yeah.
I thought that was cool because I thought it was like he's fighting for free speech.
After the lawsuit's been threatened to make it exactly correct, okay?
Yeah. Anyway, you have 2 days. If you think I'm kidding, just wait. And now, and this is the last part, he cuts to himself crying about how hard it is to be a cop. This man just spent a fucking hour doing the most bad faith, disingenuous, insane, borderline anti-Semitic, or if not fully blown anti-Semitic.
Hold on, Love and Nate, you guys are saying funny stuff in the Discord.
Oh.
Go ahead.
I don't want people to think I'm laughing at Ethan. And I'm just like
I don't
sitting
even
and
about
laughing.
that. He went and recorded this in his car so he didn't have to do it in his parents' house. That's kind of facts. That's the most facts thing. That's what happened. Oh my God. He didn't want to do it from the room.
Well, you've been shitting on his house a lot. I feel insecure too.
Dude, you're a man. You're real.
Dude,
you got your own spot.
On that aspect, Adam Ross once shit on my background. You guys remember that?
Yeah. He was wrong.
It didn't feel nice. It didn't feel good.
He's wrong.
Yeah.
It's Aiden Ross.
He said I was in my dad's closet.
Bro, that dude sat in front of like
technically was true, by the way. It was.
Yeah, maybe that's why it hurt so bad.
He read you. Yeah,
I worded that really wrong.
So now, after an hour of this shit, he cuts to him crying out of nowhere as if he's the fucking victim. And he has a unique empathy for me because he's a couple. It's unreal.
Better. And I thought that was cool because I thought it was like, these are fighting for free speech.
You know, I also see the dynamic of Ethan and Neela. I'm like, fuck, like, it's really hard to be a couple online and see people attacking your partner. And it's like, okay, like if you come to their defense, that doesn't always help them.
You're just that's not even relevant to our relationship. Like, you're talking about yourself. You're making it about yourself. You're the hero. You're the victim. You're everything. You are the fucking greatest, bro. You are the purest, the greatest leftist. We all bow down and welcome King Ian to our ranks. He is the infallible King Ian to our ranks. The most pure, the most righteous among us.
Why can't you just mock him for being a pussy? This whole content cop shit is so gay. You're not allowed to say that he's a total fucking wretched pussy for including this. No, you got to make it about some other career. Oh my God. Oh man, it sucks. It sucks that you can't just say what we're all thinking. What an absolutely wretched thing to include in the video. You're a total pussy and Elisa has mind raped you or something. I don't know, dude. Instead, he's making this more elaborate criticism. Oh, you're trying to placate the soy. And yeah, sure. But then arguably, he's kind of trying to do that as well. Because he, I think, probably has got quite a negative view of this. It's a soy off. Yes, exactly, dude. Like I would imagine, has got a very negative view of this as well. And thinks exactly that it's just a pathetic virtue signal. But he doesn't want to say it. Oh, maybe with time. To be honest with you, one of the biggest disappointment I've got about all of this, for content's sake, is that there wasn't more dropping of laundry. I was hoping that he'd be more willing to get into some of the dirty laundry that he's probably got about Idubbbz, but he didn't. So maybe that's going to come in the future. But yeah, that'd be great to see. Or maybe there's some stuff the other way that he doesn't want to come. Who knows? Who knows what stuff in the background there is? But yeah.
Did he say if you come to their defense, that doesn't always help them?
Yes, he did. And in fact, I can see how that applies to Anissa, but like that doesn't apply to us. That's never been a problem. We've always defended each other.
Yeah.
I've never been motivated to not defend her. I don't know what you guys do. Okay? But that ain't got nothing to do with me, you dumb fuck. So, I mean, maybe you need therapy, but like, why are you filming it? Did you really just fly out there to do actual therapy?
I know.
Like, bro, just see a therapist.
Do you think he's like super confused? Like, this is not a session.
He's like, dude, he's like, call this number. This is someone in California that can help you. Like, I mean, what? Yes, dude. I can't get over this, how insane this is. I think what he's trying to do is be like, I know that I was on the record saying like how mean-spirited it is and that I would never do anything like this again, yada, yada. So what I'm going to do is make the most hollow, fucking pathetic, transparent attempt at being empathetic towards someone that we just spent an hour shitting on, that we started flipping off, that I assembled the ensemble of the people who have been terrorizing and harassing him. Like, fuck you, dude.
And I thought that was cool because I thought it was like, these are fighting for free speech.
You know, I also see the dynamic of Ethan and Neela. I'm like, fuck, like,
no, you don't.
really
you don't know.
hard.
You're not describing my dynamic. You're describing your dynamic.
Yeah.
To be a couple online and see people attacking your partner, and it's like, okay, like if you come to their defense, that doesn't always help them, right? Sometimes that makes it worse.
That doesn't represent us at all.
That has nothing to do with us.
We've always been actually thankful that at least we got each other in our online journey from the beginning. Like, at least we always have each other to like talk about it and
listen.
You know,
I don't want to judge their relationship, but that doesn't sound healthy.
I just don't know what you're talking about, and you're like, apparently it's about us.
He's saying I want to support you, but sometimes when I support you, it makes it worse. That got nothing to do with me. Anyway, here's a clip from Ethan from, I don't know, God knows how long ago. Kind of slipping into... Of me? Oh, dude, this is the most pathetic. He grabs this clip of me talking about, I think this is about the Gokinaru era, about when I was like doing all this self-reflection. He grabs a clip from then, and plays it now as if this is what I need to be doing. Like he misses this Ethan that would fucking just, you know, whatever. It's just, it's so manipulative. So, it's borderline like this is gaslighting, and this is fucking emotional manipulation. I mean, you don't care.
Okay. I wouldn't call it gaslighting and emotional manipulation. Well, the emotional manipulation is him crying to his audience. But I think that clip is showing that there is an element. And, you know, I said I think that Ethan does have this habit of, you know, getting too emotionally invested, going too hard, going out in all these different directions. And I've, you know, spoken about it in some of the stuff of his that I've covered. The best example being, say, the Instagram guy that he was going super hard at in like an unhinged way, right? It's pointing out that, hey, here's another time where you reflected. And it's very dishonest, very disingenuous. You know, Idubbbz is not doing it for the right reasons, and he's not pointing. He's trying to get fucking the boot into him, sure. But I do think there's a point to be made that, you know, Ethan does have these, you know, negative ways of engaging with drama that it does seem quite detrimental. And I don't like the idea of like hand waving that away just because it's Idubbbz that's made the point, you know. But then Idubbbz is obviously, you know, not in this for the right reasons. He just wants to shit on him. He wants to make his content cop. He wants the positive attention from the Hasan side of it. But yeah. But yeah, I mean, this is obviously just pathetic. I mean, you know, I've already said my piece about it in my coverage of this, but very obvious and overt attempt to add this flourish of, you know, sensibility to it. Oh, look, I'm crying. Yeah, I'm doing this for the right reasons, guys.
You don't care. Why are you pretending to care? You went in front of a therapist and you start talking about yourself and pretending that it's about me? Like, what are you doing, bro? You don't care. Why are you pretending? Don't be a fucking bitch. Just at least say what you think, bro. Stand on your shit. This is the dumbest, worst version of the content cop I could ever imagine. At least the old ones, he would stand on his business. This one is pathetic, dude. I cannot believe what a loser this scumbag is. And a tough guy, by the way. He needs to get punched in the face. You're a tough guy with your tattoos and you've been boxing. It's awesome. I've never been punched in the head. My thoughts are pretty coherent. And I have been kind of slipping into a very unhealthy place where it's gotten worse and worse, and I get criticized more and more, and I get more defensive and more pulled up, a feeling of almost infallibility that I could take anything on. It led me to make a lot of mistakes, and then when I was criticized for those mistakes, then I would act extremely defensive and nasty and not really processing them in a healthy way. That's how he ends it. That's how he ends the fucking video.
10 out of 10.
That's how he ended the video, and I mean, it's basically like it's like abuser shit. That's like abuser shit.
Oh, just started auto-playing Walkout Live.
They know. They know. I think.
What the fuck, dude? Is that his actual channel, dude? He is, bro. How fucking locked into Lolcow Live is he that he's got this playing next? Jesus.
That's awesome, Tyler. It's like abuse. It's like abuser behavior. Like he's gaslighting. He's emotionally manipulating.
Oh my god! Please spam, dude. Can we not with this fucking gay therapy language, dude? Why is everyone using this gay therapy language against each other so much, dude? Oh man, I'm never going to therapy. I'm literally never going to therapy if one of the consequences is that I end up talking like this. Just say it normal. Call him a slur. Even you used it yesterday. Yeah, probably at some point. I'll probably use the word gaslighting, right? Sure. Yeah, there's some legitimacy to using it. But it's the fact at the end, he immediately is like, you know, oh, he's basically being an abuser. I don't think I said he's an abuser, did I?
He's trying to convince me, no, I'm actually your friend. I actually care about you. While simultaneously being like, I don't care. I don't want to be your friend. I don't want to support anybody that's even Israeli. I fucking want someone to punch you in the face.
Yeah.
And like just spend an hour, basically, I don't even know what to call what he did. So that's it. That's the video. I watched every second of it. Every God-loving
more than every second. Wow. You watch every second of it like 10 times.
Wow. Did he watch the part about the staff? I can't remember.
So I'd love to see him respond to any of my criticism. I don't know if he's capable of actually taking any of this on. He's going to have to confront some really uncomfortable facts. Although he can just continue to lie. I don't know. He'd have to get really creative, though, to somehow spin this. Well, that's it. Guys, I enjoyed everyone watching. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in. We're making the best of this shit. Idubbbz made a content cop about me, so goes my mind to this day. But we are going to navigate this strange new world together. And until then, I want to thank all of our members, all of our supporters, all of our audience. You guys make it all happen.
And thank you to everybody who was gifting subs
guys,
and donating today. I'm sorry.
I reacted to the full reaction. We did it. We did it, guys. We did it. Woo!